Yeah, you want to talk about peace through strength and a warning? I mean, he basically threatened the supreme leader, saying, if you aim anything at U.S. bases or Iranian civilians, I know where you are, and you're not going to like what happens next. It's sort of the equivalent of the reports back in President Trump's first terms. If you move on Ukraine, I'll hit Moscow, to Russian President Putin. And it's sort of that credible threat that the president has established, because at first he was very emphatic. He wants to do this through diplomacy. Yes. But the credible threat was established when Israel utilized Operation Rising Lion, like you mentioned earlier, and hit Iran very successfully through the next 6 days or so. So the credible threat exists. Iran knows that he's not messing around at this point in time. So they need to be serious about not targeting U.S. military bases or their own civilians, or it could get messier than it already is.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't think they're in a position to do that right now tactically because of the damage the IDF has done. And just I'll end on that. The IDF, I don't think they need our help. It seems that Netanyahu knows exactly what he's doing. He's been highly effective on the ground there. So we'll have to see what happens in the coming days. But I get a sense days, and they're not going to let up on the pressure there. So unless, of course, Iran does give in to surrender. So we'll have to see what happens, Daniel. But thank you for your insights and analysis. Coming up next, a historic partnership between Japan's Nippon Steel and America's U.S. Steel is finally finalized. More details about the deal after the break.
Why don't you like us anymore? Why are you leaving us? Oh, we're so sad that you left us. You don't even know me, LL Bean. There are questions that I would say are straight up homicide inducing.
Hot take. Nobody thinks your kid is as cute as you think your kid is.
I've had it with pictures of food.
I've had it.
One 888-943-8468.
Welcome back to The Real Story. Today's next topic brings us to the latest updates on tariffs and trade. While the Trump administration takes active steps to protect American forces in the Middle East, it's also taking steps to protect America's economic interests right here at home. And that brings us to the latest updates about this historic deal that's been made with Japan's largest steelmaker, Nippon Steel. So Trump recently signed a historic executive order about this on Friday, clearing the way for the finalization today of a historic partnership allowing Nippon Steel to buy U.S. Steel, ensuring the iconic Pittsburgh-based company remains a cornerstone of American industry. But the partnership comes with an important twist, because it also includes something that's called a golden share, which grants Trump unprecedented veto power over key corporate decisions, such as blocking any attempt to move U.S. Steel's headquarters from Pittsburgh for jobs overseas, or to ship them overseas, I should say. And on Saturday, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick hailed this move as a deal that directly benefits and protects America, Pennsylvania, and the great steel workers of U.S. Steel. In addition, the terms of this deal mandate $11 billion in brand new investments by 2028 to modernize plants and boost domestic steel production, which is very interesting and also unprecedented. But what's also very interesting about this is the fact that officials from Thailand just held trade talks with U.S. officials earlier today. According to a top Commerce Ministry official from Thailand, they're set to submit an official trade proposal by this Friday. And it comes as tariffs have pushed their industrial sentiment to the lowest level seen in 8 months. Now, the talks also come as Thailand is facing 36% tariffs. And if a deal isn't made by July 9th, when the 90-day pause on those levies expires, they will take effect. So making a deal is especially important for them, not only for that reason, but also because the U.S. is Thailand's largest export market, and it accounts for 18.3% of its shipments. So now Thai officials are optimistic, but cautiously so, banking on Trump's proposal to lower tariffs to 10% or less. However, they're also running out of time to make a deal with the Trump White House. Here with reaction is Spencer Morrison, the author of Reshore: How Tariffs Will Bring Our Jobs Home and Revive the American Dream. Spencer, thank you for being here.
My pleasure, Riley. Thanks for having me on the show.
Absolutely. So there's a lot going on here with tariffs and trade, and what's fascinating to me still is when Liberation Day happened and Trump came out and said, we're slapping tariffs on countries all over the world back on April 2nd, a lot of people in the media said, you know, this is going to be the end of the world economy. They said recession, depression, doom and gloom. They said it's an impossible task to try to reshore jobs, but it actually seems like they were dead wrong about all of those things, weren't they, Spencer?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's really ironic here that these people pushing for this free trade agenda are saying it doesn't work, it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And then you have every other country on planet Earth doing tariffs to America, right? If it didn't work, why would everybody do it to us? And we're not talking about just, you know, junk countries. We're talking about the European Union. We're talking about Japan. We're talking about Canada. I mean, these are developed, advanced nations that are using tariffs to protect their industries and to protect their jobs. And America was, until very recently, the only country that wasn't playing ball. So I'm ecstatic that President Trump, is the first president in 50 years who's taking trade policy seriously.
Well, and to your point, free trade is a good thing to the extent that it benefits the American people in large part. But lately, it just doesn't seem like that's happening at all. It benefits the globalists, these giant Fortune 500 companies, and their shareholders, of course, but not the vast majority of Americans who are watching the American dream just slip away, and they're very concerned about that, and that's why they showed up in droves in November. But we are seeing some other headway too. So Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent coming out recently saying, quote, blue-collar wage growth is seeing the largest increase in almost. That seems extremely significant, and I'm wondering why the legacy media is downplaying that, because that's exactly what the American people just voted for.
Yeah, well, the legacy media is bought and sold for Chinese gold is what it is. I mean, you look at all these guys, Walmart, Jeff Bezos. I mean, they're buying at media companies because, to shill for their ideas. And I just want to put some numbers out there for you guys so that everybody understands what we're dealing with. Since 1974, America has run a trade deficit every single year. Global trade deficit. When you account for inflation, that trade deficit is worth over $25 trillion. That's $25 trillion that we could have been investing in America. Instead, we invested it abroad in China. We built China up from the ground up using the trade deficit money, right? They were able to use that revenue, borrow against it, invest in their ports, their roads, their infrastructure. And now you have all these amazing first world, well-developed cities all across the world. Meanwhile, our cities are crumbling. We can't afford to pave our roads. Our ports are dilapidated. You know, you look at steel production. We'll go back to the Japanese and U.S. steel deal. You know, in 1969, America produced 40% of the world's steel. Today, we produce 4.2%, right? We've gone down by an order of magnitude. China produces 24 times as much steel as us. And, steel is the backbone of any nation. I mean, we use it to build our skyscrapers. We use it to build our Navy, our fleet, everything. And we're relying on foreign countries to provide our steel. It's a total national security crisis.
Completely.
And not only that, but I mean, look at the amazing jobs that we've lost. America's lost over 60,000 factories since 2001, over 5 million manufacturing jobs, 5 to 7 million services jobs that were supported by those manufacturing jobs. It's a total economic crisis.
It is. And so you look at that, the offshoring, then you look at automation and AI, then you look at the mass importation of a cheap labor class through the southern border, and you realize the American worker has just been up against it for so many years, and they've been neglected, ignored, completely forgotten about, and it's just a betrayal, in my opinion, from the ruling class in Washington, D.C. So I love what's going on here, but I want to ask you for a moment as well, how exactly did China put itself in this position where everybody around the planet is so dependent upon them? Because that is, you're opening Pandora's box to a whole other set of problems there.
Oh, they played their cards right. I mean, what China did is they effectively set themselves up as the world's factory by leveraging their cheap labor at the time. But of course, it wasn't just about cheap labor. China's got lots of other tricks. They manipulated their currency so that their currency was artificially cheap. They directly invested in mining and lowered their resources costs, right? So when you go to China, you don't just get cheap labor, you also get, 20% off the steel, the rare earth minerals, all of this stuff, right? So it's it's resource costs, it's energy costs, it's labor costs. China's done an amazing job at lowering those costs to bring in all of that investment. And now that they have the investment and now that they've accumulated that capital, they're free to jack up the prices because they killed off all the competition.
Okay, so then final question for you on this. What do you make of this? It seems to be a trade truce between Beijing and Washington. Do you think that's a good sign or maybe not so much?
I'm on the fence about it. I mean, really, if we want to be serious about reshoring, we have to get the effective tariff rate up to a minimum of 60%. And we're at 55, we're not quite there. So it's not high enough. And then some industries, it needs to even be higher. So, I think it's a step in the right direction. But President Trump is in a really tough place. He's trying to walk a middle ground because everybody is against him. I mean, you look at, Rand Paul in the Senate trying to end the tariffs. You look at the judiciary. The tariffs have been struck down multiple times. He's winning on appeal. But the entire Washington apparatus is against President Trump. And that means reshore.
Okay.
That's the blueprint. It's the blueprint on how to reindustrialize America.
Well, just to your point there, I actually like Rand Paul, but I think a lot of people in D.C., what happens is they care more about what the donors think. And a lot of those donors are these giant corporations like Walmart and Meta. So I think they sort of lose sight of what really matters, which is the American people and doing what's right for the voters, for the people they're supposed to be serving. So I'm not trying to personally indict anybody, but I think what happens in D.C. is they go there with this mission of thinking, well, we're going to work for the voters and for the American people. But then as soon as they get there, they turn around and completely move the goalpost because that's what the donors want behind the scenes. And Trump, he's not beholden to them. He's got his own money. He's an outside businessman who doesn't come from the swamp. And I think that's exactly why we need him right now. And as far as I'm concerned, he's the only man who could pull this off. So this is all very interesting to me. But final thing as well, where can people get your book?
Yeah, you know what? We got a beautiful second edition that's just come out. It's endorsed by the great Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon. You can get it on Amazon.com. Also follow me on X and Substack at Real SP Morrison for all the updates on tariffs, trade policy, and making America rich again.
Okay, I love it. And thank you for your time today, Spencer.
Thank you. God bless.
Coming up next, New York City mayoral candidate Brad Lander is arrested by ICE agents at an immigration court, of all places. More details about what caused his detainment after the break.
Hello.
Reuters today.
Welcome back to The Real Story. So, one would think that the Commander-in-Chief of the United States would have some say in the decisions made for the safety of this country. But, as it turns out, that's only the case if rogue judges and complicit leaders are on board with it. So, case in point, who could have ever guessed that President Trump deploying the National Guard to Los Angeles, California, after cars were set on fire, law enforcement officials were physically attacked, and stores were looted, would cause such an uproar, and even a violent one? How is that even remotely controversial? Well, it is, for some odd reason. And it's only necessary, of course, due to the negligence and incompetence of Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and California Governor Gavin Newsom, who I like to affectionately call Newsolini. Now, everyone recalls how Newsolini lambasted the deployment of National Guardsmen in a recent address that was posted online. However, the irony here is that he was far more upset about President Trump's efforts to quell the violence than the violence itself. Surprise, surprise. But now, after some back and forth on whether or not the National Guard would stay in LA under President Trump's control, an appeals court seems poised to allow him to keep using the National Guard to protect the city. So in a 65-minute-long hearing on Tuesday, a 3-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit seemed to lean toward the idea of letting the National Guard stay there to protect federal agents and buildings, although a set decision hasn't been made quite yet. And of course, the whole situation is rich with irony, since the unrest seen in LA pertains to ICE raids and deportations. And even though many presidents before Trump have taken these exact same measures without facing legal challenges, it's suddenly a big issue right now. That's called a double standard. It's also called TDS in action. So to that point, the mass hysteria over immigration enforcement still continues, but not just from activist judges. It's also coming from activist politicians and wannabe politicians. So for example, New York City Comptroller and mayoral candidate Brad Lander was recently detained by ICE agents at an immigration court, actually on Tuesday, for impeding a detainment and requesting to see a warrant for arrest.
Do you have a judicial warrant? Do you have a judicial warrant? Can I see the judicial warrant? Can I see the warrant? I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is it? Where is the warrant? I have it in my hand here.
This would be a hard request to fulfill, even if they were kind enough to oblige him, because ICE agents don't need warrants to perform arrests for immigration violations. And one would think that a mayoral candidate would be very aware of this fact, but then again, maybe that's assuming too much. Here with reaction is legal analyst Sam Mirajovsky, the radio host of the White's Right show. Sam, thank you for being here.
I love it. Riley, thank you. Gavin Newsolini. I laughed out loud.
Well, if you want to know who the real king and I'm sorry, Sam, I have to dunk on him because it's really painful to see. But I do want to ask you this question because this seems to be the constitutional debate of the century in America. Does a sitting president need permission from activist judges to enforce federal immigration law?
Well, the short answer is obviously not.
Thank you.
There are constitutional standards that have to be followed. You know, you and I have spoken about this, you know, at length about what due process means. You're in the country illegally. That's a pretty truncated and straightforward procedure. Doesn't mean you go through a full trial or anything like that. So, you know, to me, all of this is nonsense. Now, the federal guard. Now, this is great because, you know, I grew up my whole life, you know, in school in California where I grew up, being taught about the brave U.S. presidents, aka JFK,
sure,
and Lyndon Johnson, who federalized the National Guard against the wishes of mean, you know, rascally, you know, governors who were obstinate in their opposition to civil rights reforms, and how the presidents were the heroes in those stories. So here Trump is doing the same, literally the same exact thing, that LBJ, actually Eisenhower before him, JFK, and then LBJ did, in the midst of the civil rights movement. And nobody, no liberal ever thought twice about it. So, to me, the courts really have no choice here. I mean, they would have to turn themselves, they have to contortion up an absolute, illegal, fabrication of some sort of illogical conclusion to get this to issue any kind of order against us. Gavin Newsom doesn't have a leg to stand on.
So I have to ask then, what do you think of this double standard? Because George Bush deports, let's say, about 2 million people. The Obama administration, about 3 million people. The Obama administration built the cages that everybody seems to have just magically forgotten about. But you didn't see riots, you didn't see destruction, you didn't see this kind of hysteria from politicians or wannabe politicians. What is that? What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, obviously it's Trump derangement syndrome. Nobody, everything Trump does is looked through the lens that it's Trump, right? That's Orange Hitler. The other component of Trump's, immigration, we'll call it process, is that he's publicizing these raids and he is disincentivizing new, illegal immigrants from coming to the country. And that, I think, is scaring the hell out of the establishment that relies, first of all, on the cheap labor, the Democrats who had a plan here to, fill these jurisdictions, these blue states full of, illegal voters, get them counted in the census, get more apportionment, eventually convert them into voters, give them Social Security numbers. You've covered all of this on your show. So there are a lot of interests here at play who want to fight this. But I think they're particularly, if you set aside just the fact that it's Trump, there's also that Trump is doing it so publicly and on purpose, by design, which is brilliant. I think that is setting them off in a major way.
Well, and they just on that point, they say that what Trump is doing is chaos. False, objectively untrue. What is chaos is the Biden administration suing border states like Texas for taking border enforcement into their own hands after he refused to do so, and then Mayorkas lied about it publicly to the American people for years. So allowing 10 to 15 to 20 million people to illegally invade your country, that's the chaos, Sam. And we should all be able to agree about that because it's not even partisan. But speaking of, since it is now partisan, let's talk about Brad Lander and this ridiculous stunt we saw this week. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, he interfered with federal agents. I mean, he was getting his way. He was trying to prevent the apprehension of this individual. And to me, it's absolutely straightforward. By the way, it's on tape, and it's you called it a stunt. That's exactly right. And it's back to what Alex Padilla did last week.
Yes.
It's just more of the same. And all the Democrats have, they don't have any good policy that people like. They can't articulate a vision for the country. When they had full, control over the government, they created the chaos you described earlier. So what do they have left? They're performance artists. This is the kind of stuff you see, in a circus or Art Basel or something like that.
Yeah, it is. Well, and to your point, to sort of wrap things up here, what's going on right now with the National Guard, this is not on Trump. This is a measure he has to take because of what Democrats have done. So I think just to be very clear and on the record about this is on Gavin Newsom's hands. It's on every blue state politician or in this country every sanctuary city leader who welcomed this invasion of America, who denies the fact that this is a sovereign country with its own rules and its own laws, in a legal way to get here. I'm all for immigration. Just do it legally. Sam, is that too much to ask?
No, and one thing for people to be aware of, that in the final closing hours of the Biden administration, they literally sent out funding to Chirla, which is the group that was organizing these destructive riots. The Department of Homeland Security under Biden sent a $400,000 grant. So imagine, literally under Biden, agencies that were charged with protecting our homeland were paying groups that we're actively undermining the security of our borders. That is just mind-blowing.
It is. I actually think it's a criminal betrayal of this country. But then they get away with it, Sam. They just ride off into the sunset just like that. No accountability, no answers to the American people. They get away with it all. So as far as I'm concerned, the sitting president can and will and should enforce federal immigration law, regardless of their party. So thank you for setting the record straight.
Thank you, Riley. Always a pleasure to be with you.
Coming up next, an Alabama state senator drops by to discuss an exciting new law that will benefit the state's high school students. More details after the break.
You see this?
A moment.
Welcome back to The Real Story. Today's last topic brings us to education. So as the Department of Education's role in America finally begins to wind down, more power is being allocated to individual states. And as a result, new initiatives are beginning to surface that could revolutionize students' lives. So case in point, for years now, there have been rumors circulating of plans to change the way students can take the ACT test, changing the requirement from having to retake the entire test every single time to instead allowing students to only retest on sections in which they scored lower. And while that plan hasn't been fully fledged out quite yet, another very interesting plan to improve the educational experience is unfolding in our next guest's home state of Alabama. This new system of dual enrollment allows students to take college courses while they're still in high school. So Alabama's Move On When Ready law makes it possible for students to enroll full-time in college courses to earn both high school and college credits simultaneously. And it applies specifically to high school juniors and seniors. Now, dual enrollment programs aren't a brand new idea, but this one differs from other similar programs because it means students would be taking college courses full-time instead of just a few college courses alongside their high school curriculum. So this is a game changer. Now, the bill, signed into law in May, also requires students to meet certain requirements. and apply to any participating 2-year or 4-year public institution of higher education, including post-secondary technical colleges, trade schools, community colleges, and junior colleges. The law also ensures that higher education institutions that participate in this program are fully compensated. Here to discuss is Alabama State Senator Arthur Orr, who represents District 3. Senator Orr, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Riley. Good to see you. Good to be with you again.
Absolutely. I just want to share my thoughts, and then I want to hear yours. So the education system is in desperate need of innovation. You've got this one-size-fits-all system where every student in America has to move at the exact same pace. And it's just not working. So from my perspective, this is really cool, and quite frankly, it's long overdue.
Well, thank you, and that is true. Why do we keep doing education as we've always done it? In that, why do we say, well, it has to take 12 years to get your high school diploma? In the system that you mentioned, we borrowed the idea from the state to the east, Georgia, but this is a revolutionary thing. It's not dual enrollment, it's dual enrollment on steroids. And what's interesting is, if we're going to pay for the education of an 11th or 12th grader, why not give that same money if they're ready to move on to college?
Yes.
Why not give that same amount? In Alabama, it's $8,000-$9,000 a student. Why not give that same amount to that student as a scholarship to go on to college and get college credits, which would report back to their high school? And so basically they're killing two birds with one stone. They're getting those high school credits as they accumulate their college credits, and the state is paying for them to help get those college credits or high school credits, and that's a good thing. And so they could knock out the first 2 years of a 4-year degree or get an associate's degree at a junior college.
I just love that. What you'd call general eds, or is it stuff that's even, say, beyond that?
It's some of both. So it's going to depend on the student. And these type students are highly motivated. They are not interested in hanging around high school. And I don't know how your days were, Riley, but the high school drama it takes place in a lot of the halls and after hours, they're ready to move on to college and have more of a challenging, rigorous type academic environment. And so that's where they go, and they may be taking more challenging math courses such as calculus, et cetera, but they will come back, those credits will come back and fulfill high school requirements for mathematics at the high school level.
That's very interesting. And to your question, I had a pretty good high school education, but I will admit there were times where I just wasn't challenged enough. I had to take a lot of repetitive classes over and over again, and by the time I got to college, it was like I just gave 18 years of my life basically to being a student, and now I have to keep doing that and regurgitate a lot of the stuff I'd already learned in high school well with gen ed. So what I'm hoping to see at some point is, like you said, you could go right into an engineering program or start an apprenticeship or a mentorship. Start developing real-world skills that you can translate into the workforce, because I know there's a big hunger for that among students, and that really applied to me too.
That's correct. And what's ironic during the bill, during its going through the legislative process, that you found some educators angry that we would allow such a fast track to get on to college, because some of the emails I recall, well, you're taking some of our best students out of the high school classrooms. And I had to respond, what about the student? This sounds like it's about the adults or the school system looking good or things like that. We need to be more student focused in our educational systems. And I believe Donald Trump and the new Secretary of Education, McMahon, they'll get this done, focusing again on students and where they need to go and the time they need to go, as opposed to the adults doing all the instruction or administrating.
Well, I think to your point, what's going on right now with this brilliant initiative is case number 1,000 for why the federal DOE just needs to be axed, abolished. They are putting handcuffs on so many great administrators, lawmakers, and educators and students who could really be thriving otherwise. And I've seen that personally, firsthand. So what I'm hoping to see is this education revolution spread nationwide, because our students deserve better, their families deserve better, and I think we're really capable of much better.
We certainly are, and I appreciate your bringing attention to this and other similar pieces of legislation going on across the states that are changing the face of education to make it more student focused. And as far as the future and the needs of the future and the needs in the workforce. So all those things work together, and we need to change, and that's for sure. And appreciate your promoting it.
Absolutely, and just thank you again for your time, and thank you for being so proactive here, because this is really groundbreaking stuff you're doing.
Thank you, Riley. Have a great day.
Absolutely, you too, sir. It's now time to reveal the results of our last poll question, where we asked, did you love the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary parade? And our most popular poll ever, by far, a whopping 96% of you said yes, whereas only 4% of you said no. To those 4% out there, what gives? I don't understand. It was remarkable. But let's take a look now at what some of our viewers had to say on Truth Social and X. So on Truth Social, Doug Kendig says, quote, "It was a great walkthrough of history and progression of the Army itself. Exactly how it should have been presented. It was not a show of force, it was an education. Excellent production." End quote. I completely agree, and I would add, it was also a tribute to the brave men and women, the real heroes of this country, who keep us free and keep us safe. Now on X, Jay says, quote, "Those that say no should be deported to Venezuela." I would agree, but actually say El Salvador. Let's send them to CCOT. CCOT or Alcatraz. Anyway, today's poll question is, should the U.S. intervene in the Israel-Iran conflict? Go to OAN's X and Truth Social pages and vote now. We'll have the results for you next time. And we'll be right back.
X absolutely free.
There it is, planet Druidian. And underneath the air shield, 10,000 years of fresh air. We must get through that air shield.
We will, sir. Once we kidnap the princess, we can force her father, King Roland, to give us the combination to the air shield, thereby destroying planet Druidia and saving planet Spaceball.
Everybody got that?
Spaceballs, the movie.
Princess Vespa spaceship within range, sir. Good.
What's going on? It's either the 4th of July or someone's trying to kill us.
Now we will show her who is in charge of this galaxy. If you do not give me the combination to the air shield, Dr. Slotkin will give your daughter back her old nose.
Only one man and his trusted companion can save planet Druidia from disaster.
Okay, Eagle 5, coming in.
Lone Star.
So that was a short clip from the original Spaceballs movie trailer from 1987, the beloved classic comedy starring actors like John Candy, Rick Moranis, and Bill Pullman. It is a quintessential American comedy, if there ever was one, and it's brought laughter to people all over the planet for many, many years. Well, at least this planet. And that's the subject of today's edition of Real Good News, because it turns out that the sequel, Spaceballs 2, is currently in production. Directed by Mel Brooks, the movie features many characters that bear a striking resemblance to the Star Wars characters that it parodies. Now, the original film's plot reads, quote, "In a distant galaxy, Planet Spaceball has depleted its air supply, leaving its citizens reliant on a product called Peri-Air. In desperation, Spaceball's leader, President Scroob, orders the evil Dark Helmet to kidnap Princess Vespa of oxygen-rich Druidia and hold her hostage in exchange for air," end quote. But then help arrives for the princess in the form of renegade space pilot Lone Star and his half-man, half-dog partner, Barf. But now, fast forward to the new film, which is set to star some of the same fan favorites and also some new actors. Actors that plan to return include Daphne Zuniga as Princess Vespa, Rick Moranis as Dark Helmet, and Bill Pullman as Lone Star. And among the new cast is also Lewis Pullman as Starburst, the son of Bill Pullman's character Lone Star. Also joining the cast is Keke Palmer as a character named Destiny, and Josh Gad as a mystery character. Now, Amazon MGM Studios' description for this movie reads, quote, "While the title, plot details, and rest of cast are being kept under wraps, the film has been described by those who have not yet read the script as, quote, a non-prequel, non-reboot sequel part 2, but with reboot elements franchise expansion film. Oh, and by the way, the movie's epic trailer was recently released, as you've been seeing on your screen, and here's Mel Brooks' announcement at the end of it.
After 40 years, we asked, what do the fans want? But instead, we're making this movie. May the Schwartz be with you."
And that concludes today's broadcast. We truly hope you enjoyed us to cover to The Real Story at OANN.com and follow us on social media at The Real Story OAN. And don't forget that you can watch full episodes of The Real Story on demand on OAN Live. So until we meet again, God bless you, God bless our troops, and God bless America.
Well, hello again, everybody, and welcome to Weekly Briefing. Thank you for stopping by. Why not pull up a chair, relax, and watch the show for an hour or so? We are glad you're here. Well, this week, half of Congress was here for a while. The Senate was in town for, well, actually not a whole week. It was just about a day and a half. The highlight was probably the release of the Senate's version of the big, beautiful bill. It looks a lot like the House plan, except for the state and local tax deduction, or SALT provision, which is $10,000 in the Senate version and $40,000 in the House version. It may be possible to finesse passage of this somehow, but some of the House lawmakers have threatened a no vote if the SALT deduction is too small. As the president says, we'll see. Meantime, you may remember how the president campaigned on restoring prosperity to the working class, stating that for the last several decades, wealth and wage gains have accrued to the elites, professionals, and wealthy, living mostly near technology hubs along the various coasts. But this week, Mr. Trump received some very good news in the form of a Treasury Department report that shows that real wages for hourly workers are up nearly 2% in the first 5 months of Donald Trump's second term. This is the strongest growth in 60 years, which is huge for this White House, according to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. No president has done this before. The 1.7% pay bump contrasts with negative growth under Joe Biden, according to data from the Treasury Department. Not since the administration of Richard Nixon in 1969 has real wage growth been this high for blue-collar workers. The latest year-to-date gain in real blue-collar wage growth from December 2024 to May 2025 is more than twice the rate of the 0.8% growth in the Nixon administration. Every other administration since has seen wage growth fall in a comparable period for blue-collar workers. This goes to the center of the Trump campaign for the hearts and minds of working blue-collar Americans across the nation, but most especially in key swing states in the industrial heartland of the country: Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. Candidate Trump promised not to leave the working class behind. They are the reason he won. Now it looks like he's kept his promise. To find out more, we caught up with Counselor to the Treasury Secretary and economist Joe LaVorgna, who spoke to us from the White House. Here's what he had to say.
What's driving it is predominantly the president's commitment and ability to get the inflation rate meaningfully down in the past 5 months. What that has done is it has expanded real wages, so they're actually growing now, as you highlighted. And in fact, the near 2% gain that we've seen in President Trump's first 5 months is the largest we've ever had. It's more than twice what took place during the Nixon era, and it's even a little bit faster than President Trump's first term, which was over 1%. Going forward, the crackdown, if you will, on illegal immigration should be a huge boon to U.S. workers, so nominal wages will rise, and as inflation continues to moderate, we may even see even bigger gains in real blue-collar wages. What that means for the average household, or what it means for Main Street, is that they're going to keep more of their take-home pay because the labor market's much healthier and inflation's coming down, and there'll probably be an added fillip once the One Big Beautiful Bill is passed, because that is going to be very positive for productivity growth, which itself is the benchmark for growing living standards.
So, Joe, we're talking about blue-collar, working-class Americans. How do we define that? Who are they? What does that look like?
So the blue-collar workers are roughly 60% of the labor force. They are the production and non-supervisory workers, or the backbone of the jobs market. They're not what you'd call the professional and managerial class. They're not getting paid oodles of stock options. Unfortunately, many may live paycheck to paycheck with minimal savings, and they're the people that did not benefit for much of the past 20 years. But under President Trump's first term, they did. And we can see clearly now, John, in the data that they are benefiting tremendously in just 5 months. And we're hopeful with President Trump's policies and my boss, Secretary Bessent, implementing those policies, that we're going to see a significant further improvement.
So it sounds like these are the kind of people who maybe wear a uniform to work, maybe get paid by the hour, maybe live somewhere in the middle of the country, Michigan out here.
Yeah, I think so. I think that probably fits the description of what the people we're talking about. These are just regular old Americans, middle class to lower income people who have not, other than the Trump years, have not seen any appreciable increase in their after-tax take-home pay. And what we see now is significant improvement. They're people that might be, they're working at the local coffee shop, or they're
there might be waiters, waitresses, people like that.
Waiters, waitresses, yeah, truck drivers. I mean, just sort of like your typical what you think of blue-collar jobs. Could be some tradespeople, but these aren't highfalutin, fancy people. These are just good old normal folks.
Joe, why though has it taken? I mean, I'm looking at a graph here, and under H.W. Bush, for instance, the first Bush, there was a drop in blue-collar wages of about 3%. That looks like it was probably the worst of the ones that I'm looking at. And then, of course, I think we mentioned Richard Nixon 1969, blue-collar wages went up 0.8%, so not quite 1%. And so I'm just wondering, why in the heck has it taken since, Richard Nixon in 1969 to get real wage growth for blue-collar workers to accelerate a meaningful amount? What's been going on for so long?
The simple answer is so much of the business cycle and growth is expectations. And one of the many remarkable things about President Trump's presidency in the first term was if you looked at small businesses, which account for about 40% of overall employment, and you look at business optimism, under no president was it as high as it was under President Trump. That's Republicans and Democrats. But that data only go back to the early 80s. But perhaps it has to do with the fact that there's just a belief and confidence and security that the president will deliver, and businesses start behaving in anticipation of that. So maybe that's it, but it's really a remarkable story, and it's one that I wish more of the press, and thank you for having me on, really highlights. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be a celebratory issue that Americans who really have not kept up and under most or many administrations are finally making some real headway with real meaningful wage growth. And that's something we should really be happy about.
And while you let that sink in, on with the rest of the show. When we come back, we check in with former Harvard Law professor and super lawyer Alan Dershowitz, who is speaking out against the FBI, which he says has routinely targeted Americans, including the reality TV stars Todd and Julie Crisley, who were just pardoned by President Trump. Then we have the most fantabulous political roundtable on Color TV. And finally, when Pope Leo walked into the Vatican auditorium to be introduced to the international media to strains of the 70s top 40 song American Pie, we decided to get in touch with the singer and songwriter of that American anthem, Don McLean. He's here to talk about Pope Leo and his masterpiece later in the show. All that and more when we return. Do not touch that dial.
Have you ever felt We shop, you save.
Defense attorney Alan Dershowitz has long warned that FBI misconduct isn't just a bureaucratic failure. It's a threat to every American's constitutional rights. Those warnings are in focus after President Trump pardoned reality TV stars Todd and Julie Crisley, who were convicted in 2022 of fraud, tax evasion, and conspiracy to defraud the United States. Sir, how is your warning about FBI misconduct relevant to the Crisley case, and why should average Americans be concerned about this?
Well, I think what President Trump is doing is becoming an additional check and balance on the actions of FBI agents. Let's remember that the vast majority of FBI agents are heroes. They do great things. They put their lives at risk. The current head of the FBI is doing what appears to be a great job in trying to undo lawfare. And what I think President Trump is doing is he's saying, I'm going to look hard at the FBI. I'm no longer just going to presume that everything the FBI does is proper. For example, I'm involved in a case now involving a man named Keith Raniere, where we have proof, including evidence from former FBI agents, that FBI agents or someone else in the government tampered with a major piece of evidence, backdated a picture, and turned what would be an ordinary photographic episode into a felony. And so we're hoping that the courts will look into it. But if the courts don't look into it, we're going to turn to President Trump and we're going to ask him and his people to look into it. So there's no hiding anymore. And I think every American should be pleased that the president is taking seriously his constitutional duty to serve as a check and balance through the pardon and commutation power.
So, sir, is your belief that the Crisleys were perhaps targeted by the Department of Justice or the FBI?
There certainly seems to be evidence of some targeting, and I think every American should be concerned about the misuses of lawfare and targeting. We know that President Trump himself was targeted by Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York, and by Alvin Bragg, the District Attorney of New York City. He was targeted. He realizes it. As somebody who's been involved in the criminal justice system for 62 years, I realize it, and I've stated that publicly. So I'm glad the president is using his own experiences as a victim of targeting to look very hard to see whether or not targeting is taking place. And he set up a process, both within the White House and within the Justice Department, to review all of these cases and give them a good second look, because what we've learned is that the judicial system of prosecutors and judges alone can't be trusted. They too often produce politicized injustice.
Talk about the FBI and its targeting with relation, for instance, to Catholics. What do you think was going on there?
There's no question that, look, many FBI agents are themselves religious Catholics. Catholics, comprise one of the most important religious elements of American society. But obviously, under the Biden administration, Biden himself a Catholic, there was selective investigation of pro-life, anti-abortion groups, many of which tend to be Catholic, some of which are evangelical Protestants. And so we have to be very careful not to allow government to interfere with religious practices.
I'm curious, sir, in the case of the Crisleys anyway, who of course were pardoned by President Trump, what do you suppose the rationale was for them being targeted and pursued so vehemently with regard to these charges against them, sir?
Well, you never know what the reason for targeting somebody is. Sometimes it's overtly political. I mean, my God, we just are seeing what's going on in Minnesota, where this murderer targeted people, presumably because of their their political views, or what happened in the District of Columbia and in Boulder, Colorado, where people were targeted for violence based on their religious views. So targeting can take many forms, and all that's needed is a promise from the administration that they will look seriously at any charge of targeting based on religion, politics, or any other impermissible factors. And that's implicit in the Constitution that talks about the equal protection of the law. And the equal protection of the law should preclude any kind of targeting. It was in the Soviet Union, in the bad old days of Stalin, where Lavrentiy Beria, the head of the KGB, went to Stalin and said, "Show me the man and I'll find you the crime." That's what happened to Trump himself in New York City, in New York State, where the Attorney General, the District Attorney, decided to target Donald Trump, and they couldn't find the crime, so they made one up.
So I believe that the president, Mr. Trump, has assigned an attorney now, the Department of Justice, as the weaponization czar, meaning looking at weaponization by the Department of Justice. Do you think that's a fertile ground for somebody to be investigating cases of weaponization at the Department of Justice and possibly the FBI as well? Is he going to have a lot to attend?
Very important job. It's a preventive job. If people know that there is a person in charge of looking at weaponization, they're less likely to do it because they don't want to get caught. I think before this, there was a feeling that it's okay to weaponize as long as you weaponize the right people for the right reasons. And clearly people like Alvin Bragg should be investigated for weaponization. I mean, he just searched high and low to try to find the crime to charge Donald Trump. He couldn't find one, so he made one up. It was the worst abuse of the criminal justice system I've seen in 62 years of practice.
Sir, I know that you used to be at least a member of the ACLU. I know you take civil liberties very seriously, and it's something that you have been watching for years, very active in that on that front of protecting civil liberties. Have you ever seen an FBI or a Department of Justice that has so actively been targeting individuals or weaponized as it has during the perhaps the Biden administration? Put it into perspective if you can for us a little bit.
Look, I was on the national board of the ACLU. I think I was the youngest member for several years, and I've been active in civil liberties. And, you know, there were abuses under J. Edgar Hoover. There were abuses in previous years. The one good thing is that because of social media and our ability to disclose these kinds of things, we know more about what's going on. So I'm not sure that it wasn't as bad under J. Edgar Hoover, or even worse than in current years, but we didn't know about it. And it was being hidden and covered up. And today we have to uncover it. That's why I'm so involved in the Raniere case and why I'm so upset that the federal judge refuses to give a hearing. Here he has a situation where you have 7 affidavits, including several by former FBI agents, saying we have proof that evidence was tampered with. And the judge is saying, don't tell me, I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it. No, we're not going to have any hearing. We're going to just let it lie. That's just wrong. And I'm fighting that to the hilt.
Very good. Former Harvard Law School professor and defense attorney Alan Dershowitz. Sir, thank you very much for speaking with us. It's a pleasure.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Hello, 2424.
Welcome back, everybody, to Weekly Briefing. Now it's time for your favorite part of the show, the Political Roundtable. Well, this week, the Senate Finance Committee unveiled the text of their version of the One Big Beautiful Bill. The Senate made changes from what the House originally had in the legislation, including giving $2,000 instead of the $2,500 in child tax credits, and cutting Medicaid even further. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said that the bill will hopefully make America a more prosperous country. Take a listen.
It makes permanent the expanded child tax credit and increased standard deduction. It makes permanent a lot of the business tax deductions, which will lead to growth and expansion in the economy and better paying jobs. And of course, it includes many of President Trump's promises on the canners. And on the business side, we believe that making permanent a lot of the business tax provisions will lead to that growth in the economy that will create those better paying jobs and lead to a stronger and a more prosperous country.
So, Donna, this is interesting. There's nothing in here about gas stoves, but they did take out the energy tax credits that were part of the Inflation Reduction Act. What do you make of that?
Well, they did take out some, but not enough.
Not enough.
You know, they closed the loophole for the EV mandate so that you can't get around the $7,500 tax credit from leasing. So that's a good thing, and that's retroactive. So starting in June, any car bought leased June 16th, irregardless of when the bill signs, you will not get that tax credit. But they left the wind and solar credits in there, which is the worst, is most egregious. Listen, you can start a project all the way into 2019 and they get 10 years worth of government subsidies for wind and solar, an industry that has been propped up for 30 years. Now, this is the biggest scam I've ever seen. Basically, you can have a corporation that is not profitable in wind and solar, has no revenue. They can take the tax credits and sell them for cash to a profitable company for cash.
Paul Kamenar, fascinating what Donna is saying. This, there are still tax credits for wind energy. Does that sound like a winner in the House?
I hope it is. I mean, you know, you're absolutely right about the tax credits for this Green New Scam or Green New Steel, however you want to call it. And then you have President Trump, who signed an executive order banning these offshore wind farms. And our organization, National Legal and Policy Center, is involved in litigation against Dominion Energy to try to stop the offshore wind off the coast of Virginia. And so, you know, there's still maybe some credits lingering there that may be incentivized. So we hope that they take care of that. But there's also problems, I think, with the bill in terms of, at least from the Democrats, they're going to push on this to the Medicaid cuts. And that, I think, is a problem. And then you've got people in the House, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, was objecting to the AI provision that says states for 10 years cannot do any legislation on controlling AI. So how's this going to play out of the House?
Lee Schalk, it's very interesting. I know that you guys probably have been following this issue of the SALT deduction, state and local taxes. There's a SALT caucus, of course, in the House, very vocal, saying they would oppose the Senate bill unless there are bigger state and local tax deductions in this legislation. What do you think about that?
Well, we have followed it closely, and my organization actually released a letter signed by more than 500.
The issue here is a lot of red states feel like they're subsidizing blue states in their profligacy, and so that's kind of what's going on, right?
That's exactly right with SALT, the state and local tax deduction. Prior to 2017, there was an unlimited state and local tax deduction. So essentially, you have red states subsidizing blue states. If you're in a New York or California, those states impose very high taxes. Those residents could deduct an unlimited amount of those taxes. President Trump wisely...
I believe that's the end of Lake Ridge, so bullet one will play a little more loosey-goosey trying to get some chips.
pull a 2, we'll play it right. We'll try to play it right. We'll try our best to play our best. Simple as that.
All right, well, all righty. We made it to the break room. Okay, don't laugh. Do not laugh. I don't know if it was the wash that did it or it's been a while since I wore it. I ran out of sweats, so I went with something funkier here, like this. And then as I'm driving, I realized this button right here, it's like hanging on for dear life. It is ingrained into my stomach. That's a little bit bigger than it used to be. So I don't think these are gonna work, which means we'll have to take a pit stop into my nighty-night room and put on some sweats. Because, I mean, I could open the button, you know, and then do the open thing, but then walking, they'll just come right down. So, you know, hey, such is life, right? Ha, such is life for a different reason. Sometimes you get a little bit extra something. I'm doing fine. Relax. All right, I got a few minutes here before we go in right after the break. I figured, listen, I want to give you all some real advice, legit. If you're serious about winning at lower or mid stakes, if you're really serious about it, okay, great, you know, learn theory, blah, blah, blah. But here's what I want you to do, and I'm dead serious. That first hour when you sit at the table, you're going to be sitting with a bunch of people you don't know. Put your damn phone away. Put it away. Watch every single hand go to the river. Make sure you see every single showdown and pick up every read available. Why is it more important in these? Because at the lower stakes, there's a lot more physical body language that people give off than at the high stakes. Some of the high stakes guys completely cover their mouth, cover their face, and all this kind of stuff, and they take 30 seconds to act. There's not much you can pick up on that, although you still can. But at these lower stakes, you really want to look. Okay, does old man Bob? You look at old man Bob. Oh, old man might have it. All right, but did you miss the hand where he bluffed? And did you notice what he did when he bluffed? If you didn't, later on in the day, you're going to be in a spot against old man Bluff, and you're not going to know. You're going to think, oh, well, old man Bluff must have nuts. Yeah, but don't know. Did you not see the thing? You missed it. It's like a free pot for you that you missed because you weren't paying attention. So, especially that first hour, 1 hour, commit to it. 1 hour, no phone, no nothing. Pay attention to every single action, okay? Try it. Do it. Make notes. Even you can make them in the app. How cool is that? You can go into WSOP Plus app, click on the player's name, boop, put a note on the guy so you have it for any time you play them in the future. Do it, okay? I'm not going to, but you should. Look at this, right? This is what you're in for when you're playing a Millie Maker with 20,000 people, right? Look at this. Miles and miles of people. What if we just ran right through them, bro? Just like did it. Boom. Hardcore. What? Let's fight through. Want to do it?
Let's do it.
Let's battle.
I'm following you.
All right, team
I'm
us.
following you.
Let's go. Bah! No, I'm kidding. We're good. We got plenty of time. But look at this. Hallway is jam-packed. Millie Maker action in full effect. All right, you never know who you're going to see in the hallway, but we see fantasy horse Nikki P right here. You're doing work, got 110K. You've peeled off a field bonus. You know how beautiful this one would be if you do this one? Just top 81.
That's all you wanted
like,
from me? One field
No,
bonus,
I want
that's it?
more. I'm asking for more. How about like when there's 83 left and pays 81, I buy you a coffee, nice meal. I could find you a nice, beautiful...
How about you and Amanda come for the picture when I win?
Well, I'll do
How
that.
about
Yeah.
Even
then,
better.
Well, I'll come, you know what? I'll come for the picture if you come 81st. Like, that'll be the moment. I'll give you a trophy and everything. All right, let's get him, son. I'm
First is
jumping in.
better.
Okay, we'll do first. Table of the day. You're going to be on the vlog now. Here we go, everybody. This is it. This is going to be the table. We're going to try really hard. Look at this. We didn't even take a hand because we're coming in behind the button. This is how much we're trying. We're gonna make sure we come in behind the button. Okay, which I encourage everyone to do this year. Okay. We discussed this. You said you've heard alternate viewpoints.
I've heard different viewpoints. I think yours is very reasonable.
It's fair for everybody.
For sure.
Everybody do it. So you
It's
see
just
somebody
like
sit
not
down,
everyone-
you go, hey, by the way, you know you can come in behind the button, right?
For sure.
Yeah. Let them know. Let the peeps know.
For sure.
Okay, we're gonna do that, and then nice job. You played great. I watched. No tells at all. Perfect. Go. This is crazy. I actually played really good. I folded every suited ace. I had ace-9 suited against you, but now small blind I jam, and you wake up with ace-queen in the big. This is a good play, by the way. Look, queen. No. Hello, no 4, no ace. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, caramba. But this was a good play, I promise. I had 10 bigs, small blind.
I got lucky.
Jam, and you picked up a hand. It's good for you. Rebuy. All right. Other one, he bet jam for 10K only. I called with ace-9 suited. He had queens. I folded ace-6 suited to him. Folded ace-7 suited to him. He had queens. I did good. I promise, guys. I promise. Second bullet, super tight. right, I'm gonna do a hand breakdown at the table. Why not? This gentleman right here, this gentleman right here. Okay, we're gonna do it. I'm gonna tell you what I really had because it's for the thing. Blinds are 4 and 8. My man, he makes it 16. Okay, under the gun. I got a pair of queens. I make it 4,000. This gentleman calls. He calls. Flop is queen 10-5. Check. I check. Sneaky check. There's an 8. Clubs. He bets 2K. Come on, 2K. So I pop it to 6K. He folds. He calls. River's a deuce or something. He checks. I put his last bit of money and he didn't want to pay it. So tilt. And you owe the 6 on the river because you would have made 3 sixes. I should have let you in. Yeah. So anyway, we won the pot, but I'm disappointed that we didn't get all the chips. They're playing good. These guys, they're trying to stay alive. You must not have a rebuy left, huh?
With what?
You got an hour and 17.
I should have went all in.
Damn. Pre-flop, you should have done it. God. Well, this is what happened. I raised the button. He called. I bet the flop. I bet the turn. He's putting me in. I already put in 10,000. I think I might be in bad shape, but we got a call. You got it?
I got a queen, but...
What kicker?
Jack.
Oh, no good.
No good?
No good? Promise you it's no good. Unless you have diamonds.
No.
Chop it up. You crazy player going on with one pair like that? My goodness. Okay. I'll take half. Phew.
All right.
Happy to have half. Happy to have half after all that hubba bubba. All right, we got about 5 minutes before we're going to dinner break. Can't wait. I'm salivating for some vino. Lost a little one just now. Raised the cutoff. First in at 1K big blind to 2K min raise. Big blind called. Who defended earlier? I trapped him for a river bet. Flop was 10-8-6. 1 heart. He checks. I bet 2 again. He calls. River's the 9. Puts back their diamonds out there. He leads for 35. No real reason to raise here. If he wants to bluff, it took a minute, not a minute, like 20 seconds, 10 seconds. I really want him to just bluff the river or whatever. I have the straight. I'm good. River's a 7. There's a straight on board, and he bombs it. So, oh well. I'm actually probably glad that he didn't check the river because I might have actually bluffed. Because as played, it looks much more likely that I made the straight on the end than I actually had it on the turn and didn't raise. So he probably saved me. So we got 41, 3 minutes to go. Not a heap of chips, unfortunately. Right now it's 41 bigs. Start with 25. But I'm trying to play well, I'm not just gambling crazy. What's up? Daniel Negreanu, the man, the myth, the legend. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the main event. What are we going with? Let's go. What's that one? We got this. Let's see what else we got. This, the Napa one. Which one should we open? The 2008 Cabernet. Let's go with the 2000. Let's go the 2018 Cabernet. Now let's see if we can open this thing. Because supposedly he says just one of these right through the wax because it's all fancy schmancy. Let's see if I figure this out. Okie dokie. All right. I have the electric one. That one. So what do we do here? We're gonna go like this, right? I got a key just for this, just for these. Okay, you're just gonna. I'm so bad at this. I should get Nick Schulman, who said he's a freaking expert. But it's going through wax too, which is weird. You know what I mean? Okay, that seems to be working. Twisting the bottle instead of the thing. I'm probably supposed to turn the key, right? Not the bottle. I'm guessing. Okay, come on, don't screw this up. If I screw this up, it'll be so annoying. Come on, baby. Come on, baby, daddy needs some wine. That looks like it's in there. Now, the question is, does it come up like this? Oh, I think I did it. Yeah! Success! Smells like vino. Yes! Now, before we drink it, don't forget. Hold on, gotta inhale this thingy. Take the Platsko, you wanna eat that. One of these little guys, zbiotics.com/Daniel. Promo code Daniel. All the things. Now we enjoy with a little bit of the pasta, beautiful cheesecake over here, Caesar salad, and bon appetit. Okay, oh my God, bro, no joke. You know how we're worried about this wine, I don't know, yeah, whatever like that. This good, man. Ooh, smooth, really good. My goodness. This guy makes some wine, I'll tell you that. Might have to get some more of that stuff. All All right, pasta and salad has been inhaled. I told him to surprise me with a cheesecake. I don't even know what that is, but let's take a guess. What is that, key lime? What is this? I don't know, but it looks good. We're gonna dig in. I don't know. Let's see, what is this? What is this? Let's see. You know what it is? It's yummy. I have no idea, but damn is good. Oh yeah. Finishing this up. We're gonna have a night, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a visitor. Mr. Sabat, Eddie Sabat. How you doing, buddy? Look at this. We got vino over here. You don't drink vino?
I'm enjoying the frozen goods.
What do you mean you're enjoying looking at them? You are one of the weirdest human beings I know. You know that, right?
I want to, I thought there was going to be ice cream in there, but
I used to have a lot of ice cream. There might be some in there.
those coconut milk ones are pretty good.
I used to have some ice cream in there. Right now we're having vino. We got 15 minutes. You're going to rebuy Max Late Reg.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to jump in there. We're going to get to work. We chilling. So here's the deal, though. I'm looking at the clock, okay? We got, let's see. Let's do the math. Because here's the thing. We got 15 minutes left, right, till dinner breaks. We start up in 15 minutes. Now, the 3K9 game, Late Reg closes in, they go through the break, I think, yeah? That's nice. It closes in 44 minutes. Hey, that's good. Hey, I didn't know that. That's good. That gives us a good solid 30 minutes. If things don't go right, you know, because I don't have a lot of chips, then 9 game it is. 9 game with some vino. I'm happy. Hey, a couple glasses of wine makes you happy. Isn't that weird? Not really. Oh, you're fine. I'm not busy at all. Come on, baby, let the good time. No, let's do it. You want to do a picture? If I smell like wine, it's just only because I'm drinking wine. That's why. Cheers. Come on, baby, let the good times roll. Come on, baby, let the good times roll. You're next. Come on down right now. Let's do a picture or 2 or 3.
Man, I give you credit, man. You never turn down a picture, bro.
Well, I do sometimes. Let's go. Why not? Hey. Let's have some fun. Wine makes me happy.
Not on my table.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not playing great. It's fine. All right, so we're having some fun, but we're also paying attention. See Gandhi over there? So Gandhi opened up Under the Gun +1, but he's also playing online. And I had ace-7 of spades and didn't play because I'm thinking, you know, you're probably not opening wider. And people are going to think, why are you calling him Gandhi? Isn't that racist? No, because his last name is Gandhi, and I looked him up, which you can do on the WSOP Plus app. Very easy to do. You find out who everyone is. If you forget their name, you just click in the app. Boom. There you go. You know?
Good fold.
Was it? A7. I think it's a good fold against your... If you're playing the right hand you're supposed to play, yeah, fold. Tight is right. Well. We missed the 3K9 game by about 11 minutes. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Hey, there they are playing, but I'm kind of glad about that. We didn't really want to play that. Last hand, let's see. I mean, I really didn't win any hands. I had ace-5 of clubs raised. I had aces. Why? Cheers, buddy. Good luck. Thank you. All right. So the last time was kind of interesting a little bit. Cutoff raises. Cutoff is a 50K. He's actually a high-stakes player. Goofing around probably in the 1500. Raises in the cutoff. To 20. The blinds are 6 and 12. It makes it 2,500. I'm in the small blind off of 30-something, I think. And I made a little mess of this wine. And I call from the small with King 8 of hearts. It's a very solver-approved play. I'm not usually a big fan of the king suited, but in this spot against cutoff against min, certainly going to defend. Big blind calls as well. Up is ace, king, jack with the ace of hearts. Check to my man. He bets 3. Heck, we call 3,000. Big blind folds. Turns to 3 of hearts. Now I have the nut flush draw and kings. I check. He bets 8. Okay. I call. River is a 10 of diamonds. So once again, we're in that bluffity bluff spot where trying to get him off an ace or 2 pair or something like that. So I put in my last 17 and he called with ace jack. So moral of the story is nobody believes old D-Eggs anymore. So maybe I'm just going to start having it again. I don't know. We'll see. So let's go to the room and discuss the rest of the evening and tomorrow. Okay, so here we are. This may sound silly, but I've kind of been looking forward to this because I think It's a little gimmicky, but it's cool. You know, like sort of what the Triton does with separating the businessmen and the pros. And then they combine on day 2. They have this year they have what's called Battle of the Ages. The Battle of the Ages. Day 1A flight. The morning flight, 10 a.m. for the geezers, 50 plus. Then the young guns under 50. Join us at 4 p.m. Day 2 commence with In the Money players at 2 p.m. Wow, that's late for the old guys. So yeah, this is kind of a fun thing. I'm 50. The only seniors event I've ever played was a golf tournament at South Shores. So I didn't play any of the seniors, but I'm kind of looking forward to this. It's only a 1K, 30-minute levels, which is right up my alley. It's going to be older people, so there's probably no stalling. It starts at 10 a.m. Well, I mean, I'm probably not going to join at 10. There's 2 re-entries. But I'm going to stay here, and we're going to wake up around 11 or 10, and then we're going to get the wine. Excuse us. We're going to get in there after the first break, which is 12:20. Yeah, we'll get in there after the first break. 12:20. We'll have, what is that, 500 big blind? 500 big blind, where? I just moved it out of there. 500 big blind, and we get 20,000 chips. Heaps. All right, peeps. On that note, what's on the agenda for tonight? I think I'm just going to go to the room, relax, goof around on my phone, maybe play some drunk chess, and call it an early night. I actually tried in this thing. You know, just didn't get it going. Oh well. Mañana. Peace, y'all.
magnificent bull run. February 2022, March 22, invasion time. And then it, like you said, 72 hours, people bought the invasion, right? They sell the reconstruction whenever that's going to happen. But then 4 or 5 months later, it dropped precipitously. Why? Well, it's because of Celsius, then of course Voyager, and then of course in November 2022, we had FTX collapse. And that just pretty much took us all the way down to the lows of 17,586, whatever it was for Bitcoin. So I can see, yeah, it makes a lot of sense what Jerry's talking about. And then, you know, Chris is on. It's not going to get much worse than this. But famous last words. Who knows? Who knows? What else we got? Plato says, I have just enough cash to get me through the day. That's good. Taylor Joe says dollar cost average is okay, but it's also good to save a lump of, and it's a good point. Save a lump of dry powder for the bear market, the big bang or the big pullback. 100K Bitcoin is impressive if you bought low, not at 98K. Very true. And that's why I think like the people, this is what always would piss me off about when I watch videos, when I first got into crypto, everybody was so calm. Or excuse me, there was some that were so calm, but some were so hypey. And the ones that were calm, like, why are these guys so calm? And then once I started watching more and more, and some of them aren't even around anymore. They had been investing since 2013, 2014. So like, 20%, but whatever, still up. And that's, I think, where everybody's going to be at some point. So, I mean, the ones that watch this channel. All right. Ron Paul was right. Jesse says, yes, he was. Plenty of opportunities. Jennifer says, we can't help Ukraine anymore. We are dry. Yeah, let's take care of the people here. Ooh, Jesse says 68.3, in my opinion. We're just throwing out numbers. Let's throw out numbers, Jerry. What's the
87.135.
Yeah, let me shake this magic 8 ball.
You
72K.
So there was a time not too long ago, and we were talking, and it was one of those shows where we discussed dynamic DCA, this, that, and the other thing. And this is all around that Bitcoin in that $80,000 range, right? This just a couple months back. And I remember, okay, so I went to Coinbase, which was what I was using at the time. I've since, like you, I'm over at Kraken, set up a bunch of limit orders in that 79.5, 78.5, 76.9 range, right? Never, you know what happened? You know what happened is all that money that was locked in those under call, under strike denominations went wasted because it then shot up into the 90s and stayed there for a while, and then took its next run up over 100,000. I had to go buy Bitcoin over $100,000 with that money.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I wasn't going to let that powder sit there in those locked limit orders when those limits are 20% away.
It's the way to do it. That was a good one, Jerry. I like that.
It was a stupid one. I should have just bought the damn asset and sat there. Just the normal dollar cost average. If I would have just done that, I'd be fine. In other words, I'm no longer going to try to get cute and smart and intelligent. I'm just going to be consistent.
It's like the video we talked about last week. Remember we were talking about buying fear and greed, buying the fear and greed index, or buying the fear.
Okay.
And we took a look at it. Anything less than a year, it's not really going to make much of a difference if you just dollar cost average. Time goes over like 4 or 5 years, it might actually beat it. But then I took a look at some of the comment section, and someone did a graph from 2016 and 2025, and it said it just barely eked out of just dollar cost averaging. So again, and what I'm talking about is like you buying when we get into extreme fear, like people talk about, versus just buying every day like I do. And it doesn't really make a difference, really. So it's just like, just make it easy. The guy with the least worries at the end of the day is the winner. And I'll tell you this again, like we said last week. It seems like, the less you do, the more you make. You don't have to go out there and get into some crazy ass altcoin, meme coin, farming, bridge work, because some everybody who talked about it. Just don't do much and you'll be just fine. The ones that do the best are the ones that don't do squat, really.
Can we go to Andrew Harling, 10:48 a.m.?
Let's see. Let me go back.
What about a high yield savings account at 4.5%?
Okay.
So, Andrew, that was for decades. Well, for generations. That was a very tried and true. 80% of the population would opt to that because they wouldn't have to think much about it, right? It was a very safe kind of thing.
Yeah.
The problem with it today is that the 4.5% high yield account that you're talking about is in a denominated asset that's losing 8 to 10% a year. So what that means is that you actually have a negative nominal yield. In other words, you're still losing money, right? Because if this is a US dollar and I put it in that account and it earns me 4.5% in one calendar year, 365 days later,
yeah.
The problem with the monetary policy that system is inside of is that dollar can now only buy 90 cents worth of stuff. So when I add the 4.5 cents that the yield is giving me, it's still not even buying me $1 worth of stuff.
Yeah.
About a year earlier, right? So negative nominal yield is not your friend. It's not. You want to put that dollar into Bitcoin, that could buy you a gallon of milk.
Mm-hmm.
And then a year later, it can buy you 2 gallons of milk. So you want value preservation, not more numbers on a ledger. You want to be able to acquire more in the future, not less. And so, Andrew, this is a great question. One that my grandmother would have wrestled with, one that my mother would have wrestled with, and one that up until me finding Bitcoin at 50 years old, which is only 8 years ago, 9 years ago, 9 years, almost 10 years ago, would have, I would have had the same thing. I would have said 4.5 is great. Give me $1 million. Let me live off of 4.5% of it for the rest of my life. That would have been that's what I aspired to do my entire life. Guess what? Monetary policy, the way debt works and the way governments are using the tool of M2 money supplies, that's no longer viable. It's actually a negative yield. You're actually losing money.
That's true. But Jerry, that only rides out if the government keeps printing. And we know. Aha!
Oh, wait, do you know something that I don't know? Did I miss a memo that they're going to balance budgets and work under deficits?
I just wanted to leave it like there. So everybody, let's leave it right there. America, home of diabetes and high interest yields, and unfortunately, too much money printing. That's it for today. Look, we're coming up on an hour. Jerry's got to get things done. He's an important man. He has to get out of here. So if you aren't following Jerry V. Hall, links in the description. Make sure you use that link. Don't try to search for him because he's got a lot of imposters because he's in high demand. That's it for this one. So everybody, thanks so much for stopping by. We appreciate it. Again, just relax. Everything's going to be fine. See you on the next one. Thanks, Jerry, for stopping by. Appreciate you. Adios. Adios.
One second, they're a neighbor you like. The next, they're a neighbor you trust.
Actually, no problem.
One second, you're worrying about your home. And then, thanks to ADT, there's a lot less to worry about. Feel secure enough to let others in with Trusted Neighbor from ADT.
Their targets, hitting their targets, 14 total bombs under total stealth. Not a single shot fired, says Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Dan Kane, saying that no missiles were launched, no shots fired at our mission, no Iranian planes got airborne. They simply didn't see it. I want to bring back the special report anchor and our executive editor, Brett Baer. Brett, it's remarkable, these details, to learn that we literally got in and out without really being detected, hit all targets. It just strikes you at really the dominance we heard from Secretary Hegseth, the unmatched capability of the American military. But boy, you really got to see it here, and likely sending a message to those that would do us harm.
Definitely. This is exactly what we were hoping for. Some details, as you mentioned, 7 B-2 bombers. This is the largest B-2 mission ever in the history of the U.S., dropping 14 of these massive ordnance penetrator bombs. Remember, those are 30,000 pounds each, the GBU-57. That's 420,000 pounds of ordnance just in the B-2 bombers dropping on those 3 nuclear sites. Then you add some 30-plus Tomahawk missiles from U.S. submarines. You've got 75 precision-guided bombs falling on these nuclear sites. Essentially, the message was, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program, and there is time for Iran to get back to the table, and the president seeks peace. But as we talked about before we came to this press conference, and Rachel, you mentioned the deception and the effort to really tighten down on operational security. You heard a little bit about that. Not only decoy planes going different places, also ghost planes on radars, as well as the B-2s going to the west, while others flew from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. They are not saying exactly what the battle damage assessment is. Rightfully so. They're waiting for some more details on the ground. But that's really the big question. Where does Iran's nuclear program stand tonight or today? And this sounds like it is pretty devastated and decimated.
Brett, do you have any sense as to how they, quote unquote, complete a BDA, a battle damage assessment? Because, you know, at this point, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's unlikely that the Iranians are going to welcome in inspectors to look at what's left.
Yeah, the Israelis are on the ground. They're on the ground in significant numbers. We don't know exactly how, where, when, but they will provide some battle damage assessment from the ground, and then obviously our satellites and what we have in the air can give us decent pictures. I think the question about the nuclear material is what the chairman of the Joint Chiefs was asked, and said he's going to need more time. I was struck by, you know, this isn't about regime change. This is very precision. We talked about that going in. That was the message from the president last night, and it is one in which the Iranian leadership has to make a decision now. But if there is an attack on a U.S. facility, U.S. people, U.S. soldiers, U.S. bases, all bets are off.
Brett, they were asked, Secretary Hegseth was asked if the administration is in direct contact with Iran. Of course, he said yes, public and private measures. But something he said they know exactly what steps they need to take for peace. He didn't say what those steps are. What do you think those steps are?
Well, to give up enrichment has been one of the bars to start. And I think there's a long list that they've been talking about with the Europeans that has circulated around that the Iranians turned their back on in Geneva. They may turn their back the other way, go back to the table, considering what they just saw last night. But we'll see. The question really is the Iranian leadership and how when we hear from them. So far, it's been a lot of bluster online, a lot of social media saying, you know, the response is yet to come. It is going to be devastating for Israel and the U.S. Clearly, we'll see. And we mentioned the tentacles of terrorist cells that we really have to be careful of.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Brett, I was really also struck by Pete Hegseth in particular, Secretary Hegseth, talking about the desire for peace, the desire to make sure that this does not go beyond these strikes, that Donald Trump, the president, wants them at the negotiating table to end this. That was very encouraging to somebody like me who's very concerned about this expanding into regime change. That felt good. On the other hand, there's a lot of tripwires here. We've got the bases that are there that are somewhat vulnerable. Despite the threats from the U.S. government saying, don't touch our men. We also have the Houthis who have now torn up their ceasefire agreement. So there could be something that happens to our ships in the Red Sea. And then, of course, what I'm most concerned about is the fact that we've had 4 years of Joe Biden's open border and these sleeper cells. So talk to me about how President Trump, Homeland Security, Pete Hegseth, everybody involved is working to mitigate those very real threats on the homeland included, to make sure this doesn't expand into a greater war. Because as you know, Brett, there's a lot of political implications here. By the way, we're not hearing much about the big, beautiful bill that was the #1 issue until Israel striked. But also the fact that, you know, this is not a left-right issue. There are a lot of people in the MAGA base who voted for Donald Trump because they wanted peace and really hope that this leads to peace. So I know I'm throwing a lot out there, but talk to me about the politics around this, considering all of those things.
Yeah. Well, first of all, the threat of the terrorist reach of the Iranian regime, which has been doing it for decades through proxies, doing some very bad things. You know, the president came to the conclusion that those tentacles, those terrorist reach elements, with a nuclear weapon or some nuclear even a dirty bomb, is exponentially more of a threat to the U.S. and to our allies, and decided it was time to act. If you're worried about, you know, the retaliation, imagine the retaliation with Iran with a nuclear bomb. Let's just put that aside. Yeah. There is a higher state of alert. The FBI, the Homeland Security, individual cities have been on higher states of alert since this all happened over the past week or so, but now they'll be even more so. And the amount of strength, military strength we have in the region suggests they're going to do a lot to try to protect those bases directly beyond what is normally done. As for the politics of this, you know, you're right. There is no left and right. There are Republicans who say it's not constitutional, who say that there should be, Congress should weigh in. However, you have Democrats who say this is the right move and it protects the homeland. I think there's going to be a lot of vocal voices. The question is next steps. And right now, the president's signaling that this is a very limited operation unless Iran acts to get us in. Israel's not going to convince the U.S. to do anything more than we're saying we're going to do. And I think that boots on the ground are completely off the table.
You know, Brett, we were just showing our viewers the photos at the White House.
Why is Amazon paying me $600 a day? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling physical products. And I promise you've never heard about this before. I just created some simple digital products. Then I put them up on Amazon, and it was so exciting. The first time I tried it, I made $14.
Put out from the Situation Room, and had I been in that Pentagon press briefing, I think my question would have been to Chairman Kaine, what was behind, what's the story behind his looked like Texas hook'em horns in a downward position? He seemed to be like literally physically showing us some sort of operational explaining it. And, you know, I think we pull that one up here and you'll see it in just a second. But what's interesting, Brett, is, you know, when you were talking about the proxies, Hezbollah hasn't fired a single shot. Hamas is on its back. The Houthis, very, very neutralized. you wonder if they're taking in some of this and listening, perhaps particularly, there's the shot, that one right there. He's talking about an operation which has once again shown American dominance globally at a time when there wasn't the deterrence of the last administration. Now, obviously, American deterrence appears to be back. You've got to think the proxies are paying very close attention to this.
Yeah, definitely. It looks to me like there's 2 bunker buster bombs coming out of 2 B-2s heading towards Fordo, but I'm just guessing there.
Yeah.
And by the way, as far as asking those questions in the briefing, it does bring me back to those days of being in that front row. And there are still some guys there that are there from the time that I was there. They're a little bit grayer, but they are very knowledgeable about the U.S. military as they ask those questions. I think, yeah, you have to watch not only the Iranian leadership, but what you hear from Hezbollah, which, by the way, so far has been very quiet since the pager walkie-talkie attack by Israel. Their leadership hasn't piped up at all. Hamas, there are really not a lot of leaders. They're in hiding. And the Houthis in Yemen have really taken it on the chin. Their leadership just taken out. The Israelis took out a meeting just last week. Of the Houthi leadership. So we'll see. They're not impotent. They have a response, Iran does. And that's what the U.S. has to watch very closely.
Brett, to build on Griff's question here, beyond the rebel groups, there was one line in there. Pete Hegseth said it exactly like this, showing the world that American deterrence is back. Griff alluded to that. I hear that, and I think beyond those rebel groups, to the question I asked you before we got into the press conference, to me, that's sending a message to Russia, that's sending a message to North Korea, and just like firing missiles at Syria during dessert, this sends a message to Xi Jinping that we mean business, we are going to use our might to deter, and you better watch out and not do something stupid. Was that your takeaway?
100%. It reestablishes deterrence for the U.S., a president that is willing to pull the trigger despite political wins in his own party that perhaps are pushing him not to. He is willing to act on the intelligence he gets as well as his gut instinct in his mind to protect the United States. That is his definition of America first, and that sends a message not just to Iran, but to Russia and to China as they encircle Taiwan. It sends a message that the U.S. is willing to act with the best and biggest military in the world. Do we want to get engaged around the world? No. Can we afford to be in 2 wars at the same time? No. But action and reaction to things that are happening, clearly that was a signal around the world.
Brett, do we have a clear understanding of whose intel this was based on? Is it Israeli intel, American intel? I know that a lot of Americans are, they trust Donald Trump, President Trump. They absolutely trust Pete Hegseth. But the intel apparatus that was in place before is still there. And this is the intel apparatus that, told us that there was Russia collusion and there was weapons of mass destruction. And so how can we as Americans know that we're getting the best intel and that it's not biased?
I totally agree with you asking those questions. And ahead of the Iraq war, we asked a lot of questions, and there were 17 international intelligence agencies that told us that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. It wasn't the case. So there are real questions. At the end of that briefing, you heard that reference to Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard's testimony on Capitol Hill in March, in which she said they are moving forward with their nuclear as far as their material. However, the decision has not been made to move forward with a bomb. Between March and this action today, the president said he's convinced that he's seen intelligence that suggests that they were moving forward and getting closer to the point where he thought it was imminent. That is what the Israeli prime minister says. And now Tulsi Gabbard and others have linked up saying that it was moving forward to the point where it was a threat. You have to trust it until we see it, but that is what they are saying publicly and answering that question.
Well, just adding to Rachel's question, which is really such an important question about that, it does appear, unlike Iraq you referenced, that the intelligence this time is at least much clearer insofar as we had this May 31 report out of the IAEA, which is the UN's nuclear watchdog, for the first time breaking in 20 years, saying that Iran was in breach of nuclear non-proliferation treaty, enriching uranium up to 60%. They say this, Brett. They say, quote, the fact that Iran is the only non-nuclear weapon state in the world that is producing and accumulating uranium enriched to 60% remains a matter of serious concern. That's coming at the end of May, and it does track, obviously, we would assume, with our intelligence.
Exactly. And so what IAEA essentially was saying was they are enriching past the point of the civilian program. They are enriching uranium. They have the material, but they have not made the decision to move forward with a bomb. So the Iranians are saying we're not going to make a bomb, yet we're stockpiling this weapons-grade material, and tomorrow they could turn and say we want to make a bomb. That was the imminent threat. And the IAEA was public on that. I think there was more intelligence that suggested other things were happening as far as moving components around Iran.
Well, Brett, thank you for joining us this morning. Thanks for hanging with us during the press briefing. Of course, everybody can see you on a special edition of Special Report tonight at 6 p.m.
Thanks, Brett.
Thanks, Brett. We'll
Thank
see you then.
you, Brett.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Think Capital isn't your typical prop firm. We're backed by Think Markets, giving you the power and security of a top-tier broker. Whether you're just starting or scaling up.
These are the typical. Another spicy weekend in crypto. BTC is at 99K. These alts have gone to the slaughterhouse. It's been an absolute dog show out of there, guys. But we've got big major developments there in the market. I'm going to cover what is causing all of this problem. And then we're going to look at these alts. So we're going to start figuring out when is it time to start getting long. So, guys, we've got tons to talk about here on a Sunday. Let's go. And remember, as always, hit that like, hit the bell, and hit the subscribe. And let me know in the chats, how big was the lickies? Because I took some lickies this weekend. It was pretty dark. It was pretty wild out there. James is in the house. He was right.
What can I say?
Bulerish
It pays to be bullish.
Okay, so we're going to bring in James for some of the news just now as well. Let's take a look at this wonderful site here at the moment. It's Red AF. And look at SPX. That thing is the only thing that is hanging in there. It's floating around that 50-day moving average again. And obviously these whales are holding it up. I mean, we've had alts printing massive new lows since SPX hit that 50-day MA, but that thing is still holding. So, yeah, we'll have to see what happens after that. But look at ETH, 9% down. Celestia, no one's surprised, 11.6. The shit always goes deeper and darker. And then everything else, basically annihilation. So these are the moments where I start getting super excited, when I start seeing some big areas hit. And I've dusted off some old wallets here, and we're starting to look at some potentially decent bounce zones on some of these altcoins that can give us some possible swings. But how are we going to do that? And we got to be smart about that, because I just want to say it, yeah, if anybody is trying to take massive size right now on high leverage, you are asking for tons of trouble. We are in such a dangerous zone here at the moment with the current macro situation. Yes, these alts look cheap. Can they go lower? Yes, they've dropped whatever, 50%. They can drop another 50%. There's nothing that really is going to stop them other than some magical lines that I'm going to give you on the charts today. But we do know there's certain areas that we can get reactions out of these alts, and I'm going to give you those today. But what I want to say to you guys is play small, don't ape. I'm going to give you a full plan. Okay. Let's go. Okay, let's get into BTC. Let's start with the destruction. Okay, so you can see what's going down. I've had to reset my BTC chart. I've broken it down into the 4-hour chart here after that massive meltdown that we've just had. But this is just a drop in the ocean relative to some of these other altcoins that we have seen absolutely capitulate. And there is possibility that there is going to be a little bit more downside. But in terms of BTC now, I'm tracking the 4-hour. I'm trying to compress the information for you guys. But some very important levels to the downside are now coming into play for us. Number one is this 97,600. This is a major macro 382 level for BTC. This is not a fuck around level. This is a serious level here for BTC at 97,650. You can see we've also got tie in here on the 4-hour, and you're going to see on the daily chart how powerful that zone is. Then a little bit lower down, we've got the TradFi number one go-to situation. The 200-day moving average is here. This is the simple moving average. It's tying in gray with the 100-day moving average. So we've got 2 points of confluence here, plus some horizontals in play on the 4-hour. So this tells us 95,900 is another reaction zone. So if we start getting weakness into these areas, these are the typical zones where you're going to start seeing buyers step in. You're going to start seeing a little bit of activity here on BTC. And then a little bit lower down, now an interesting one here is our 0.5 fib that you can see at 93,250. Now, we've got 2 points of confluence here. Number one, we've got the fib. Number two, we've got the horizontals. But number three, on the monthly or the 3-month liquidation heat map, you can see there's a lot of liquidity sitting around this 93K region. So we now all of a sudden have 3 very key levels that we can watch now if there is more weakness in the market. Now, we can't decide that just because of this news, this is the bottom, but we can only be reactive in some of these zones. So for me, those are the potential areas where we're going to get some bounces on these altcoins as well. And these are the typical zones where we're going to look for corresponding alts to be on major support at the same time Bitcoin is on major support. Now, I'm going to show you a couple of alts that are also floating around so-so levels like this, and they're not quite on their big zones yet. And that tells me that there's a very good probability that BTC is going to drop to a major level. And at the same time, we're going to get these alts on their next big level. So that is my strategy at the moment. And I just want to point out again the power of the VWAP here for you guys. And that dark blue line that you see Bitcoin reacting on at the moment is our VWAP from the absolute lows in April. That was the dump low in April, and look at how this thing is putting the brakes on there for BTC. So such a powerful tool, guys. If you're not using it, I strongly suggest you get it out and you get it on some of your charts, especially these alts. It's absolute banger stuff if you can use it on these alts. Now, in terms of BTC going up, well, what do we know right now? We know there's a ton of people that are shorting the market, just like the case when the market is super bullish and everybody starts getting max long, okay? And then you get these little flushes to the downside. We got the same situation. We're getting max short at the moment, and there are so many shorters now, and I'm talking late shorters here. And they're just piling up because they think now it's just going to carry on going. And this generally gives us some kind of relief rally at some point in the market. Now, if we do get a relief rally out of BTC leading into, say, tomorrow, for example, these are your typical zones that you need to watch now for a possible rejection, or those of you that are sitting in shorts from possibly higher up. These are zones that you can perhaps add to those short positions. So number one, we've got 100,800. That is your danger zone number one. Then I've got 102K. That is your danger zone number two. And then the CME closed at 103,700 on Friday. Now, again, no guarantees we're going to go up there, but we know that CME gap is going to get closed at some point. Is it going to be early next week or this week, or is it going to take another 2 or 3 weeks before they close it? But at some point, it's going to be the target, and it is going to get closed. So I'm going to leave this one on the chart until we get it dealt with at some point. But these are the upside levels that you guys need to watch. Now, in terms of what I'm expecting leading into tomorrow, now we've had super bearish news, and the only market available to absolutely send to zero is basically crypto. So everyone takes advantage, and it's major risk off at the moment, and you can see these alts have had some accelerated selling. So if we do get some kind of push now in the next couple of hours leading into the Asia session, I am expecting another sell-off in these altcoins. The question remains is how deep are they going to go? So anybody sitting in positions now and you're nice and green, and I'm going to show you, I'm in a couple of longs here at some so-so regions, but not something we want to hold on to yet until we get some massive reversals on these big zones. And this is just the birth pains of the war. Look, there's going to be volatility, guys, without question. But what's going to happen is we're going to be so headline driven and so news driven that the market is going to be gagging for some kind of relief rally. So you're going to find these exaggerated pumps come out the market, and they are going to give us some nice short opportunities or nice take profit opportunities. And then if this war carries on and the drama carries on, yes, we're going to go lower. You're going to see Bitcoin at much lower levels as well. Okay. And Abe, I'm in deep red. Guys, let me know in the chat who felt some lickies. I felt some strong lickies this weekend. It makes me feel alive again. Okay. And Iran just launched an attack on Israel due to US just now again. Look, guys, this is part of the current situation we are dealing with, and obviously the alts have worn it the most. Now let's talk some lickies, yeah. And very important, James, you're going to be very happy. 1.02 billion in the house. Okay, so we've done $1 billion on a weekend. That's pretty intense. Okay, low volume, and they've done $1 billion in lickies on the weekend. Now imagine this thing happened during the week, and I think that is obviously why strategically all this drama tends to happen on the weekends. They try and block the markets, let people sort of settle in, and let them digest a little bit on the weekends instead of shocking the markets. Because can you imagine the US markets if this happened live during the week? Now this is obviously important because we are so back once again.
You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
James, more. Well, guys, look, I think he's obviously helped the market. But when you see Bitcoin take some hits, I mean, this is obviously never ending. I mean, here we go. Here we go. There's our altcoins. There we go. Lickies for me. Bang. Thanks so much. Minus 53%. Virtuals. Appreciate that. That was a nice knock. Popcat, thank you so much. Okay, so we talked about this news on Saturday. This was really the only news we needed to mention on the live trading stream that we did for Chart Hackers on Saturday, that there were some some interesting bombers in the air. And as it turned out, okay, to nobody's real surprise, at the end of the day, the US got involved. And Donald Trump says, we completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuke sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Okay, all planes are now outside, blah, 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 blah. The thing that works best for me at the end of all of his messages, and I'm actually trying it at the moment with the kids and the wife, and I really like it, but he likes to say, thank you for the attention to this matter. And it really works nicely at the end of a sentence. So you can try that one at home, see how it goes, see if you get slapped for trying that. Now, we know that Iran and their buddies are getting involved as well. So Iran and proxy signal coordinated response to the strikes. I think this is part of the game now. I'm not going to read you this whole tweet, but if you want to follow Mario Norfall, he does cover some great news and really covers some live action there for you guys. So also a great channel to follow on X there for you guys. And then there was obviously rumors that they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz, and now that is a reality. Now the parliament in Iran have actually approved the closure of this, but what does this mean now for the rest of the world? So Kobisi Letter has actually summed it up so beautifully for me, I don't even have to explain it to you anymore. And they've said 20% of the world's oil moves through the strait just 21 miles wide. Okay, a single blockade could spike oil to 150 overnight, so that's going to be interesting. Now, guys, if you're not already in an oil long, it's going to be very difficult to catch that oil long, okay, because it's gonna rocket off without you. And don't get caught with your pants around your ankles there in case it gaps to the upside and you trying to long a pump already and then you start getting rinsed. So just be careful longing oil if you've missed it already. Now, they see more oil traffic daily than the Panama and Suez canals. 35% of all seaborne LNG passes through here as well. And U.S. Navy has deployed forces to Hormuz nearly every decade since the 80s. Okay, so there's a long story about this thing. We also know China actually needs this thing open, I believe, and it could cause a little bit of problem for them if they are blocking it. James, any more commentary on this, or have Kobisi let us sum this one up?
Yeah, pretty well. And that's it. This isn't just this is going to screw the U.S. or China. I mean, this affects everybody, to one extent or another. And the fact that there's 35% of the world's natural gas comes through there is just, this is good for no one. Thing is, I saw as well that Iran is jamming signals there. These ships work off of GPS. They can't even navigate
their signals. Oh, I didn't know. I thought they were getting jammed by the US or something.
No, they're jamming signals, so the ships already can't go through. It's like a preemptive block type thing, right? It's not
guys. So look, spicy shit's gonna happen. What we do know is these ults have been decimated, and what we do know when ults get decimated is we sometimes get bounces in some really good areas, and that is what I'm gonna do for you guys today. And we're gonna start looking at it. Dan says, is the moon trip cancelled? Dan, what moon, bro?
It's been postponed anyway.
Okay, well, you know what could, well, let's look at oil first. And okay, so this is obviously oil now is not live, so this thing is going to gap up. So anyone who wants to be a little bit sketchy, if you want to try something, okay, and if we get the opportunity, you most probably find oil does gap up and it starts really pushing into some big levels. But what happens typically when you hit major areas is that there's going to be some kind of headline floating out there that maybe they're going to pause it or something like that. And you typically want to look for that on key rejection zones. So I'm tracking WTI, which is US oil, and you might even find a rejection there at 94. And if you're brave enough, you might even find a possible short there at that 94 region. Now, we're going to have to wait and see how hard this thing gaps up. We're going to have to see how the world really digests this move. But 94 looks like a nice rejection zone there, a little bit higher, 108. You might be able to try some kind of short action there around 108, and then a high at the highs around 120s, somewhere around there. Okay, so just look for those reactions, and the minute that headline drops again that things are okay, well, oil's going to start capitulating and falling over again. Okay, in terms of gold as well, we're not live, unfortunately, so gold, I've got a feeling, is obviously going to push higher up as well. One of the things you can track is possibly PAXG. That is the crypto that tracks the gold price, so you can track that one. But in terms of gold, I don't see it coming down now. 3325, I don't see it coming down here for a while now. I'm expecting some kind of gold rocket now into tomorrow. So Monday, Tuesday, and then we'll have to see where it starts reacting, possibly back at all-time highs, and then maybe we're going to get some kind of short opportunity on that. We're going to be so headline based now over the next couple of days that the market is really going to react up and down to all these types of news situations. Now, let's see who's in the chats here. And DV8 says bull run pause. Guys, I don't remember when last did we have a bull run on the alts. It was last week. We had last week for 2 days. we had an ETH pump. Okay, that was a wonderful bull market. That was 7 days ago, and now we're back in the bear. Now, I reckon by the end of this week, we're going to have an alt bull market again that's going to last 2 or 3 days. We're just going to make sure we get out, okay? And Andreas says he's looking for his ass. Did you lose that one too? And Dan says, great alpha. Guys, remember, if you're enjoying the content, hit the like, hit the bell, hit the subscribe, do that thing. And guys, we do this all the time in Hackers. We've got such an amazing team and community in Chart Hackers. Come and hang out with us. If you're looking for a community to spend time with and help you with your trading and just grow a little bit, come and play with us in Hackers. We're having tons of fun there. And then James, I just want to say, maybe my Coinbase short is actually going to play out. Look at that. Bang, bang. I got those 2 sells in there. And maybe, if we're lucky, we're going to get this gap down tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be long-lived, but always nice. Coinbase, we know Coinbase, obviously it's been pumping on the recent news out there with the Genius Act and everything else, but Coinbase typically tracks the crypto market. And if the crypto market's taken a bit of a hit this weekend, I'm expecting Coinbase to take a little bit of a hit. So maybe the short is now going to play out. So we got 2 entries there on the short. Let's see if that is going to play out on Monday. Okay, going to be super stoked. That'll be a nice hedge to cater for all the lickies that I took this weekend. Okay, so it's going to soften the blow a little bit there. Now, total market cap. When the shit hits the fan, guys, this is what you can do. You can pull out bigger picture things. Now, what I love to do is go to weekly charts and daily charts, but something else you can look at in these types of situations is the total crypto market cap. And you can say, okay, cool, we've had a monster sell-off. What happens next? Where's the possible reaction? Where's the possible bounce? So as you can see here, at the moment, we've got a big drop onto a macro 382. No coincidence here that BTC is close to a macro 382 as well. We've got tons of horizontal confluence in this region as well. So for me, in terms of a support or a bounce level, from 3 trillion down to 2.85, that looks like a reasonable area here for the market to bounce. So this tells me that there could be one more sharp sell-off in the market, and then we're going to get a really nice bounce that we can ride up, and then we'll have a situation where we can start bringing it lower down again. So in terms of the bounce, it feels like we are getting there slowly on this total 3, and you can see in terms of the 3-day, this is still super bearish. So any bounces we have, what we know with this information is that this is bearish. So if we get bounces here, there is a high probability that this 3-day continues to the downside, and that tells us any pumps that we get out of the market shouldn't really be considered all-time high pumps or new high pumps for the altcoins. We should really just simply be taking some profits there and jumping out and taking what the market gives us and not trying to give it back until we've got a proper reset here on this total 3. So you can see that is nice and bearish there for us on the 3-day. And let's talk BTC. Well, here it is. Same picture. Look at this macro 382 on BTC. Remember how strong these macros are. And reminder again, I've got another VWAP here from the lows at 97.750 in place. So this is a big zone for us on the daily. If there is a little bit more weakness in the market, guys, 93K, that ties in with that lickies area that I've spoken about. I'm going to show you that chart in a second as well. And then lower down, and again, I don't want to write this off. 88K looks pretty reasonable to me in the current situation. And we've been talking about this for the last couple of weeks. We printed a lower high, and we've been saying there's a very good possibility that BTC just does this all the way down before we eventually get some kind of move. So 88K obviously is still in the picture here for us on BTC, and that would be an interesting one if we do get that, because you're going to get some kind of inverse head and shoulders there, and then the bulls are going to be coming back pretty hard. Okay, so just be patient, guys. Get a bounce, cool, let's get the fuck out, okay? And we're going to play that game until we can see we've got some proper bottoming out here on the 3-day and things like that. Some of our best moves come when we get these divergences. Gigalong 92.88. Dan, yeah, I agree, bro. We're pretty much there. That macro 618 will give you a bounce on BTC. Is it going to be the bottom? It's difficult to say, but in terms of giving a reaction, I'm pretty confident at that 88K and 89K, we're going to get a strong bounce out of BTC, okay? And Umar says he's going to short 104. Yes, you've got the levels, guys, to the upside. You can see it. Let's not get too greedy on the next pump. Okay, it's going to be a lot of news-related information coming out to us. Okay, so there you go. There's a nice summary there on BTC. Here's our weekly liquidations, and you can see we've cleaned out everything on the weekly. So in theory, we should be saying, okay, cool, we can get some kind of bounce now. But if you start looking at something like the 3-month situation, you can see here 92K, 93K. There's a thick band over here floating around. Let's just take a look at the 1 month. Let's see what they got. Yeah, 1 month looks decent. 1 month's nicely cleaned out. Where's our 6? The deeper you go, the darker it gets. Look at that there, 93K. Okay, nice juicy region there. 93K as well on the 6 months. So also looks like an easy target. We've come this far. Why wouldn't they go there? Okay, so just watch those zones, guys. Let's not get too euphoric here on the next pump. Sammy says 88K disgusting. And I was feeling epic. Just send it back to 3K. I think 3K is a good value area there for BTC, James. I think that's good value there. Might pull out some leverage at 3K. And let's see. Uma says, please start sharing live trading again. Yes, guys, what happened was we used up 400 gigs of the back-end system and it's shut down, okay? So I'll get this the live trades running for you guys again. I think if we're going to pick up some of these orders I'm going to give you tonight, it's definitely going to be something you guys want to watch, because then you'll get to see when I'm closing these things and when I'm adding to them and stuff like that. Okay, so that is a good one. We will get that up for you, sir. And let's see, Zweletu says the late shorters are killing his shorts. Is he trying to short? Is he trying to short the shorters? Now, remember this chart, okay? It's now the furthest we have been from altcoin season in almost a year. Guys, what is this altcoin season? What is this shit altcoin season? Okay,
there's no mythical creature, just like the fucking unicorn. Doesn't exist.
Guys, I'm telling you now, there is no altcoin season. It's never coming back, okay?
So we just keep it real, okay? It's not happening. Okay, but anyway, nice little chart. We're going to get an altcoin 5 days. We'll get an altcoin week or something like that. Next week, we might even get a nice pump for 2 or 3 days, guys. But don't bank on fucking, please, excuse my language. Don't bank on alt season, okay? It's not happening, okay? Oh, I'll probably get a strike for that sound. Okay, you're not allowed to, like, our average altcoin holders morning mirror experience. I couldn't have paused this one any better. Okay, let's talk about this. Now, are you shorting when the RSI heat map looks like that? This is the question you need to ask yourself. Okay, look at this 4-hour RSI heat map and tell me now, should you be max shorting now, or should you maybe be leaning towards some low leverage entries, looking for spot entries, saying, okay, I've been short, whatever, maybe it's time to close some of my shorts, because we are now sitting at heavily oversold territory on everything. Okay, everything is down here. Look at this thing. It's absolutely wrecked to the oversold zone, and we've seen these situations before. And when everything is clustered down here, we know we are very close to a snapback bounce, because people get so bearish. And if you look at that, you realize that people are shorting in the most heavily oversold conditions on these altcoins. Okay, and McLovin wants to long Rune. Jeez, who took a hiding on Rune? Everyone who took a hiding on Rune on the weekend, raise your hand. Okay, Knuckle, I took a hiding on Brett as well. Guys, we got smashed yesterday. Okay, the only thing that's having fun at the moment, funny enough, is this fun token here on the upside. Look at this, heavily overbought. And we could probably have some fun trying to short fun, okay? Because what's going to happen here is the rest of the market is going to pump and fun is going to sell off, okay? And if anyone of the hackers team is in the chats, please can you guys quickly chart fun for me and see if we can have some fun shorting fun, okay? Is Panda here? Is anybody here? If they can have a quick look at it. Even Knuckle's here, bro. Won't you look at fun for us here and tell us if we can short this thing? Now, in terms of dominance, well, this has been an absolute dog show. So the first good bit of information for you guys is that dominance right now is rejecting. Okay, so that means your alts are bouncing a little bit off their current supports. And as long as dominance is dropping, that is obviously a good sign for us with the altcoins. Now, leading into the Asia session, are you allowed to get euphoric? Are you allowed to assume that Asia session is going to open and they're going to say, cool, no problem, let's pump the markets? What do you think is going to happen there? I actually don't think that's going to happen. I think there's going to be a sell-off. So what I'm looking at here is a possible bounce zone on dominance, and that is going to be your short-term alt sell-off that you're going to look for in one of these zones. This is 65.45% and 65%. So one of these zones should bounce dominance. And what does that mean for your altcoins? It means take profit on your altcoins. If you are long right now, that is probably where they are going to reject. And then you're going to get another bounce on dominance. And that is going to be probably the Asian session opening and capitulating a little bit more, or selling off the market a little bit more. And then we're going to get some nice entries. Okay, so that is kind of how I'm seeing that play out at the moment. And then I just want to show you guys one more thing here. And don't have a heart attack. Do not have a heart attack. But this is where the pain ends. Okay, 72 to 74% on dominance. Okay, so at some point, dominance is going to go back here. This is where we were in September 2019. This is where we were in December 2020. We've now broken. And why wouldn't it now start making its way there before we get our next major rejection? Okay. And David says profits. If you are green and you are making profits, that is what we're going to do. And Panda is in the chat. Panda, can you look at this fund, bro? Please. Let us know if we can do something with this fund. So guys, in terms of dominance, if you're getting a bounce on your alts, this is this dominance falling over. And I just want to warn you guys again, major level coming 65.5%. and 65%. Watch out there. That is probably where you need to take profit on your altcoins. Okay. And let's see who else is in. Let's see who else is in the chats here. BV says the poll options, guys. Let's see how the poll is going. Okay. Sunday sentiment check. Bullish 25%, bearish 30%, 37%. Fuck this shit, 38%. Guys, I like the spirit here, okay? That's the correct spirit. That tells me this market's going to bounce sooner than you think. Okay, so just hang in there. We are close. I'm telling you, we are close. Okay, dominance done. Okay, that's cool. Let's talk about ETH. Now, who's going to the ETH conference in 2025? Fucking hell. If I keep on trading ETH, I don't know. But guys, here's ETH. Okay, let's start with our first altcoin. Honorary mention here for ETH on the 12-hour. In terms of hitting a couple of basic fibs when the market shits the bed, ETH has done it again. Okay, 2,130 reaction in the zone that we gave you guys last week. 2,130 100-day MA, 2,132 in the zone, little pivot region over here as well. So we know there's a high probability we're going to get a bounce from ETH in this region. So if there is a sell-off tonight on Asia, you pretty much have two options. Okay, option one is try and get a buy on ETH, 2,150 down to 2,100. Somewhere in that area could be a nice risk-reward trade for you guys. Make sure you're using a stop loss. Make sure you're using isolated just in case the market shits the bed a little bit harder. But if we get a bounce in dominance and we get a reversal on these alts, you're probably going to find that this is a nice area where you can start looking around for a potential buy there for ETH. Okay, so that is your first big zone that you're going to be watching. And then a little bit lower down, this is an interesting one for me because it's a mix of two big areas. And you can see I've highlighted two zones here for you guys. And again, I'm going to be asleep during this Asia session, so I have no idea what these guys are going to come and do to us. I can only speculate, and that is why I've got a few limit orders ready on a couple of key levels in isolated positions, just in case they hit some very big targets. And for me, for example, ETH 1955 down to 1875. This whole region makes a ton of sense to me if there is another meltdown in the market. So something like that is what you're going to look at next there for ETH. Now, it remains to be seen how big the sell-off's going to be. What are they going to give us? But in terms of the two big zones where you want to sniff around, those are them, okay? And I'm going to put these charts in Chart Hackers for you guys. If you're part of Chart Hackers, you get access to all the show charts that you see and obviously everything else that we do in there. So that will be in Chart Hackers for you guys. And then in terms of a couple of things, I'm not going to run through all of the alts on these lower time frames, but I just want to give you some examples here as to where we find ourselves at the moment. And ETH, you can see we're printing bullish divergence on the 4-hour. Haven't seen that in a very long time. Let's look at the 8. When you're ready. When you're ready.
Come on, ETH. Come on. Oh, there we go.
Okay, we got our reversal on the 8-hour. We got our oversold and things like that. So the signs are there. Like things are starting to say, you know, slow down. Like we have taken a hiding here. We are getting closer to some kind of action here on ETH. Okay, so, but guys, those are the big levels. Play with these two big zones for now. Let's see how that goes out. This was obviously always going to be a problem for us. This candle, not a good look. Okay, so when you do get that, they often come back and clean it out. It's just a matter of time, okay? And we were saying last week, we were expecting a big move on ETH. We just didn't know which way. And now we know which way. Isn't that right, James? Now we have the clarity as to what happens next. But I tell you what else we're going to get, guys. And this is something exciting. And for those of you that don't short much, well, come into Hackers. We'll teach you how to short. But you are going to get a nice short opportunity on ETH later on. And it's going to be majestic. It's going to be a pump somewhere around there. And then we're going to get that move to the downside. Okay, so just be patient. You can see we've lost the trend now. The natural progression is at some point, whether it's off here or it's off here, we're going to get a bearish retest and we will be able to get a short there. MJ, $100, yeah, possible, bro. We're going to look at Sol now. Oliver says the Pepe Long would have been spot on. Yes. If not, Uncle Donald, correct. Look, we hit a lot of big zones. We hit a lot of big zones last week, got a lot of nice entries, and we had small little pumps, and we were feeling quite chuffed. And then obviously Donald came and ruined the party. Okay. And this is part of trading. Obviously, you know, you're going to get some moves if you're taking profit super early. Well done to you guys. And some of those things I was holding on and obviously looking for a bigger move. And then obviously we got the dump and it got a little bit filthy. Okay. But yeah, we hit some amazing zones there last week. Now let's talk Solana as well. Here we go. So in terms of hitting our buy zone, here it is. Okay, so no changes yet. We've got a bomb blowing up Iran, apparently illegally, because Donald wasn't allowed to send the bomb without approval from Congress or whatever the story is, and Sol is still sitting at 130. So that is quite interesting to me that it's managed to survive this well, and it's hit our buy zone from last week. So hopefully some of you guys got a little entry here on this thing. It was 130 down to 124. We were looking at for the bounce zone, but is this the bottom? No, I don't believe this is the bottom of Sol. If we do get a short little pump here out of the markets, I'm looking at 141 to 143 as a possible rejection. So just be super careful up there. And then what happens is typically you get the trend rejection, and then we start making our way lower down. Okay. And in terms of levels for Sol, the next one you got is about 118 to 115. You're going to be watching. And then in terms of the wick here, you've got 100K, give or take. So possibly your sub 100K will come into play there. And Marcel says Asia will dump when they wake up. I'm pretty sure Asia's going to dump their markets when they wake up. I think the alts will have a retrace as well. And it just depends how high these alts pump now leading into Asia. Okay, because there's a lot of juicy levels a little bit lower down on these altcoins that I'm super excited for, and I've got some limit orders ready. So obviously I'm betting that they're going to just drop it into those zones there quickly later on tonight and then give us some kind of pump. So guys, in terms of Sol, just to wrap this one up, first buy zone from last week, 130 to 124. We in the zone. Okay, I'm sitting in a Sol position here at the moment, and I've got some ETH underwater. I've got SPX, which has been really nice on that 50-day MA, and I've got some virtual also off a good area here at the moment. These are short-term pumps. I've got orders lower down. I'm not expecting these lows to all hold here. I do believe we can easily get a second dip in the market. Okay, so that is Sol. Let's talk SPX. I'm not going to harp on long about this one. I'm just using this as an example for you guys to track tokens that actually have a little bit of strength. So we saw this weekend that SPX dropped onto the 50-day MA, and it's been trying to hold above this region for quite a while now, while the rest of the market was absolutely shitting the bed and falling over. So just interesting, because we saw a ton of SPX strength previously over the last couple of weeks, and now SPX is trying to hold this 50. So it was super interesting to me in terms of exiting. Well, one is going to be my support that I'm using, not really going to stick around longer than that. I don't want to see this thing retrace any lower than that. So I just had to go on this SPX, but it's a simple 50-day MA. Use that as support in the market. Now, so difficult to trade with any momentum. Yes, Michaela, it's hard. Okay, it's really hard. Anyone that's looking for, you know, more than just a 3 or 4% move, it is obviously a challenge. That is why in Chart Hackers we've got our scalpers that are doing sort of lower time frame things, and they are catering for the smaller moves. But some of you guys obviously getting frustrated. Because we're looking for the bigger swing plays. But after a massive sell-off like we've just seen in the market, I believe we are getting close to some kind of sustainable move out of altcoins. And what is a sustainable move? Maybe 2 or 3 days, we might eventually get a move out of them. It just depends where we're going to get that reaction. So first things first, and I know Panda covered this one so nicely for you guys on Thursday or Friday as well. And we were looking at various options here on virtual, and this thing dropped into the pocket for now. And interestingly, it's our macro 618 as well. So in terms of, looking for a banger zone on virtual, in terms of having your orders ready when the market dropped and things like that, virtual has now dropped into the pocket, and 1.25 is still an absolute banger here, down to 1.17. Makes a lot of sense to me. So this could be a play for you guys. Obviously, you want to get it on a sell-off on the Asia session here, and that should allow for, let's just confirm how big that is. Let's see. So if Asia dumps it here, you probably got another 10% downside. So that could be quite healthy there. Flush out anybody that went long now this weekend on that move, and then possibly give you a second bite at this virtual. So look out for this dip there, bang, and then another one there for this Asia session. So 1.165. If you get a close under 1.165, guys, I would expect that things start turning a little bit darker there, and then virtual starts heading lower. And just to give you some backup levels, if you want to get a stink bid in there, what is a stink bid? Well, a stink bid is an order that you're going to place on your trading exchange where you actually don't believe that token is going to go there. Then you're going to go to sleep, and you're going to wake up and you're going to wonder why you have green positions in your exchange, and you're going to realize your stink bids played out if Asia flushes the market completely. And these are typical stink bid zones that I would suggest having ready just in case you get some kind of flush out in the market. So that is 1.017 and 0.877 stink bid zones. Okay, have them there. If you do get a hard flush like tonight, let's say there's a monster sell-off in the market, you're going to get a sharp wick into that zone and then a very hard pump back to the upside. Okay, so stink bid zones you've got to the downside, and then in terms of a possible trade here, be super careful, but this should give you a 10% sell-off in Asia, and then you'll get your entry there. So 1.2, 1.26, 1.25 down to 1.18. Somewhere in that region, guys, should give you something. Marcel, tell me about it, bro. Absolute shit show, hey? Whenever these alts start pumping and you pull out Auto Trader, then you know it's also the top of the move, guys. Then it's always the top. Let's see who wants. Oh, Adam's here. He's looking for some AVAX. And Dan says he doesn't have feelings anymore, bro. What are feelings? Okay, tell me, what is this thing? Feelings. Okay, guys, here's my first banger. Okay, this is my first banger. You've heard me talk about a 786 and macro trend, or macro 786 and trend. You've heard me talk about this before in the past. The 786 on a trend is I don't want to sweat. It's an absolute banger. James looked at me with these big wide eyes. It's an absolute banger. So in terms of me getting prepped for a possible dump later on in Asia and catching a possible swing trade here on SUI, I'm looking at this region, 2.3 down to 2.13. Okay, 2.3 down to 2.13. Anywhere in this region, guys, bang. Okay, looking for a move here at that 786 and trend could be a nice play for us. We've seen in the past, by the time we get to the 786, the market is so bearish, and everyone, all they can think of is shorting. And that 786 delivers, guys, so much, because people say we've lost the 618. We're so bearish now, and they short, and you get to that 786 and you get a nice surprise. Okay, so SUI for me, I'm having a crack at this thing from 2.3 down to this 2.2, what did we say, 2.10, anywhere in this region. Okay, you can see that over there, and I'm going to put a marker here for you guys. If we close under this 1.99, could be pretty dark. Okay, and there's another level here for you, 2.08, that you guys can use. So you got to decide how you want to play your risk. What I could suggest here, super low leverage, really small positions. And what you could do is when there's momentum later, you can add. So don't be in a situation where you go max size here. You're just going to get yourself in trouble if you are wrong. Okay, so rather have a small size here, build it over a layered entry. So you're going to ladder into your entry. You're going to have multiple orders. I'm going to show you what I've done for Pepe. You're going to have multiple orders like that, and you're going to look for this thing to come down. You're not going to be stressed. You're going to let it do what it needs to do, and you're going to look for that move. Okay, so small position, look for that swing play now. And let's see what we get out of that one. And I was feeling Epic was going to moon right after I declare bankruptcy. Guys, it always pumps after you close your trades. Didn't you notice that? Let's see. Bojan says, I can't look else anymore. I don't open my portfolio. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough out there, guys. We get a small little head start on the market, and then they come and they send it straight back to hell. Fahad's cancel his Lambo. Bro, don't cancel your Lambo. Wait around. Next week, we're going to be talking Lambos again, guys. I'm telling you, this market's going to move at some point. Now, here's Pepe. Now, this is an interesting one because at some point, you got to take a bet, okay? And I'm taking a bet on this Pepe. Now, you can see I'm keeping it super simple here. I've got a macro 786. I've got a bullish order block, and I've got some nice horizontal confluence. I'm also staring at double blue dot reversal prints on my daily oscillator. So that is telling me we are getting close to some kind of action here on Pepe. And let's look at the 8 hour. Okay, 8 hours nearly there. Let's look at our 4. When you're ready. Sometimes you got to talk to your trading view. Daniel says, Pepe looking like Pepe. Yeah, it is. But look at that. Okay. We've got double divergence print here on the 4. We've got heavily oversold. We know we're getting to a point where we might start needing to pay attention to this Pepe. Okay. So what I'm looking at here is a possible dip into the 76 region and then some kind of snapback bounce. So just like you guys saw on ETH, we're wiping out these candles. But what I'm typically looking for here is a dip into this order block in 786, bang, and then a nice snapback move here, and then out. We're not looking for new highs. We're not looking for anything like that. We're going to try and grab ourselves a 10 or 15% move out of this order block. I mean, we'll get 15% back to 87. We'll get 25% back to 96. I mean, anything more than that is going to be asking for a little bit much. So I'm prepping for a market dump in case, okay? So what I've done here for Pepe is I've loaded up my WeX trading account, and I've got two orders set here. So I've got 4 for Pepe, and I've got another few orders for Fartcoin. And I'm basically doing this just in case we do get that sell-off later tonight. I'm trying to use a high impact zone here to build a Pepe position. Obviously, the risk is that while I'm sleeping, they capitulate the market straight through all of these levels, but that is the risk I'm prepared to take based on, you know, the strength of the area and based on where we are at the moment with the current sell-off in the market, okay? And Crypto Lady, we're talking about Fartcoin next, and I've been talking about you. I was talking about you on Saturday that Fartcoin is about to hit your level, actually, and I'm going to show you the 2 zones on Fartcoin. But in terms of what I've done here on Pepe, you can see I've got multiple orders here: 008, 0079, 0077, and 00745. Okay, that is what I've got in play for Pepe. I think the total order size here is probably like $50,000, give or take. So I've got 15, 15, 15, and 20. And then I've got Fartcoin ready to go. I've got 10, 10, 10, and 7,800 ready to go on Fartcoin. And the principle is exactly the same. Okay, let me show you some Fartcoin here. Okay, so Fartcoin obviously banking on a sell-off as well, and there are my orders. Okay, I've got 75, 73, 70, and 66. So if we get a dump on Fartcoin, I'm loading up on the markets, I'm loading up Pepe, and I'm loading up Fartcoin. These are my 2 high conviction bets. I'm throwing some weight behind it, obviously looking to get a nice size. My risk is I get full liquid. Okay, they come through and they rinse me. Okay, so that is my risk there on those 2 guys. That is how I'm trying to play that one. And then in terms of Fartcoin, let's look. Why am I interested in 75? Why is it such an important zone for me? So a couple of things here, guys. This is your VWAP from the lows. Look at that thing holding up this horizontal. Then we've got our macro 618 as well. We've got our horizontals in play here as well. So for me, Fartcoin, a little dip into that zone makes a lot of sense. 75, 71, 72, somewhere there. And then obviously, guys, we've got a little bit to be concerned about, or not concerned about, but just a little bit of an area that you want to watch. Okay, so this would be your old cup and handle. Okay, so back then you would have seen a cup and handle situation here on Fartcoin, and this would have been your resistance zone. Okay, so there's your cup, there's your handle, and then you broke through that resistance. So it could make sense to come back and retest this region. And this region is from, say, 60, just under 65 down to, say, 60. in that zone. Okay, so those are your two big Fartcoin levels. Those are the two big zones for me where I think we're going to get a reasonable bounce. And what's a reasonable bounce on Fartcoin? 10 to 20%. I think after a nice big sell-off would be pretty nice. And I think we need the bounce now or cut it off picture. I only like to save this for emergencies, though. Okay, we're not there yet. Okay, we're not there yet. When we get SUI here and my orders start taking, well, guys, that's when we're gonna get it. Okay, that is where that's where I pull out the bounce now or take it off, or cut it off meme here. And Sammy says not sleeping tonight, guys. I'm contemplating staying awake and just doing a live Asia stream, but I'm not gonna look good. I'm gonna be drinking espresso and going quite hard. Now let's talk Aave. Okay, here we go. So Aave is in basically two options. Now, why do I like Aave? Number one, we know fundamentally it's an absolute banger. When there's a market sell-off, it's not great because people are unstaking and doing all these types of things. But we know Aave loves a nice recovery play, and it is generally quite a strong token. So in terms of Aave, there are two clear zones for me that make sense. Okay, first zone is anything from right here, 220 down to 210. Okay, that is your first region of interest, 220 to 210. I'm going to just highlight this box nicely for you guys there. That is your first idea as to where you could possibly get some kind of play out of Aave. You can see we're losing that trend. So what does this tell us? It tells us, just like these other tokens, we are going to get a snapback bounce at some point, but it is going to be bearish. Okay, so 220 to 210 makes sense to me. Then a little bit lower down, we've got a similar situation to Fartcoin. Look at that. So we've got 195 to 180 is going to be your next box that you're going to be looking at. So depends how hard the sell-off is. Okay, but you're going to have to, obviously, if you're awake during Asia, I'm talking to the US guys or whatever, what you're going to be watching is if you're getting that drop into that zone, get ready to push buttons. 196 down to 180, push buttons here. This is where you're going to get a bounce. If you get a hard sell-off while I'm sleeping, that's where it's bouncing. Then if we get a medium-sized sell-off, guys, here, 220 to 210. It depends how much risk you want to take. What I can suggest to everybody here, small size, okay? Don't go high leverage, go super low leverage, go small size. If you manage to build that position and it is the bottom of a swing move where you're going to get a 10 or 20%, you're going to have so much time during the week to add to that trade and increase the size quickly. Okay, so there's no pressure now to have a big size now. Now you want to preserve capital, you want to protect yourself, and I'm giving you areas where I think we can get some bounces out of these tokens. Okay, and NZ Danny, yes, it can't stay red forever, but fun and games, just play with these big zones. Okay, watch these big areas. Here's Dupe. Okay, how's this thing? This is moving into, I mean, I think this is basically, it's basically zero after this. Okay, so we know Dupe can pump. Okay, it's a Sol play, Sol ecosystem play. It's in a bounce now, cut it off zone. Guys, this is it. Okay, look at this. I've got double reversal prints here on the daily. It's looking really hungry. And this is such an easy trade because it's so easy to exit this thing because the areas are so clean. Okay, if you close under this region, if you close under 2958, this thing is probably going to turn so dark that it's going to come down here and go to zero. Okay, so 2958 is where it's at. If there is a hard sell-off in the market later during this Asia session, you're probably going to get an opportunity to start buying Dupe down here. Okay, so that sell-off there for me is approximately another 8%. Okay, so if the market starts falling over, Bitcoin drops another 2 or 3%. So Bitcoin goes to say 95K, something like that, bounces on the 200-day MA. You're probably going to find these altcoins start trying to battle these types of levels, okay? Trying to settle down in these levels. Same thing, exactly the same thing as SUI. It's going to start trying to settle in that zone. And if the market's going to hold, you're going to start seeing a slow reversal signs, and then you're going to get that push out of that thing. So guys, Dupe for me from 32 down to 30. 32 to 30 makes a lot of sense for me on Dupe. And again, not looking for a massive move here. All you want to do is play that snapback bounce, and you're probably going to get it to some kind of undercarriage, or you're going to get it to, you know, a 50-day or 100-day, something like that. But there's possibly, I mean, even up there is about 22%. Even up there is about 39%. Give or take. Okay, so possible entry here, guys. Remember, small position. You don't want to go massive here. We're going low margin here, small position. If there is momentum, you add to these things. But in terms of levels that make sense, we are now moving into one of these things. Okay, Alexander says, when is Asia open? I think, let's just do the math. 3, 5, I think it's 5 hours from now, 6 hours from now. give or take, is what we're looking at. Next one, guys, Pendle. Okay, another DeFi / RWA play. This is an old favorite of mine. And Pendle for me, guys, 2.95, starting to look like a banger down here in this region. Look at that. That's our macro 618. My alarm is on and ready to add to my Pendle position here. So we'll call it 3 down to 2.8. Okay, look for some kind of reaction there. How much downside does this give us if we do drop into that zone? That's about another 8 or 9%. Okay, so look out for that. Then you obviously want to see the reaction of the token when it hits that zone, and you want to nibble in that area. Okay, in terms of a high percentage zone, that looks like a banger. And then here's Super. Okay, remember this thing, gaming narrative. Now, the market's fallen over and you now have options. Okay, remember, everything is shitting the bed now. And if you had made mistakes in your portfolio before, or you wanted to get a piece of, various narratives, well, you've got things like Pendle for RWA and some DeFi. You got Aave for DeFi. You got Juke for DeFi. You got Sol Layer 1. You got ETH and things like that. Here's a gaming play, Super. And it's basically dropping into the bounce now or cut it off zone. Like, this is the weekly chart. So we are dropping into a major weekly level here on Super. If you get this dip tonight, go for it, okay? 426 down to 37, 426 down to 37. Makes a lot of sense to me on Super. Looking for entries in this region. Anywhere down into the lows of that weekly horizontal is making a ton of sense for me. So if you were bullish on Super over here and you were bullish on Super over there, well, best you be bullish on Super down here and see if you can get some kind of pump out of it and even some kind of relief rally out of this thing. Okay, so I'm loving this zone on Super. And remember, weekly still bearish, 3 days still bearish. So all we're saying here is we just want a short-term relief rally out of the markets, and then we can jump out or we can look for shorts later on. And then we'll play it by ear and we'll get the next bounce. Okay, but remember, when things start looking like this, you need to just start shifting the mindset a little bit and saying, okay, well, we're close. Is it another 5% down? Is it another 10%? How close are we? And this is telling me we're getting close. We might be one final dump away from a little bit of action here on these altcoins. And you can see the picture I'm trying to paint here for you guys at the moment. One thing that has shown incredible strength, and I had so many orders waiting for this Popcat, guys, it still hasn't hit the fib. I actually can't believe this, James. This thing is still floating around here. I've got orders at 23 for Popcat. I'm telling you, this is going to be a banger. Okay, so they're holding this up. Okay, and I don't know why. Everything else is falling over. Popcat is hanging around here. Look at the 786. My alarm is on. 23 down to 22. 23 to 22, guys. That zone over there. That looks like an area. So you ladder in slowly, small position, just ladder in, low margin, look for that swing, look for that reversal play there, and then you probably get a push up into this 28 zone, give or take. So 23 down to 22. Okay, so keep it simple. You don't have to take on tons of risk here, and just play it ladder in slowly. Okay, you can see the zone here, ladder in very slowly, small positions. See if you can get that momentum play out of Popcat. Then Brett, an old favorite as well. This thing has lost its fib. So we got our initial fib reaction. Now it's dumped. Okay, so in terms of Brett, where do I look for a position? For me, keeping it simple, guys. 3-2. That makes sense. This is our next low. So if Brett melts down today, 32, that is where I'm looking for Brett to come into play for me. So 32 making the most sense. We've lost a ton of levels. James is sad, eh? So sad.
That's just crazy to hear that price. It's insane. These
Are
poor
you still
memes.
holding some Brett?
Oh yeah, I still got some.
It's like dust. I mean, this thing.
Trash.
Oh my God. Look at
So
this,
bad.
guys. 23 cents down to 3.5 cents. Okay,
Only
so
thing
it's-
worse than memes is Beam. Beam's
Beam
making new all-time lows.
Oh my God. Guys, I saw a question for XRP. Now, you know what we do? Like every Sunday is the Sunday banger session in Chart Hackers. And this is where we tee up the week ahead. And me and DJ and Dave, we cover some high time frame things. We cover some big zones. David's quite a big swing trader, and he likes to tee up for his week. So we're going to cover so many tokens now in the Sunday banger. So all of you guys who are putting in token requests and things like that, come to Hackers, okay? Because we do that in these sessions. We're going to go live in Hackers for probably about an hour and a half now, 2 hours potentially, and we cover so much stuff in the market. So you really are missing reaching out. Like if the market's falling over here and you're sitting alone, scratching your head, wondering what to do, come to our community. We can guide you through this. We can help you. That live session is starting. It's starting in 30 minutes from now. But I did see a request for XRP. Let's take a look at a big picture XRP here. Let's see what we've got. And let's see how bad it really is at the moment. Okay, so XRP on the weekly, what have we got here? Not the best look, eh? Not the best look, James. Looking a bit heavy. Okay, so let's see. Where's our big levels? We want to see where our big macro regions are here. Let's see if we've got some fibbage in that zone. In fact, we want to get the absolute low here. Let's see. There it is. Okay, so there's our big 618. So to its credit, it's holding relatively well there. Let's find out where our 382 is. No help there. Let's get our 0.5. Let's see where that is. Okay, that makes sense to us. Okay, so you can see we do have a little bit of an action zone there for XRP, but it's a bit wicky in this area. But I would say 180, 184, it probably makes sense to come and fill this wick. So if there is a little sharp sell-off tonight, I don't think it's going to lose that tonight. So look at about 185 down to 175, somewhere around there. Look for that region to hold. These are weekly wicks here. Okay, so you don't really want to lose that 184 type region. Okay, Beam is front running in the market. He's probably right. You know what was always a good guide was like IMX. IMX in June, July a year ago printed a head and shoulders before AVAX, before Link, before everything else. And I remember saying on my show, this feels like it's front running the market, and fuck me, it was. So look out, you get these little alts that can sometimes surprise. I'll tell you a story. Kenny says it'll bounce back. What did he say? He says it will bounce back around 5 p.m. Don't freak out. Bye. Look, we'll have to.
He's counting on Sydney to buy, apparently. We're going to find out soon.
We're going to find out. Okay, we're moving into levels here. You can see what I'm doing. I've shown you what I'm doing, guys. Render, this is a buy for me. I've got orders waiting. Okay, like if we lose this, well, fuck, I'm going to say, fuck, I was unlucky. Okay, because you can't ignore this level. 2.55 on render. If you close under that, it's filth. It's absolute filth. What is going on out there? But 2.55, I've got to order. I've got a buy order waiting there for render. If we start dropping, guys, then it's just, we're going to have to really relook at things. But that's a big zone for now for render. A little bit lower down, you've got 2 as your next area. Let me highlight this for you guys. But I'm having a go. 2.55, I'm having a go. If we lose 2.55, guys, where's the next zone? It's probably going to be down here, around about 2 down to about, say, 1.8, somewhere in that region over there. Okay, and Mike says render is dead. I mean, is it dead, James? Is it dog shit now? I mean, isn't there something still fundamentally behind it, or is it done?
Well, yeah, no, there's supposed to be a great token, and Apple and all this shit. This is not one of the number 1 AI tokens, and it's absolute fucking garbage, like the rest of the tokens.
Everything looks. That's the thing, guys. Everything looks like garbage now.
Everything's destroyed.
It's the nature of altcoins. Okay, it is just the nature of altcoins. They like, you hate them when the market's down, but fuck me, you're so bullish on the fundamentals when things are pumping. Okay, so guys, there it is. I mean, that's a wrap. I don't have much more. James, thank you, sir.
Okay. Good luck, everyone. Be careful.
Be super careful. Be super careful, guys. I don't want to give you too much more, but like you can see my strategy here. I think for a market recovery, you only actually need 2 or 3 alts to have 2 or 3 big trades. That's all you really need. I'm focusing on a handful. Some of the others: Sol, Sui, Pepe, Fartcoin, Virtual, Pendle, Super. I'm interested in all of those. If they hit those zones, I'm going for it. Okay, there's a very good chance that I can get flushed and absolutely wrecked. And that's why I want to say to you guys, small positions here, be careful. All I know is that these are massive levels, okay? And we are going to get, or we should get, reactions on these zones. Let's see. If the war escalates even more, we could see another 20-30% capitulation on these alts, and we'll be having a new conversation on Monday or Tuesday. Okay, but if not, and we hit these zones and things simmer out, well, you're going to be happy you had a crack at those levels at least. Okay, so in terms of that, if it runs away from me and I didn't buy in those areas, I'm going to be very upset with myself. So I'm going to have a go there. And Jeff comes on Fridays, Adam. Every Friday you'll find Jeff on the show. Okay, as long as you guys are enjoying Jeff. If Jeff is annoying to you guys, then I won't bring him on the show. But if you like Jeff, well, then I'll carry on bringing him. Okay. Network says, how do we get on Hackers? Just go to the show link. The link is in the show description, and come and join us. Here it is. So go into show description, click on more, and you'll see Chart Hackers there near the top. Plus all the exchanges that I trade on, everything you see on my show is here for you. You can find it right there. Okay, cool. Guys, I'm out of here. Later.
Want to talk to you, here's his name, say this or that.
Nice to see you. I will message you WhatsApp, okay? Okay, thank you. Bye-bye, gracias.
Then start slowly but surely introduce the cryptocurrency, the fake cryptocurrency.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Just like that.
We know that the actors behind this massive national security issue are organized criminals. They are known criminals, known gangsters who've been sanctioned by the United States. It's only growing and it's only becoming more entrenched. And that's because they've specifically chosen locations where they can continue to do their dirty business without government interference.
A lot of Chinese criminal syndicates used to operate in Southeast Asia, and they still do, but there's been some crackdown in that region, and they've started to take advantage of other regions and expand. So we've seen some of their operations expanding in Africa and also in the UAE. One of the reasons why Dubai is so attractive is that the whole city kind of runs on cheap labor that comes from Western Asia, Southeast Asia, Africa, who can easily get a visa and then start working on construction sites or your everyday service job.
After a week from my arrival, it was beyond just obvious it's a scam. It was just morally not right. I didn't feel that it was right to stay there, even though I would probably end up homeless. But I didn't have any goal, I didn't have any motives, I just wanted it to stop. I knew the right guy to contact.
I was reached out to by a guy who called himself Beard. It's a fake name, but he at that stage could not trust me, and I didn't know I could trust him either.
Almost every day I talked to him, it was just be safe. You don't have to do this if you feel in danger. This is a very risky job you're doing.
If they'd caught him doing this, he knew that he was likely to be punished severely, if not killed.
This criminal corporation that employs these people runs no differently than any other corporation in the world. People get promoted, they have a HR department, they have a finance department, they have a conversion department, they have sales, marketing. So it really is a criminal corporation that uses all the same strategies as a real corporation.
It's like clockwork. They don't stop. They just have people running 13 hours a day, 2 shifts covering the 24 hours, 7 days a week. Thousands of workers.
The recruiters actually reach out to people who are not UAE residents, mostly from India or North Africa.
They avoided hiring anyone native or anyone actually from the Gulf cities. because they can get them in trouble. People from different countries, they don't care. They can just fire us or shove us somewhere in the desert where no one can ask or know where we are.
They're taking advantage of all these people from third world countries because a job is everything to them. They're sending a few $100s back to their family every month, and that's a lot more than what they were doing before.
$600 if you just got on the computers and talked. $700 to $800 if I got a single victim to actually invest. $1,000 if I got 3 victims, and so on and so forth.
And when they become good at scamming and they start to make serious money for their bosses, they get promoted. And of course, it results in the operation growing in size and scope.
In a single month, they can make up to $100 million. It's just beyond belief.
When Beard called me, I actually got him to run a few commands. He went round when the room was quiet and he typed certain things, and that downloaded something that gave me remote access to it. So this is the Rahaba residence. I can look at the wireless networks around that building, and with a little bit of Google's API technology, I verified that this is where Beard said the building was. You can see here on the left, there are applications which have the Chinese characters and so on. Although the vast majority of the workers weren't Chinese, the people who actually run the crypto scams are gangs from China. And if you go into Google Earth, about half the buildings were being used for the scams, and I guess one of the Chinese gangs must have commissioned a mobile communications van just to carry the traffic that they were using.
When the victims make an account on their platform and buy their first batch of cryptocurrency, the bosses of the place, the Chinese, he just take control from his computer.
It was a big transitional period, just a reset for myself personally. When you are married for that long, I think you forget what it was like to be single. I was sitting there for hours and hours and hours thinking about what I was going to be doing with my life. I was really just looking for an opportunity to keep myself busy. The first one was Jenny Ying, and she was from the UK, and she contacted me via WhatsApp. I didn't talk to her for very long before she handed me over to someone called Janice, who went by the hashtag Janice the receptionist. Now, Janice was really the person that I spent most of the time with. She said you would need to invest your money, and at the time it was about $200 Hong Kong. Do the trades and do the training with us, and then we will provide you $290 back at the end of the training exercise, which was like a 3-step task that I completed. They sent me confirmation to my Standard Chartered bank account here in Hong Kong that I'd got $290 Hong Kong back. So I felt pretty positive about those tasks up to this point. They were saying to me then, well, that was a very simple example of what you could do. Would you like to learn more? That's when I probably made the first of my many mistakes in this process. I clicked on the most expensive one, which was $38,000 Hong Kong, and they would send back to me 42,000 Hong Kong dollars. I didn't know the person, but I transferred the money out of my bank to their bank account. She said my account was now set up and I could go into the trading system, and we did the same 3 or 4 steps of Bitcoin trading. I mean, this was a period of only 3 weeks, but it was a really intense 3 weeks, and I pretty much traded every single day to try and get my money back out of this system. I didn't think I wouldn't get it back. I really felt that I could do this. I could win. I lost, I think it was 6.6 million Hong Kong, about 800,000 US dollars in total.
The level of despair is really hard to look away from. And the desperate conditions that people find themselves in, and to know that people are killing themselves over this, drives me every day, that there has to be something better. What we know with regard to these scams is that they are employing masterful psychological techniques against our victims. These people are working 24/7 to figure out how to take your money, and you are a trusting human who wants to believe the best in everybody. And that doesn't make you dumb, that makes you vulnerable to this type of manipulation.
This is a chessboard. It's a playing field where people test their skill, imagination, and daring. Because a chessboard is also a map, complex logistics and global supply chains can be reinvented with AI. Thanks to reliable and secure connectivity from AT&T Business, goods are delivered quickly and efficiently. And the chessboard is a bridge, connecting generations, creating new friendships, and encouraging us all to be more thoughtful about our next move. And the one after that.
The future of trading is here on Robinhood. Purpose-built for how you trade. With new ways to execute your strategies and analyze, buy, and sell. Seamlessly trade stocks, options, crypto, and futures in one place.
I lost my flat because I didn't have any money to make the balance. I called my mum and she sent me some money to help me get through the next few months. And then I was forced to sell assets that I had just to keep going. I felt embarrassed that I'd made such a stupid mistake. You know, when you have an account that has that much money in it, to see that effectively being gambled over a 3-week period to be now negative was shocking. I was very depressed, and yeah, I was pretty messed up.
The reality, when I get these emails from victims, these victims are saying things like, what's my next step? How can I recover this money? And they don't realize the truth of the matter is that money is gone. And the best thing that those victims can do for themselves is to put that in the rearview mirror and to start thinking about the recovery process of what happens next.
The police said to me that they would pursue the companies and the banks in Hong Kong and talk to those owners of those bank accounts and do their investigation. But I put my statement in and have only had one phone call in the last 7 months. I started to reach out to some investigators, and that's when I contacted Ken Gamble and IFW.
We had a complaint from a victim in Hong Kong. He's a British Australian. Now, it's a bit like the old kidnapping cases. Whenever there was someone kidnapped and there's a ransom being demanded, we always try to keep that kidnapper on the line, because while we're communicating, we have a chance of tracking them.
So there's Janice, the receptionist, Donald, the teacher, and Duke, who introduced himself as the CFO. Janice said because the amount of money that I had in my account was so large, Duke is going to personally work with you to get that withdrawal completed. And he gave me all sorts of guarantees. He would even give me a letter of guarantee. So I signed it, and then Ken embedded a trace into that form and sent it back to Duke. We got a trace link and an IP address for the first time. The trace address was in Dubai. In my head, I imagined that they were in Hong Kong. And yeah, I was shocked. I was really shocked.
The
reason why I'm calling is I don't know if you're aware, but the whole thing is a scam.
We got introduced to Jim a while ago by a mutual acquaintance, and he suggested that we should work together. When we managed to track this particular scam to Dubai, we shared the IP address with Jim. He called me back. He said, "Did I give you this IP address?" I said, No, I've just given it to you. He said, "Because that's the same group that I'm monitoring." So Jim was monitoring the very same syndicate that defrauded our client in Hong Kong. That's when our two worlds really collided in a great way.
I've cancelled the transaction of 600 euros.
He already had internal vision of this operation. So the next step is now to send people on the ground to physically inspect that operation, to conduct covert surveillance and start building a little bit of a picture of what we're up against. We've had an informant go inside that building and we've got footage inside. We've been able to establish exactly what they're doing.
Because IFW Global liaise with the local police, for me this was the way to try to get something done about the scam. Initially their view was the police are quite keen on doing something about this.
We gave them an extensive briefing on a very large syndicate that was operating right under their nose in Dubai, showing them this footage that we have, showing them the evidence that we've gathered, requesting that we collaborate with law enforcement in order to raid and bring down this operation.
But actually what transpired was things just went very quiet. Because it had gone quiet, there was nothing more to be done other than at least expose the operation in the hope that they would close it down. This is undercover filming in a pig butchering scam. The people in this office are pretending to be glamorous models in the hope that they can steal money from people all over the world. But thanks to an insider who's risking his life taking these pictures, we're able to see how their scam operates. And if you ever wondered why people are convinced with scams like this, take a look at this footage.
To see it at scale, and yet no one's looking at them.
Has been chosen because it's out of
I find it highly unlikely that I will see any of my money ever again. We know there's thousands and millions of victims out there. I'm a small fish in what is an incredibly big pond. So I hope me speaking up is going to help change something and make more people aware. That would be a great outcome.
Eventually, the police did make raids in those offices. Footage shows thousands of people coming out of those buildings. Hopefully, the top people, who seem to be a Chinese gang, will be put behind bars for a long time because they have got away with literally millions from that scam.
Scam baiters do this big reveal. They publish video where they show how that specific operation works and then they shut it down. And it's kind of cool to see, but
the main concern for a lot of scam baiters isn't just to work with law enforcement. They also need views. And one of the ways that they do that is simply by humiliating scammers.
So it's also kind of a lawless Wild West as well. You know, they can pick and choose who they attack. So that, I think, is a bit worrisome sometimes.
We need to keep talking about this. Anyone who can do anything to make this more difficult for scammers to do their dirty work is welcome. There are a lot of businesses who could take a closer look at what they are enabling on their platforms. There are more resources that could be put on it.
Certainly whenever scams run, there's a whole load of different facets to an organization. Likewise, scam baiters, if you're going to really defeat scams, you kind of need that network as well. We think we can do much more as a group than we can individually, so that's definitely on the cards in the future.
Scammers are going to hate it, and we're going to make a really big impact.
I'm going to try and find out exactly who they are.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
To the mom who's always there, even when no one else sees. You give so much, day after day. You hold their hand, then let go, little by little. Because you know one day, they'll need to be brave on their own. At Goldfish Swim School, we're here to help them grow, so you can take a breath. Because you do it all, and somehow make it look easy. We see you, Mom, and you're doing an amazing job. Goldfish Swim School. You got this.
Hi, my name is Luis Fonan, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Duolingo.
Duolingo co-founder Luis Fonan has a PhD in computer science. But as a CEO, he doesn't see himself as a numbers guy.
I just want to spend my time building a product. Right? That's what I'm good at. I'm not necessarily good at accounting.
El Niño. As the product he'd created grew into the world's most popular language learning tool, Fonan knew he had to turn his attention to strengthening the company. That's where Matt Skarupa came in.
When I came to Duolingo 5 years ago, my job was to get the company ready to go public.
The CFO helped pull off the IPO.
And then it became a translation exercise. It was translating the company to investors, in particular, Luis to investors, and then translating what investors in that world meant for the company as we went public.
Translation is central to Duolingo's business, and it's also important to its internal culture.
And as you translate them and as you see how other people translate them, you start learning.
Though Fonan spent decades in academia while Skarupa forged a career in finance,
I want to do that.
No, I'm excited. That's it's like the marquee event.
They've learned to speak the same language.
She's been a trooper.
She's been awesome. Yeah, she's hilarious. Luis is singular. He's what attracted me to the company. The reason we stay aligned is we talk all the time, and we both like simplicity and clarity of thought.
Like, it's about the students and giving the students a chance. But you were a student.
I know. Luis, because he's so brilliant, most of the financial things that we've had to discuss are very intuitive to him.
There are a few things that I care about when it comes to finances and kind of investor relations, but most of the stuff in terms of accounting or dealing with public market investors or the stock market or stuff like that, I want to be shielded from it. He does a great job with that.
From its offbeat mascot to its gamified curriculum, Duolingo leads with attitude. To quote its corporate handbook, the company is quirky. While it's focused on goals that any CFO would find familiar, it's determined not to take the same old route to reach them.
CFOs aren't traditionally quirky. Talk a little about the cultural shift to a job like this, where the culture is really one that, as is described in the handbook, is unhinged.
I try to be quirky, like Duolingo. Most of my presentations internally start with a Taylor Swift lyric. But I think the role of a CFO in any public company is about bringing clarity. It's not about selling, it's about here's what's actually going on and here's why it makes sense. April is going to have to be really efficient. I think we're set up well for that. Testing is on track and on budget.
He's fun and quirky in a CFO kind of way, which is actually exactly what we want. If we had hired somebody that was similar to me, this company would not be performing the way it's performing.
Duolingo at its core is this amazing machine of learning. We envision this limitless future that we want to build. And my job is to make sure everyone knows where we're standing today. What are our resources and capabilities today? And then strategically, how do we link those together? And I think that is really the basis of what a strategic CFO is, and that's what the role has become.
Duolingo runs on the freemium model. It offers language lessons at no cost, but adds features for people who pay. Free has translated into robust annual user growth. Converting free users to paid subscribers is the ultimate goal, but it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Our free product is essentially our growth engine. I mean, it's the way we grow is people use it for free and then they tell their friends and then maybe one of their friends will subscribe. So I don't want to screw up the free product. I don't think it'll ever be the case that the majority of our users are paying.
The conversion piece is one part of a relatively complex system. Luis talks about our business as having 3 almost equal tranches. We have a group of folks who are trying to bring users to the platform and then engage them enough to keep them on the platform.
That's it.
We have a group of people who are trying to make sure that it is teaching really effectively all of the things we're trying to teach. And then it has a group of people who are trying to convert free users to paid. And they're about a third in terms of headcount and really investment. We got way focused on conversion at the expense of growth or learning. The whole system would not grow as nicely as we want.
So far, the company's kept its subscription menu fairly simple, offering 2 tiers as well as a family plan.
Would there be a way to bring in more subscribers or bring in more revenue if you offered more than 3 different tiers?
The way we pass people through the funnel is complex. It is based on your usage experience, where you're at in your learning journey, where you're at geographically. We're trying to optimize for something called the lifetime value of the subscribers on the platform. We're trying to nudge people towards a product that will deliver them value and be higher LTVs.
That nudge towards Duolingo's premium max tier got a lot more emphatic in late 2024, when the company used AI to give its character Lily the power of conversation.
Introducing Video Call, a new way to practice your language skills.
How's your job going?
Hey Lily, it's going super well.
What's your favorite thing about work these days?
Probably my colleagues. I really like working with them.
That sounds like my nightmare.
We didn't have that core feature that we could organize behind until the fall of last year when we launched Video Call.
안녕하세요. 잘 지냈어요?
That feature sold itself. You didn't have to explain to someone what it was. It was very clear. You're going to have a video conversation with someone. And that is when we saw Max penetration really take off.
You've been talking about studying, working with AI for, at this point, more than 2 decades.
Yes.
How groundbreaking is Lily?
I would have never imagined 10 years ago that it was going to take only 10 years to get to a point where you could practice an actual conversation with an AI. In fact, 4 years ago, it was out of the question.
Salut, comment ça va?
Bien, Lily. Comment ça va?
Lily's conversations are enabled by commercial AI programs. So while an increase in Max subscribers drives gross revenue higher, added expenses eat into margins. It's a burden Duolingo's willing to bear for now, and they insist it'll soon get lighter.
We are really excited that we're at a moment in time where, as one of our financial analysts pointed out, we might be the best example of a company that's monetizing AI and consumer internet right now. Our thesis remains intact that on a per unit basis, the cost of the AI intelligence will come down over time.
In the last 18 months, we've seen AI prices come down precipitously. Foundation models are becoming the fastest depreciating asset class on the market right now. So look at OpenAI's GPT-4 as one example. Over the last 2 years, you've seen prices come down 90% for that model. That's cost per token, so cost to run that model. We're seeing the closed source and open source gap close, which makes these models a lot more accessible. So we're really seeing a perfect storm for AI models right now.
The main goal is to make Max and Lily even more engaging. And we think if we do that, we have a big opportunity to monetize that over time.
Duolingo preserves capital to invest in AI by keeping marketing costs to a minimum, relying on word of mouth and social media instead of paid advertising.
I'm reporting live from Duolingo's funeral.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
We just did this campaign where our owl mascot died. That campaign cost us like $10,000, like nothing. It cost us nothing.
I wanted to see how many of you would bother to bring me back to life.
We inject ourselves into the social conversation across a variety of platforms across the world in a way that's authentic and organic. There's a couple things you don't actually see in our social media. You don't see a call to action. There's no subscribe now, because we're really just trying to be authentic in a conversation.
So if you don't have a call to action, how do you quantify the impact of a campaign like that? How do you measure it?
We have a variety of techniques, survey techniques, and other attribution techniques to do it. I mean, we saw for when Duo faked his death, you can track it from number of interactions on social platforms. In this case, it was over 1 billion. Once we get that user, we are able to offer them multiple bites at the apple to subscribe, because they stay around for a long period of time and they leave the platform and come back. So we are going to have a long-term relationship with this user. The marketing efficacy is over a really long period of time, which is very valuable to us.
Duolingo's strategy is borne out by its dominant share of the language learning market. And that market is projected to boom over the next decade, giving the company even more territory to penetrate.
This is a really huge potential market. If you look at just language learning in general, 80% of the spend is people who are learning English. It's under 50% of the spend for us is learning English. So there's a large gap there that we can fill. So big opportunity.
One tool to take advantage of this opportunity is the Duolingo English Test, or DET. It's Duolingo's third largest revenue stream, and it underpins a long-term plan.
The DET is a very important part of our strategy to become the proficiency standard.
We help certify formally for hundreds of thousands of people every year that their English proficiency is good enough to go to college or go to university somewhere in the world. And if we can then integrate that into the app, and we've started to in some courses where we've put a Duolingo score, then you can merge these two ideas and you can help become the proficiency standard. You want to eventually imagine a world where people are walking around not saying, I'm an intermediate Spanish learner or I'm a beginning French learner. You want to walk around saying, I'm a Duolingo 14. I'm a Duolingo 26. I'm a Duolingo 77. I'm a Duolingo 115. If we are able to achieve that level of being the standard, we think there's tons of business upside to that effort.
Coming up, Lily may be the flashiest example, but Matt Skaruppa tells me Duolingo's investments in AI are bringing all kinds of returns.
We are using AI in ways to create massively more content than we could otherwise create.
And Duolingo's patient approach to growth sometimes makes investors anxious. That's a feature, not a bug.
We have an operating principle that's in our handbook. Take the long view.
This is Bloomberg.
That's the gift, I think we're giving ourselves.
When you ask Duolingo's CFO, Matt Skaruppa, about his career path, he doesn't just tell you where he's worked and when. He explains what he's learned at each stop along the journey, starting with his college degree in chemical engineering.
Chemical engineering taught me a ton about systems. They're all complex, and when you pull on one thing in a system, it's attached to everything else you find. And then after chemical engineering, I went to Bain, the consulting firm, where I learned the power of pure strategy, but really about how you communicate strategy and how important that communication is to the actual strategy. Following that, I went to KKR, where I learned from the best capital allocators in the world. And what I learned from them was how you identify and then double down on durable businesses. At Goldman, I learned a ton about how you structure deals to maximize option value. And when you put all of that together, that's a pretty good CFO skill set. But it came about because I kept putting myself at the bottom of steep learning curve. And then I found myself at Duolingo at the bottom of another steep learning curve in a company that loves putting people at the bottom of steep learning curves.
Skaruppa also found himself in Pittsburgh, a city historically known more for steel than software. He's come to believe that physical and cultural distance from Silicon Valley has played a role in Duolingo's success.
Luis founded the business here and took a long time before they even thought about monetizing. That only happens in a place where you're removed from the social pressure or you're removed from the way of doing things that everyone else does. And I think that in a complex system, which our business is, where we have a bunch of process improvements that we make, being separated and far apart from the coasts initially really helped us develop that process and compound those gains over time. And I think that's a competitive advantage for us.
CEO Luis von Ahn says he considers Netflix and Spotify models for Duolingo to emulate. But with its emphasis on design, imagination, and style, there's more than a little Apple in Duolingo's appeal to consumers.
Engagement is the number one thing we try to solve for, and we try to do that by making the app joyful and fun. And we have a huge swath of really talented designers that enable us to iterate on that product every day and make it 1% better.
Creating something like that costs money. How do you do that? How do you make it engaging? How do you continue to iterate without breaking the bank?
The reason we have the business model we do in part is so that we have a good amount of cash flow that comes off the business to reinvest in design, because it really is a cycle. We think that the more we can put into making it a wow experience, a truly delightful product experience, the more people will stick around and the more chance we'll have to get more subscription dollars. And once we get those dollars, we can then reinvest in doing that. So it truly is a cycle over time.
Duolingo has increased headcount every year since its IPO, and design is the company's second largest department, behind engineering. It's determined to preserve a brand and culture based on joy and connection, even with its AI-first approach to content creation.
We are using AI in ways to create massively more content than we could otherwise create. Humans are still in the loop. We're still making sure that has an excellent quality to it, but we're about to release about 148 new courses that we weren't able to even think about creating if we didn't have AI available. So it essentially lets us keep costs flat and by orders of magnitude increase the content we create.
How are you using AI when testing the product right now?
We do dog food the lessons a ton internally with our employees, and everyone's expected to use the app and find bugs and do all of that. There are going to be advances in AI that help us to write code better, test that code, these type of things, and we'll implement those over time as well.
Do you A/B test with users too, who are outside the company?
Oh, for sure. The biggest way we improve the product over time is through our A/B testing methodology, and it's really the core process moat that we have. And what that means is that we are making small changes, testing them on subsets of our users, seeing what wins and what doesn't, and then implementing what wins.
With AI driving faster creation of new content, Duolingo now has more courses to attract more users in more countries.
We think that we can grow in almost every country in the world from here. There are about 2 billion people in the world learning a language.
States. At this time, no one, including the IAEA, is in a position to assess the underground damage at Fordow. At the Isfahan nuclear site, additional buildings were hit overnight, with the US confirming their use of cruise missiles. Affected buildings include some related to uranium conversion process. Also, at this site, entrances to tunnels used for the storage of enriched material appear to have been hit. At the Natanz enrichment site, the fuel enrichment plant has been hit again, with the US confirming that it used ground-penetrating munitions. Iran has informed the IAEA there has been no increase in off-site radiation levels at the 3 sites. The situation at all other sites in Iran remains as I described them to you 3 days ago. We continue to monitor the situation and encourage the Iranian regulator to maintain its indispensable contact with the IAEA's Incident and Emergency Center. Madam President, the IAEA has consistently underlined, as stated in General Conference resolutions, that armed attacks on nuclear facilities should never take place and could result in radioactive releases with grave consequences within and beyond the boundaries of the state, which has been attacked. I therefore again call on maximum restraint. Military escalation threatens lives and delays a diplomatic solution for the long-term assurance that Iran does not acquire a nuclear weapon. It also threatens the global non-proliferation regime. As I stated 3 days ago and before, I am ready to travel immediately and to engage with all relevant parties to help ensure the protection of nuclear facilities and the continued peaceful uses of nuclear technology in accordance with the agency's mandate. With your support, the IAEA can deploy nuclear safety and security experts to Iran immediately, in addition to our safeguards inspectors, wherever they are needed. Madam President, there is arguably no more important and universally supported endeavor than ensuring that we use the enormous power of the atom for good rather than destruction. Let us not allow the window to close on diplomacy. Let us not allow the non-proliferation regime to fail. Irrespective of individual positions and views, one thing is certain, and this is the simple truth: we will not be safer if there are more nuclear weapons in more states around the world. The IAEA is ready to do its part to bring this military confrontation to an end. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Grossi for his briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who may wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, I'd like to express my appreciation to Guyana Council has met 3 times. Yet, regrettably, each session has witnessed a further escalation of tensions. The Republic of Korea reiterates its profound concern over the deteriorating situation in the Middle East and expresses its sincere hope for urgent de-escalation. When we gathered last Friday, we voiced our hope that a renewed opening for diplomacy might emerge. It is lamentable that in a matter of only 2 days, that hope now seems even more distant than before. Despite the deeply concerning developments in recent days, the Republic of Korea remains firmly convinced that no sustainable resolution to this crisis can be achieved through military means alone. Indeed, now more than ever, we implore all parties to recognize that diplomacy is not merely an option, but an urgent necessity. We call on all sides to exercise maximum restraint and to commit in earnest to restoring dialogue and engaging in reinvigorated diplomatic efforts. Madam President, at this perilous moment, it is vital to prevent a further downward spiral. We therefore reiterate our call for full respect for the UN Charter and international law, and the safeguarding of the international non-proliferation regime. Any indiscriminate attacks against civilians or civilian objects are prohibited. This is an absolute principle that must be upheld, especially as the situation grows ever more volatile. The Republic of Korea highly appreciates the IAEA for its unwavering efforts to ensure nuclear safety and security under these extremely challenging circumstances. We also remain mindful of the safeguards implications of the current crisis. All parties need to return to the table so both military actions and nuclear safeguards concerns can come to an end. In conclusion, Madam President, it is imperative to avoid any further military escalation and prevent a spread of the conflict. We strongly hope that a renewed window for diplomacy will open again. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I thank you for convening this emergency meeting of the Security Council. The gravity of the situation in the Middle East demands the Council's immediate attention as it discharges its primary responsibility to maintain international peace and security. I thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his introductory statement. And I also thank Assistant Secretary General Miroslav Janka and Director General Rafael Grossi of the IAEA for their timely and important briefings. Sierra Leone aligns with the Secretary General's call for immediate de-escalation to avert, and I quote, catastrophic consequences for civilians, the region, and the world, end of quote. While guided by our earlier interventions at meetings held on the 13th and 20th June on this situation, the alarming developments compel this Council to act with urgency. We are concerned to note that less than 24 hours ago, the United States of America struck nuclear facilities at Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Earlier that day, the State of Israel launched further strikes on the Isfahan complex. Iran also responded with missile launches at Israel. We take note of Director General Grossi's briefing on the off-site radiation in the nuclear facilities hit by the strikes. The event, however, heightened the risk of radiological disaster and increased civilian suffering. Sierra Leone is deeply concerned by these military strikes, particularly as they target nuclear installations and densely populated areas in Iran and Israel. Even as we recognize the complexities of the regional security environment, these developments call for renewed commitment to the principles of the UN Charter and international law. The use of force is among the most serious matters before this Council. Article 2.4 of the Charter obliges all member states to refrain, and I quote, from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, end of quote. In this instance, we note with concern that the strikes were conducted without Council authorization, nor was there a clear invocation of the right of self-defense under Article 51 in response to or an imminent armed attack. As we approach the 80th anniversary of the Charter, born of a collective resolve to, and I quote, save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, end of quote, we are witnessing actions that undermine its promise. These attacks starkly contrast the spirit of collective security envisioned in San Francisco. We underscore that collective security remains the bedrock of the rules-based international order and calls for strict and consistent adherence to the UN Charter. Madam President, the targeting of nuclear facilities heighten our concerns. International humanitarian law requires particular caution regarding such sites due to the potential for grave humanitarian and environmental harm. The IAEA has repeatedly affirmed that attacks or threats against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes violates the Charter, the IAEA statute, and international law. We therefore stress the critical importance of upholding the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the cornerstone of the global non-proliferation and disarmament architecture. The NPT prevents nuclear weapons proliferation and provides a framework for addressing concerns related to peaceful nuclear energy. Actions outside this framework risk undermining the treaty's authority and effectiveness. We urge all parties to utilize the NPT mechanisms, including through the IAEA, to address legitimate concerns and avoid measures that weaken this vital instrument of international peace and security. Madam President, we have taken note of Iran's recent letter of 21st June 2025, Israel's communication citing self-defense, and the joint letter from France, Germany, and the United Kingdom. These underline the mounting claims and counterclaims, reinforcing this Council's duty to uphold the Charter. In this regard, Sierra Leone therefore advances the following point. First, we call for an immediate comprehensive ceasefire. Continued hostilities risk igniting a wider regional conflict, destabilizing maritime routes, and uncertain fragile energy markets. There is no military solution. We urge all parties to engage in diplomatic talks and resume structured dialogue towards restoring Resolution 2231 and the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action before remaining measures expire on 18th June 2025. The potential broader consequences of an escalating conflict must not be overlooked. Disruption of key shipping lanes could severely affect small and developing economies, particularly those still recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic and grappling with debt distress. Such disruptions risk inflaming our human and common insecurities, economic distress, disaffection among youth, irregular migration, and fragile social cohesion far beyond the region. Second, we demand strict protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure. We've already been briefed by ASG Yencha on the civilian casualties in Iran as well as in Israel since 13th June. Hospitals, power stations, and homes have suffered damage. We call for safe corridors for medical evacuation and humanitarian relief in line with international law. Third, we emphasize that the NPT remains central to global security. We urge Iran to continue full cooperation with the IAEA and resolve outstanding safeguard issues. We equally urge restraint by all states to protect the integrity of the NPT. Fourth and lastly, we support full IAEA verification, transparent use of the procurement channel, and provisional application of the additional protocol as confidence-building measures essential to regional stability. In closing, Madam President, we must recall that immense power brings immense responsibility. States, including those entrusted with great power by the UN Charter, have a duty to act in ways that uphold peace, security, and a rules-based order. Setting aside the Charter's principle risk weakening the safeguards that protect us all and may embolden unilateral actions elsewhere. At this difficult moment, Sierra Leone appeals for de-escalation, restraint, and the pursuit of diplomacy. Let us remember that behind geopolitical decisions are the lives of ordinary people, men, women, and children, who look to this Council to safeguard their peace, security, and dignity. We hope that our actions will honor that trust and the promise of San Francisco. I thank you.
The representative of Sierra Leone for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President, and thank you for convening this meeting. I'd like to start by thanking the Secretary-General, ASG Yanka, and DG Grossi for briefing us today. This is a pivotal moment for the region. A further spiral of conflict poses serious risks to regional and international peace and stability. Our foremost priority must now be to support de-escalation. We have long made clear that Iran must not have a nuclear weapon, and that their nuclear program represents a serious threat to international peace and security. The United States took action last night to alleviate that threat. The United Kingdom did not participate in US or Israeli strikes. But military action alone cannot bring a durable solution to concerns about Iran's nuclear program. My Prime Minister has been clear. We urge Iran now to show restraint, and we urge all parties to return to the negotiating table and find a diplomatic solution which stops further escalation and brings this crisis to an end. It is in the interests of all parties to pursue such a deal. This was the joint call made by my Prime Minister with his French and German counterparts earlier today. Together with our E3 partners, the UK has long pursued a diplomatic solution to address Iran's nuclear escalation. On Friday, alongside E3 and EU colleagues, my Foreign Secretary met Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi in Geneva to press directly for a return to diplomacy. My Foreign Minister spoke to Foreign Minister Araghchi again today and stressed the urgency of this, and we continue to engage partners across the region. President, the UK reiterates its full support for the IAEA and Director General Grossi for their critical work, professionalism, and impartiality. The IAEA and the Non-Proliferation Treaty are key pillars of international security. Threats against IAEA staff and the DG are unacceptable. We urge Iran to cooperate fully with the IAEA. Failure to do so will only further fuel escalation. President, now is the time for de-escalation and a return to diplomacy. It is essential Iran chooses this path. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I first of all wish to thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for his statement 2 days following the statement he made when he warned us about just how grave the situation was. I wish to also thank the Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Miroslav Jenča, and I thank the Director General for the International Atomic Energy Agency, Mr. Rafael Grossi. I thank them all for their briefings that bear witness to to the extremely grave nature of the situation. Madam President, it is with concern that France learned of the strikes conducted by the United States against 3 nuclear sites in Iran. France did not participate neither in the planning nor conduct of these operations. We urge all parties to demonstrate the utmost restraint and to prevent any and all risks of escalation. Now is the time for strikes to cease, for de-escalation and for negotiation. Civilian populations must be spared at a time when strikes exchanged between Iran and Israel have produced too many civilian victims. We particularly call upon Iran to refrain from all reprisals, to cease its nuclear escalation and to opt for diplomacy, as we encourage them to do on last Friday in Geneva. That was also the message conveyed by the President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron, to his Iranian counterpart during a talk today. It is of imperative importance to guarantee the region's stability. The President of the Republic also spoke today with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, the Sultan of Oman, the President of UAE and the Emir of Qatar to convey that we were fully engaged on this matter. The conflict broadening in scope would pose a grave risk to Israel's security, for the security of the region and for international peace and security. That is the common message espoused by the President of the Republic and shared with Britain and Germany and their leaders. We took note of the statements made by the IAEA, according to which no increase in levels of radioactivity had been seen around the sites struck. I here support France's full support for the DG of the IAEA and its personnel. Once again, in difficult circumstances, the personnel and the Director General are demonstrating their professionalism and devotion. Iran must, as a matter of urgency, return to the path of full cooperation with the agency. Madam President, we've always affirmed that Iran must not and could not ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Iran acquiring such a weapon would constitute a threat for the security of Israel in the region. It would also pose a direct threat to the security interests of France and Europe and would imperil the international non-proliferation architecture. France's position has remained unchanged for more than 20 years. There is only a diplomatic solution to the crisis provoked by the Iranian nuclear program. That conviction in recent days prompted France alongside its E3 partners to take the initiative of discussions with Iran. The Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs, Jean-Noël Barrot, was in Geneva on Friday for that meeting with his Iranian counterpart and his partners in E3 and the European Union. In that framework, we once again voiced our concerns sparked by the Iranian nuclear program. The dangerous escalation of that program has been documented in recent years by IAEA. They said they were not able to assure its exclusively peaceful nature. We reaffirmed our resolve to ensure that Iran never acquire a nuclear weapon in accordance with its obligations under the Non-Proliferation Treaty and the 2015 agreement commitments. We have expressed our desire to continue discussions with Iran to allay concerns raised by the Iranian nuclear program and to address more broadly the security problems posed at a regional level by the destabilizing actions of Iran. This conviction remains today. Only a negotiated diplomatic solution can allow for a lasting settlement to the Iranian nuclear issue. France remains ready to contribute alongside its European partners to seek such a diplomatic solution. We must return to negotiations with a view to achieving a robust, verifiable and long-term solution, vital in order to allow the agency to assure that the Iranian nuclear program is entirely peaceful. That is not the case today. That is the only way that we can guarantee the stability of the region and global peace and security. Madam President, let us never forget that the region in Gaza is already facing a protracted war with devastating humanitarian consequences. We call for an immediate ceasefire, for the unfettered delivery of humanitarian aid throughout the Gaza Strip, and for the immediate unconditional release of hostages. France remains determined to move towards the implementation of a two-state solution, the only solution liable to allow the Palestinians and Israeli people to live in peace and security. We will continue continue to work towards a resumption of the conference mandated by the General Assembly. France will co-chair that conference with Saudi Arabia. Madam President, this Council will meet once again in 2 days to consider the implementation of Resolution 2231. That meeting must stand as an opportunity for this Council and for Iran to reaffirm their commitment to diplomacy and the spirit of negotiation which prevailed and allowed the conclusion of the 2015 agreement. I thank you.
I thank the representative of France for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President.
Saludamos y agradecemos al secretario
and thank
general
the
de las
Secretary
Naciones
General
Unidas,
of the
Su
United
Excelencia
Nations,
Antonio
His Excellency
Guterres,
Antonio
por
Guterres,
su presencia y
for
por su
his
importante
presence
intervención.
and for his important statement.
Extendemos nuestro
We extend
agradecimiento
that gratitude
al secretario general
to
adjunto
Assistant
para Europa,
Secretary
Asia
General for
Central y
Europe,
las
Central
Américas,
Asia and the
señor
Americas,
Miroslav
Mr.
Denka,
Miroslav Yencha,
y al director general
and
del
to the
Organismo
Director
Internacional de
General
Energía
of the
Atómica,
International
señor
Atomic
Rafael
Energy
Grossi,
Agency,
por
Mr.
sus
Rafael
valiosos
Grossi.
aportes.
We thank them
Y
both
damos
for
la
their
bienvenida
invaluable
a las delegaciones de
contributions.
la República
We
Islámica
welcome
de
the
Irán,
delegations
Israel
of the
y
Islamic
Kuwait.
Republic of Iran, Israel and
Observamos con
Kuwait. We note
preocupación
with concern
los
the
recientes
recent
sucesos en
events
Irán.
in Iran.
Desde el inicio de los
Since the
acontecimientos,
onset of
la
events,
mayoría de los
the
miembros de
majority
este
of the
Consejo
members of this Council
hemos
have
advertido
warned
la
of
urgente
the
necesidad
urgent need
de
to
desescalar
de-escalate
el
the
conflicto,
conflict.
así
We've
como también
also
hemos hecho reiterados
repeatedly
llamados a la
appealed
máxima
for utmost
moderación,
restraint to be
al
shown,
diálogo
for
y a las
dialogue
negociaciones
and
para
for
ofrecerle una
negotiations
oportunidad
to
sensata
give
a la
peace
paz.
a real chance.
Debemos insistir.
We must insist
Nos enfrentamos a una situación tan
those
incierta
points.
como
We are facing a
inoportuna,
situation which
cuyas
is as
consecuencias
uncertain as it is
podrían ser
unfortunately timed.
profundamente
Its consequences could be
desestabilizadoras,
profoundly
no solo para la
destabilizing,
región,
not only for
sino
the
para la
region,
paz y la
but
seguridad
for peace,
internacionales.
for international
El
peace and
Organismo
security.
Internacional de
The
Energía
International
Atómica,
Atomic Energy
OIEA,
Agency, the
ha
IAEA,
advertido en sus
has
resoluciones
warned in its
que los
resolutions
ataques a
that
instalaciones
attacks
nucleares
on nuclear facilities
representan un
constitute
riesgo,
a risk,
ya que podrían
because
provocar la
such attacks
liberación de
could
material
trigger the
radioactivo
release of
con
radioactive material.
consecuencias graves
This with
por
grave
contaminación
consequences
radiológica para la
arising from
población, para
radiological
el medio
contamination.
ambiente y
These
podrían
risks
tener un impacto regional sin
to the
precedentes.
population, the environment, and could have an
Afortunadamente,
unprecedented
hasta
regional
el
impact.
momento, los hechos
Fortunately, to
recientes
date,
no han
recent
registrado
events
elevaciones
have
en los
not
niveles de radiación
led to
y no se espera que haya
increases in
consecuencias
radiation
para la
levels,
salud
and it is not
de las
expected
personas
that there will
ni
be
para el medio
consequences for the
ambiente
health of
fuera de
people
los
or for the
sitios
environment
afectados,
beyond
de
the
acuerdo con
sites
lo
affected.
señalado
This
por
in
Irán.
accordance with what's been
Por su
indicated
parte,
by Iran.
El Organismo Internacional de
Says the
Energía
Speaker.
Atómica
For its
ha
part, the
informado que
International Atomic
continuará
Energy Agency
monitoreando
has
y
stated that it will
evaluando esa
continue
situación
monitoring
en
and
Irán.
evaluating the situation in Iran.
Reconocemos su
We
responsable
recognize
gestión.
the
El
deft,
Tratado sobre
skillful
la no
management
proliferación de las armas
by the
nucleares,
IAEA,
TNP,
the Treaty
un
on
pilar
the
esencial del
Non-Proliferation
derecho
of Nuclear
internacional,
Weapons, the NPT,
que ha
is a central
contribuido de
pillar
manera
of
decisiva
international law.
a
It
la
has
no
made a
proliferación de
decisive
armas
contribution
nucleares
to the
y al
non-proliferation
fomento
of
del
nuclear
desarme.
weapons and to
A
ensuring
través del
disarmament.
TNP, la
Through
comunidad
the
internacional
NPT,
ha
the international
procurado mayores
community has
garantías de
garnered greater
estabilidad y seguridad,
assurances of stability and
reduciendo
security,
el riesgo de que
reducing
las armas
the
nucleares
risks
se
of nuclear
conviertan en
weapons
motivo
becoming
de
a source
confrontación
of
o conflicto.
confrontation or conflict.
Reconocemos
We
que la desconfianza
recognize that
es un
a lack
factor
of trust
agravante en esta
is a
situación.
factor
Sin
exacerbating
embargo,
this
esperamos que
situation.
aún pueda
However,
existir
we hope
algún
that
espacio
some
para el diálogo
room might still
y que
remain for
este Consejo
dialogue. We
puede
hope that this
desempeñar un
Council will be
papel
able to
constructivo
play
para
a
fomentarlo.
constructive role to
Para
encourage
lograrlo,
that dialogue.
todos debemos,
To achieve
desde
that
nuestras
goal, we must
perspectivas,
all, as we can,
exhortar a las partes a
urge
encontrar una
parties
solución
the
que
parties
evite que
to
las
find a
poblaciones
solution which
civiles se
avoids
conviertan
civilian
en víctimas
populations
de un
becoming
conflicto
victims of
aún
an
mayor.
even worse
Señora
conflict.
Presidente,
Madam President,
Panamá, país
is a
pequeño,
small country,
pero dueño
but the
responsable
owner,
de un
the
canal
responsible owner indeed of
interoceánico
a strategic
siempre
interoceanic
apelará
canal,
al derecho
we will
internacional
always have
como
recourse
vía
to
para
international
dirimir
law as
controversias
the pathway
internacionales
through which
que
to
podrían
resolve
tener
international disputes that
repercusiones a
could
nivel global.
have global repercussions.
principles of the UN Charter and international law,
侵犯伊朗的主
as well
权、
as
安全
Iran's
和
sovereignty,
领土完整，
security, and territorial
加剧
integrity.
中东紧
It
张
has
局势，
exacerbated tensions in the
严
Middle
重冲
East
击
and
国际
dealt
和
a
不
heavy
断体
blow
系。
to the international nuclear
国际社
non-proliferation
会
regime.
必须
The international
秉持正义，
community must uphold justice
为推动
and
局势
make
降温
concrete、efforts to
恢复
cool
和
down
平
the
稳定
situation
做
and
出
restore
切实
peace
努
and
力。
stability.
我愿做
In
4
this
点
connection, I
呼吁。
wish to put forward 4 appeals.
第一，
First,
我们呼
we
吁
call for
立即
an
停
immediate
火止战。
ceasefire and ending the
当前
hostilities.
中东局势
In the
骤
context
然
of
紧
the
张，
abrupt
中
escalation
方
of tensions
对
in the
事
Middle
态
East,
可能
China
走
is
向
deeply
失控
concerned about the
深感
risk
担
of the
忧。
situation getting out of control.
冲突当事
The
方，
parties to the
尤其是
conflict,
以色列，
Israel in
应当
particular,
立即
should
停
reach
火，
an immediate
防
ceasefire
止局
to
势
prevent
轮
a
番升
spiraling
级，
escalation
坚决
and
避
to
免
resolutely
战争外
avoid
溢。
the spillover of the
有
war.
关各方
The parties
应当
concerned
遵
should
守
abide
国
by
际法，
international law,
克制
curb
武
the
力冲动，
impulse to use
避免
force,
激化
and
矛
avoid
盾，火上
exacerbating
浇油。
conflicts and adding fuel to the fire.
第二，
Second,
我们呼吁
we call
切
for
实保
effective
障平
protection
民
of
安全。
civilians.
一切冲突
The
的最
ultimate
终受害
victims
者
of
都
all
是广
conflicts
大
are
无
the
辜民
innocent
众。
people.
中方对
China
冲
is
突
deeply
导致
saddened
大量
by
平
the
民
large
伤
number
亡
of
深
civilian
感震惊。
casualties caused by the
平民
conflict.
和民用
Civilians
设
and
施
civilian
不能
facilities
成为
must
军
not
事行
become
动的目
targets
标。
of military operations.
国际人道法
And
的
the
底
bottom
线
line of
不可
international
突破。
humanitarian law must
冲
not
突
be
当事
breached.
方应
Parties
以
to the
地区
conflict
国
should
家
place
民
the
众的利
interests
益
and
和福
well-being
祉
of the
为
people
重，
of the countries in the
坚决
region
避免
above everything
殃
else,
及无辜
and
平
make
民，
every effort
避
to
免攻
avoid
击
harm
民
to
用设施。
innocent civilians and refrain from attacking civilian
第三，
facilities.
我们
Third,
呼吁坚
we
持
call
对
for
话谈
commitment
判，
to dialogue and negotiation.
武力换不来
Peace
中
in the
东的
Middle
和
East
平。
cannot be
对
achieved
话
by the
谈
use of
判才
force.
是根本出路。
Dialogue and negotiation
当
are the
前，
fundamental way out.
伊朗核问
At
题的外
present,
交手段
diplomatic
并未
means
穷
to
尽，
address the Iranian nuclear issue haven't been
和平
exhausted,
解决仍
and
有希望。
there's still hope for a peaceful
要
solution.
坚持政治解
Parties
决
should
伊
stay
朗核
firmly
问题的
committed
大
to the
方向
political
不动
settlement
摇，
of the Iranian nuclear
坚持
issue,
通过对
and
话
work
谈
to
判
bring it
推
back
动
onto the
伊
track
朗核
of a
问题
political
重
solution
回
through
政治解
dialogue
决
and
之道，
negotiation,
达成
with
各
a
方
view
均
to
可接
reaching
受
an
的协议。
agreement acceptable to all parties.
第四，
Fourth,
我们呼吁
we
安
call
理
for
会
swift
尽快采
actions
取
by
行
the
动。
Security Council.
安理会
The
对
Security
维护
Council
和
has
平
the
安
primary
全，
responsibility for the maintenance of
安理
international
会
peace
对
and
维护
security,
国际和平与安全负有首要责任。面对重大危
and
机，
cannot
不能
stand
无所作
idly
为。
by in the face of a
俄罗
major
斯、中
crisis.
国、
Russia,
巴基斯
China,
坦
and
已经
Pakistan
提出一 项
have
安
proposed
理
a
会
draft
决议草案，
resolution
呼吁立
calling
即
for
无
an
条件停
immediate
火，
and unconditional
保护平
ceasefire,
民，
the protection
遵
of
守国际
civilians,
法，
respect
开
for
展对
international
话
law,
谈判。
and engaging in
我们
dialogue
期
and
待安理会
negotiation.
成员
We hope
展
that
现
Council
责任
members
担
can
当，
demonstrate their
共
strong
同支
sense of
持该决议
responsibility
草案，
by jointly
推
supporting
动
the
安理
draft
会为
resolution to
维护
enable the
国际
Security
和平与
Council
安全
to fulfill its
履责
responsibilities
尽
for the
职。
maintenance of international peace and
中方
security.
愿同国际
China
社会一
stands
道，
ready to work
凝聚
with the
合力，
international
主持
community
公
to
道，
foster
为恢
synergy,
复中东
uphold
地区和平
justice,
稳
and
定
make
做出
unremitting
不懈努
efforts
力。
to restore
谢谢
peace and stability in the Middle East. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me start by thanking the Secretary General for his introductory remarks, as well as Assistant Secretary General Genscher and Director General Grossi for the informative and timely briefings. Madam President, this is the third time in 10 days that this Council has been convened in an emergency meeting, and rightfully so. The situation is now more dangerous than at any point since June 13th. What the Secretary General referred to as a defining moment for our collective future has now become a reality. We have taken note of the military action against nuclear-related sites in Iran and are monitoring with concern the evolving situation very closely. Madam President, allow me to raise the following 3 points. First, we reiterate our call upon all parties to show restraint. There is no need for more violence, especially given the potential grave consequences. It is critical for the AEAI inspectors to be able to resume their activity and check on the status of the stockpiles of the enriched uranium, as well as of the remaining enriching capabilities of Iran. This is essential as the global non-proliferation architecture and regional and potentially global security come under intense stress. Second, I must reiterate a strong concern over the nuclear program of Iran, which should never be allowed to have nuclear weapons. We have time and again warned against non-compliance with the legally binding safeguards and JCPOA obligation. Against this background, Israel has the right to protect itself and live in peace and security with its neighbors. We can argue in this chamber, and so many times we have done, on whether Iran's nuclear program was exclusively peaceful or not. However, whatever the case may be, such high levels of enriched uranium in a region as volatile as the Middle East cannot but generate extreme uncertainty and instability. Third, it is of critical importance to ensure that civilians on all sides are protected. Last but not least, we take note with profound relief of DG Grossi's remarks that as of this time, we do not expect that there will be any health consequences for people or the environment outside the targeted sites. Madam President, in closing, allow me to highlight, in no uncertain terms, the value of de-escalation as a first step towards sustainable peace. The international community and countries with influence must step in and offer a diplomatic way out, which must include the necessary security assurances. Involved parties need to act in full compliance with the UN Charter, international law, and international humanitarian law. Echoing the ancient virtue of sophrosine, self-restraint, we urge all parties to exercise the utmost moderation and engage in dialogue and diplomacy. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Madam President. And I also thank the Secretary General for his presence and remarks, and Assistant Secretary Jenka and Director General Grossi for their briefings and updates. Madam President, we are meeting again today as the situation in the Middle East continues to escalate. Attacks between Israel and Iran have continued since our last meeting on Friday. Civilian casualties and widespread suffering continue to rise on both sides. Last night, a targeted operation was carried out by the United States against 3 nuclear facilities in Iran. The continued escalation in the Middle East is a cause for great concern and poses a grave risk to international peace and security. Madam President, Denmark urges all parties to abide by the obligations under the UN Charter and international law. All parties must ensure protections of civilians and civilian infrastructure in line with international humanitarian law. Furthermore, and keeping in mind the words of Director General Grossi 2 days ago to this Council, all actions should be taken and the necessary restraint shown to reduce the risk of nuclear accidents, which could have devastating effects for the civilian population and the environment. Madam President, Denmark has persistently underlined that Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. That would be a serious threat to regional and global security. We have repeatedly expressed our concerns about Iran's accelerating nuclear trajectory and the fact that the IAEA is unable to assure that the Iranian nuclear program is exclusively peaceful. We welcome that the IAEA continues to monitor the situation and provide information on the nuclear safety and security implications. And we stress the importance of continued and timely exchange of information between Iran and the IAEA regarding issues related to nuclear safety, security, and safeguards. Madam President, the current trajectory is unsustainable and fraught with danger, not only for the region, but for international peace and security at large. De-escalation is not only necessary, it is urgent. We call on all actors to step back from the brink to prevent further escalation in the Middle East. We urge Iran to engage in negotiations and not to take any further action that could destabilize the region. At this critical moment, it is important that all parties refrain from steps that could lead to serious regional and global consequences. We further stress the need to protect maritime security and international trade routes, including via the Strait of Hormuz. Madam President, in closing, now is the time to return to negotiations in order to reach a diplomatic solution. We call on all parties to exercise the utmost restraint and to engage in a diplomatic negotiated solution, which is the only viable path towards lasting peace in the region and beyond. Denmark stands ready to work with all parties to that effect. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Madam President, we're grateful to the Presidency of Guyana for swiftly convening today's meeting of the UN Security Council linked to the acutely dangerous development we've seen in the Middle East, developments which have been further exacerbated by the overnight US strikes on Iranian sites. We'd like to thank the UNSG for his keynote address, as well as to ASG Yencha and DG Grossi for their briefings. Russia condemns in the most decisive terms the irresponsible, dangerous and provocative actions committed by the USA against the Islamic Republic of Iran, a sovereign member state of the United Nations. As we know, in the early hours on the 22nd of June, the US Air Force, in full cooperation and coordination with the Israeli Air Force, an Air Force which for over a week, in violation of the basic principles of international law, has been conducting massive strikes on Iranian infrastructure and sites, they together launched an unprovoked missile and bomb attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, sites under IAEA safeguards, Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. In so doing, Washington yet again demonstrated its complete contempt for the position of the international community. Washington reasserted that to further the interests of its Israeli ally, it's prepared not only to turn a blind eye to the killings of tens of thousands of Palestinian women, children and older persons, but also to gamble with the safety and well-being of humanity as a whole. Through their actions, the US has opened a Pandora's box. No one knows what new catastrophes and suffering it will bring. In the last 10 days, we heard 3 briefings from the IAEA DG, Mr. Rafael Grossi. He cautioned that strikes on Iranian nuclear infrastructure could have absolutely unpredictable repercussions, as well as that they pose a major threat to both the nuclear safety and security, not only in Iran, but also in the region and the world. Yet Washington is completely unconcerned. It's unconcerned by either the radiological consequences nor the threat to the lives and health of a huge number of people, civilians including women and children in the region and beyond. Washington, much like West Jerusalem, sees itself as the highest judge in the land, vested with the right to mete out justice as it sees fit. Thus, the US has confirmed that in order to safeguard their global hegemony, it's prepared to commit any crimes, any violations of international law. Let me remind you that no one gave the US the authority to act in such a way. We insistently offered our US colleagues our mediation services so as to find a peaceful, mutually agreeable solution surrounding the Iranian nuclear program. Yet our US colleagues are clearly not interested in diplomacy today. Responsibility for this falls squarely on the shoulders of the US leadership, especially given that it is the US leadership that not only publicly acknowledged its responsibility for these actions, but actually flaunted it, demonstrating wholesale disregard for the norms of international law and the UN Charter, as well as Security Council resolutions, including Resolution 487 and Resolution 2231, as well as the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT. Madam President, just 2 days ago, here in this very chamber, we heard from many delegations, including the closest allies of the US. They called for a de-escalation and for the settlement of differences around the negotiation table. Yet our US colleagues yet again ignored this position, the position of the entire international community, following Israel's lead, instead of checking Israel, instead of forcing it to halt the spiral of escalation. Today, we once again will be hearing from the US representative. We'll be hearing cynical statements about readiness to return to the negotiations table, as if there were no strikes using heavy payload bombs on Iran. Clearly, this is being done to hypercritically subsequently portray Tehran as the party that spoiled the negotiations process, the party that's supposedly undermining stability in the Middle East. Yet we believe that none of our sensible colleagues in the international community will believe our US colleagues anymore, much like they won't believe their attempts to convince the Security Council that Iran was trying to acquire nuclear weapons. Let me remind you that back in March, high-ranking U.S. intelligence officials said that the U.S. does not have information about Tehran's attempts to develop military nuclear capabilities. I imagine that many are getting a nagging sense of déjà vu today. Let me remind you that back in 2003, in this very chamber, the U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell waved around a test tube, justifying Washington's plans to invade the territory of another sovereign state, only to having waged decades of chaos onto its people to not find any WMDs there. Today's situation is no different in substance to the one we saw in 2003. Again, we're being asked to believe the US's fairy tales to once again inflict suffering on millions of people living in the Middle East. This cements our conviction that history has taught our US colleagues nothing. We regret that today some of you in this room didn't and cannot muster up the courage to call a spade and to condemn Washington's actions. And it's very strange to be participating in this theatre of the absurd, this cynical theatre. We had the representative of the UK calling on Iran to exercise restraint, a country which was subjected to an unprovoked attack, which was bombed. It had its nuclear sites bombed, as if it were Iran, not Israel, and the US that was escalating the situation as much as possible. They're calling on Iran to exercise restraint. This is something other council members are doing. We've seen a lot of hypocrisy in this room, but this takes the biscuit. This is a surprising example of hypocrisy on the part of those who, over the last few days, has been whipping up tensions regarding Resolution 2231, which will soon expire. Madam President, throughout the last week, we witnessed a new, highly dangerous wave of escalation. Last night, the situation became wholly unprecedented in nature. The radiological repercussions of the US attacks remain to be assessed, and we're counting on the IAEA and its Director General to issue a clear-cut, professional and impartial analysis of the situation, including by presenting an objective report at the emergency session of the Board of Governors of the IAEA. Yet it's already clear that strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, including those conducted by one of the NPT's depositories, the US, that these attacks amount to a colossal attack on the global NPT regime, non-proliferation regime. They not only deal a blow to the authority of the IAEA, they also deal a blow to the entire system of inspections and controls implemented by the agency. They also destroy the basis of the system of international cooperation, including de facto risking casting us back into the era of nuclear risks. Seemingly, this is what Washington and Western Jerusalem are seeking. The Russian Federation, as a responsible state and a permanent member of the Security Council, cannot abide such a scenario. We cannot support it. Iran, as per the NPT, has the right to develop its civilian nuclear program. Overnight, the US has de facto nullified years of diplomatic efforts aimed at ensuring compliance with this fundamental principle. Agreeing with the legality of US actions is tantamount to throwing out all of the international community's advances on this front. And since we talked about the importance of the NPT and the global non-proliferation regime today, I'd like to remind you that Israel has not yet acceded to the NPT. Thus, there cannot be a comprehensive IAEA inspections program vis-a-vis Israel. As for Iran, in keeping, I'd like to remind you that Israel has not acceded to the NPT, so no comprehensive IAEA inspections program vis-a-vis Israel is being implemented. As for Iran was and remains the most monitored IAEA state in the world. And instead of supporting Iran, we're getting bombardments of this country, including its civilians. This is a country, and this is being done by a country which has in principle refused to sign the NPT. This is an outrageous, cynical situation. It's very strange that the IEA DG did not say a word about this. Nor did he call on Israel to join the NPT, not once. Madam President, I think that everyone in this room can see full well that unless we stop the escalation, the Middle East will find itself on the verge of a large-scale conflict with unpredictable consequences for the entire international security system. Plus, the entire world might end up on the verge of a nuclear disaster. We call for an immediate cessation of aggressive actions by Israel and the US, restraint on the part of all parties, and return into the fold of international diplomacy and the negotiations process. Yet calls on the part of UN Security Council members are not enough. Based on the provisions of the UN Charter, and these are the very same provisions that those who are hypocritically staying silent today call for respect for in other cases. On the basis of these provisions, the Security Council is simply duty-bound to craft a collective decision which would make unacceptable strikes on Iranian nuclear infrastructure, which are under IEA safeguards. To this end, we need, first and foremost, a clear-cut legal and political assessment of what happened. For all those who are not pursuing any hidden agendas nor double standards, this is patently obvious. To this end, the Russian Federation, China and Pakistan have prepared and disseminated this morning a short and balanced UN Security Council draft resolution, including a call for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire and for a search for a diplomatic solution surrounding the Iranian nuclear program. The text reflects the positions of an overwhelming majority of Security Council members expressed at our meetings held on the 13th and 20th of June. We're counting on the support of all Security Council members to ensure that the Council can, as soon as possible, send a signal about the need to immediately end the violence, something that the Secretary General again called for inter alia. Unless the Security Council takes a clear-cut and principled position, further escalation is inevitable. We call on all Security Council members to adopt a responsible approach and to support the proposed draft. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation, and I give the floor now to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Assistant Secretary General Miroslav Jenca, and Director General Rafael Grossi for your continued attention on this urgent matter of international peace and security. Madam President, last evening, U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter. For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. Iran has attacked Israel with hundreds of ballistic missiles and through terrorist proxies. For decades, Iran has been responsible for misery and countless deaths across the Middle East. Iran's government and its proxies have also killed numerous Americans, including American service members in Iraq and Afghanistan. In recent weeks, Iranian officials have intensified their hostile bluster and rhetoric. Iran has long obfuscated it.
Is this gonna last?
Do I really need boots?
Is this light enough to carry?
These are the questions that keep us up at night. So we make sure our gear stands up to the test.
Our gearheads put every hiking shoe, backpack, and tent through the ringer, testing for durability and performance in the harshest environments. So you know you'll be ready for whatever nature throws at you.
Venture beyond the beaten path with endless knowledge from our gearhead experts and unlock the world's biggest gear closet.
Trump said, any Iranian attack, direct or indirect, against Americans or American bases will be met with devastating retaliation. To fulfill its core mission of maintaining international peace and security, this Council must call upon the Iranian regime to end its 47-year effort to eradicate the State of Israel, to terminate its drive for nuclear weapons, to stop targeting American citizens and interests, and to negotiate peace in good faith for the prosperity and security of the Iranian people and all other states in the region. Madam President, a member state here today cast aspersions about hypocrisy and raised the forthcoming meeting on UN Security Council Resolution 2231. In that regard, I would point out that the recent IAEA report on verification and monitoring of Iran's noncompliance with obligatory nuclear safeguards shows clearly that Iran has been continuing to accelerate its nuclear activities without any credible civilian justification. We look forward to discussing the implications of this report and its broader implications on Tuesday when the Secretariat briefs on the report on implementation of UNSCR 2231. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Madam President. Secretary General, thank you very much for your remarks. And thank you also to Director General Grossi and Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General Jenča for their briefings. Madam President, this body is mandated to work for maintenance of international peace and security. There are moments in this chamber and outside, pivotal moments that shape our collective future. We believe today's debate is one of them. Slovenia denounces the sharp military escalation. This escalation risks to further exacerbate an already extremely dangerous and unstable regional situation and is threatening international peace and security. Therefore, we join the Secretary General's call on the parties to the conflict to disengage from further escalation and retaliation. We call for an immediate ceasefire. Madam President, we further call on the parties to the conflict to respect the UN Charter and international law, including the international humanitarian law. As we have been proven time and time again, violence and military conflicts lead nowhere but to an ever greater suffering of the innocent people of the Middle East. We are deeply alarmed about the toll of the ongoing situation on civilians, the chaos and the fear it is sowing. Madam President, Slovenia remains concerned about the size and unclear nature of Iran's nuclear program. We reaffirm our firm rejection of nuclear proliferation. At this point, I wish to express our full support to the work of the International Atomic Energy Agency and to you, DG Grossi. At this critical moment, with so much at stake, we must insist on diplomacy. A tailored diplomatic solution is needed. We welcome attempts of maintaining a diplomatic path in the recent days, namely the meeting of the E3 and the EU with Iran, and call on everyone else to follow this path. We call on the parties to the conflict and those with influence on them to prioritize diplomacy and peace and to return to the negotiating table. This must include Iran's nuclear question, leading us to establishing a credible, comprehensive, and verifiable solution, as well as dealing with other regional crises, including Gaza. Madam President, let me repeat, this is not a time for further escalations. This is not a time for retaliatory measures. It is time for de-escalation and diplomacy. It is time for peace. And we call on all leaders to show leadership for peace. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Madam President, at the outset, Somalia wishes to thank the Presidency for convening the Council again in response to escalating and grave developments in the Middle East. We also extend our appreciation to the Secretary General for his introductory remarks and to DG Grossi and ASG Yanka for their thorough updates on this worrying and rapidly evolving threat to international peace and security in the Middle East. The recent attacks on nuclear facilities of Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan in Iran represent a perilous escalation that threatens to engulf the entire region in an uncontrollable cycle of violence, suffering, and destruction. Somalia condemns any acts of aggression that violate the sovereignty and territorial integrity of member states. Such actions are in clear contravention of the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, in particular Article 2, Paragraph 4, which prohibits the threat or use of force against any state. We reaffirm the importance of respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Our delegation believes that all member states share responsibility to act in accordance with these principles and commitments. Madam President, at this critical moment, 4 urgent actions must guide our collective response. First, uphold international law and the UN Charter. We call for respect of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states and adhere to the principles of good neighborliness and to resolve disputes through peaceful means. Violations of these principles imperil countless lives and deepen regional crisis. Second, pursue de-escalation and comprehensive ceasefire. We urge all sides to work towards de-escalation and achieve immediate and unconditional ceasefire in order to restore calm and confidence-building measures. The Security Council must support every diplomatic initiative aimed at reducing tensions and preventing further conflict. Third, the return to negotiations on non-proliferation. Somalia reaffirms the urgent necessity of returning to negotiations regarding the Iranian nuclear program. Our delegation believes that the only viable path forward is a swift recommitment to talks on non-proliferation in line with relevant international resolutions. We further reiterate our call for the establishment of a Middle East zone free of nuclear weapons and for all regional states to join the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation and Nuclear Weapons. Lastly, protection of civilians and safeguarding nuclear facilities. We emphasize the paramount importance of protecting civilians and civilian infrastructure. Also, we urge all parties to exercise restraint and refrain from targeting nuclear facilities, particularly under IAEA safeguards, given the grave risks such actions pose to populations, regional stability, and the environment. Equally important is to guarantee freedom of navigation in international waterways and to refrain from actions that undermine maritime security. To conclude, Madam President, the challenges before us demand a collective, measured response rooted in dialogue, mutual respect, and a renewed commitment to multilateralism. Our delegation stands ready to engage constructively with the international community to advance peace, stability, and security for all states in the Middle East. We urge all parties to act with responsibility and wisdom, placing the well-being of the region's people above all other considerations. Our delegation echoes the SG call to give peace a chance and reiterates its call to seize this moment to redouble efforts for de-escalation and a return to negotiations and a sustainable diplomatic process. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Somalia for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Madam President, for convening this yet another emergency meeting of the Security Council. And I would also like to join colleagues in thanking the Secretary General for his remarks. You couldn't be clearer than that, Secretary General. Thank you. I would also like to thank ASG Shenka and Director General Grossi for their important briefings. Madam President, when the Security Council met for the second time last Friday, following Israel's wanton continuing aggression and unprovoked strikes against Iran, many members warned the international community of this grave violation of the UN Charter and the risk of dangerous escalation. We have heard the same today around the table from Council members as well as the Secretary General and other briefers. But tragically, developments over the past 24 hours have only confirmed those warnings. And it is unfortunate that the universal calls for de-escalation and a peaceful resolution of this crisis through dialogue have remained unheeded. From the outset, Pakistan has adopted a principled position on these developments, a position based entirely on international law and the UN Charter. We have thus strongly and unambiguously condemned the Israeli aggression, expressed solidarity and full support for Iran's inherent and legitimate right of self-defense in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations, denounced the unlawful Israeli unilateral strikes on IAEA-safeguarded Iranian nuclear facilities, called for bringing an end to this aggression, advocated cessation of hostilities and for reverting to dialogue and diplomacy for a peaceful, lasting settlement of the Iranian nuclear issue. In recent days, Pakistan's leadership, including the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, has remained actively engaged in promoting those objectives through numerous and continuing contacts with leaders of other countries and our partners across regions, all in the interest of preserving international peace and security and in fulfillment of our responsibility as a member of the Security Council. The Council of Foreign Ministers of the OIC meeting in Istanbul has echoed the same call for ending the aggression and supporting de-escalation and a peaceful settlement. It is in this context that we are seriously concerned by the recent developments that have further heightened tensions. Pakistan has condemned the US strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, which come on the heels of a series of brazen attacks by Israel on the nuclear sites. Let me recall that specific targeting of nuclear facilities under IAEA safeguards constitutes a clear breach of international law, the IAEA statute, multiple IAEA resolutions, as well as Security Council Resolution 487. And according to Article 25 of the Charter, the members of the United Nations agree to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council in accordance with the Charter. That responsibility to carry out the decisions of the Security Council is heaviest with the members of this Council, particularly the permanent members in the first place. Madam President, we are deeply alarmed by the escalating situation. The sharp rise in tensions and violence as a result of the Israeli aggression and unlawful actions is profoundly disturbing. Any further escalation risks catastrophic consequences for the region and beyond. Pakistan stands in solidarity with the government and brotherly people of Iran during this challenging time. Madam President, these attacks set a dangerous precedent and pose a grave threat to the safety and security of populations across the region, and indeed the world. As the body entrusted with primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, the Security Council must act urgently and decisively. We share a collective responsibility to, first, unequivocally reject and condemn the attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran since 13th of June, being in clear contravention of international law and the UN Charter. Threat or use of force must never be condoned. Article 2.4 is crystal clear in this regard, and so is Article 51. Second, denounce the attacks on IAEA safeguarded nuclear facilities, which violate Security Council and IAEA resolutions as well as international humanitarian law. Third, reaffirm the obligation to protect civilian lives and property on both sides. All parties must adhere fully to international law, particularly international humanitarian law. Fourth, call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and a complete ceasefire. Fifth, promote urgent recourse to dialogue and diplomacy consistent with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter to find a peaceful and lasting resolution to the Iranian nuclear issue. Madam President, in pursuit of these objectives, Pakistan has joined China and Russia in circulating a draft resolution. Among other things, this resolution calls for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, urges all parties to refrain from further escalation, demands the urgent protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure, and supports a diplomatic path forward on the Iranian nuclear issue that is acceptable to all parties. And listening to similar concerns and priorities expressed by many of the Council members today, we sincerely hope that the draft resolution will receive the Council's support, enabling it to respond with unity and resolve urgently and effectively in line with the gravity of the situation. And Pakistan stands ready to engage constructively with all Council members in this regard. Madam President, the Middle East, already burdened by prolonged instability, history of Israeli illegal occupation, and continued denial of the Palestinian right to self-determination and statehood, cannot absorb another crisis. We must act now to prevent the situation from spiraling further out of control. History has taught us that the use of force and unilateral military actions only deepen conflicts and entrench divisions, with tragic human and humanitarian consequences. Dialogue and diplomacy remain the only path forward. These must be pursued with seriousness and sincerity by all. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Madam President, I would like to thank you for the prompt scheduling of this meeting. I thank the Secretary General for his remark. We share your assessment that this is a dangerous escalation in the region already on the edge. And we echo your pressing call on member states to de-escalate and to uphold their obligation under the UN Charter and other rules of international law. I also thank ASG Genca and Director General Grossi for their briefings. Madam President, the world, and especially the Middle East, cannot endure another war. Unfortunately, events in the region are accelerating in an alarming pace, pushing the Middle East dangerously close to an apocalyptic scenario. At a time when the international community was united, yes, was united, in seeking ways to ease tensions, the situation has deteriorated sharply yesterday and further exacerbated by American strikes targeting Iranian nuclear facilities. Algeria expresses its deep concern and regret over this grave development, which significantly worsens the security and exposes the entire region to unprecedented risks with potentially uncontainable consequences. The erosion of the international nuclear security architecture poses a grave threat not only to regional stability, but also to the global peace and security. Attacks on nuclear facilities under international safeguards seriously undermine the integrity and credibility of the global non-proliferation regime. Therefore, we reaffirm that the legal framework safeguarding nuclear installations is clear, is comprehensive, is binding. Its very existence is precisely to ensure the highest levels of safety and protection for such facilities. The resolution of the IAEA General Conference repeatedly and explicitly state that, I quote, "Any armed attack on and threat against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes constitute a violation of the principles of the United Nations Charter, the international law, and the statute of the agency." These resolutions remain fully valid and applicable to the current situation. Under no circumstances should nuclear facilities be subject to attack. Upholding international law is not optional. It is a binding obligation upon all member states. Madam President, what lies ahead? What space remains for diplomacy? What responsibility rests with this Security Council? What we are witnessing today is a profound and perilous reversal. War has become the denial of diplomacy and politics by all means. Diplomacy our job, long regarded as the primary tool for conflict resolution, is now being compelled to yield, to step aside, to allow force to take precedence. And this Council, for some, and especially for Middle East issues, its restraint, its silence, yes, silence, is seen as more useful than its action. What then of negotiation, of agreements, of the essence of the United Nations, its charter, its principles, and of international law? They too are being bypassed, negated, disregarded, and finally discredited. Future generations will remember not only what we said, but what we did, or what we failed to do. We, the Security Council members, especially the elected one. Madam President, to reaffirm Algeria's position clearly, the only viable path forward is a return to diplomacy, an approach rooted in international legality, the principles of the United Nations Charter, and the pursuit of a peaceful resolution. We must collectively draw on the lessons of the region's painful history, which clearly shows that military solutions have never succeeded in resolving its complex challenges. Algeria reiterates again its firm call for an immediate ceasefire, a return to the negotiating table, and a sincere commitment by all concerned parties to finding a peaceful and negotiated solution to the Iranian nuclear issue, including the lifting of sanctions. Should I remind what the Charter clearly states? I quote, "All members shall settle their international dispute by peaceful means." End of quote. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for his statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as representative of Guyana. I thank you, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, for your presence here today and for your remarks. I also express our appreciation to Assistant Secretary General Miroslav Yencha and IAEA Director General Grossi for responding swiftly to our urgent request to brief the Security Council. Colleagues, just 2 days ago, we met in these chambers and made urgent calls for diplomacy and de-escalation in relation to the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran. the Secretary General appealed to give peace a chance, and many of us echoed that call. Guyana, like so many other countries, including on this council, has consistently called for Israel and Iran to exercise maximum restraint and to avoid any miscalculations that would further plunge the region into deeper crisis. Colleagues, for months, we have listened to the increasingly dangerous rhetoric and threats. However, what we need at this time is leadership and diplomacy. In this context, Guyana offers the following considerations. First, what is unfolding in the Middle East concerns us all. We must renew our calls for de-escalation and urge the concerned parties to step back and return to diplomacy and dialogue. We call on influential states to encourage the parties in this direction. Resist the temptation to fan the flames of conflict, given the potentially grave humanitarian and security impacts, as well as the attendant effects on global trade, including oil prices and food security. Second, we urge the members of this council to urgently address the grave threat posed by this conflict to international peace and security, to uphold their obligations under the UN Charter, and take decisive action to end the hostilities. We must ensure that the parties avoid being trapped in a retaliatory tit-for-tat loop of violence that undermines regional and global peace and security. Finally, the headwinds we face are indeed testing our collective resolve. Guyana reiterates its call for all parties to abide by the principles of the United Nations Charter and to respect and uphold international humanitarian law, particularly the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution, and ensure the protection of civilians and civilian objects. We also reiterate that the right to self-defense absolves neither party of their responsibilities and obligations under international law. I thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council. Before opening the floor, I would like to remind all speakers that this is a formal meeting of the United Nations Security Council and of the need to ensure proper decorum in the delivery of their statements and to refrain from personal attacks. I now give the floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, thank you, Madam President, for your valuable effort to promptly convening this emergency meeting in your capacity as the President of the Security Council. We welcome the presence of Secretary General at this meeting, and we also listen to the statement made by the ASG, Mr. Jenka. We appreciate all those members who have chosen to stand on the right side of history and thus strongly condemned the act of aggression of the United States and the Israeli regime against my country. Madam President, I address this Council today for the third time since the brutal aggression against my country, first by the Israeli regime on June 13th and now by the United States. I speak with utmost urgency and grave concern on behalf of our people, a peace-loving nation of nearly 100 million people. Today, another stain was recorded in the political history of the United States. After the illegitimate Israeli regime failed to do the worst dirty work, Trump was forced in the early hours of Sunday, June 22, to personally carry out the most sordid part of this vile agenda. Once again, the internationally wanted war criminal Netanyahu succeeded in hijacking U.S. foreign policy, dragging the United States into yet another costly, baseless war. America has once more recklessly chosen to sacrifice its own security merely to safeguard Netanyahu. Once again, the world has witnessed the blatant corruption of the US political system and its leaders. As an independent, peace-seeking nation, the Islamic Republic of Iran had repeatedly warned the warmongering US regime to refrain from stumbling into this quagmire. Even though Iran reserves its full and legitimate right under international law to defend itself against this blatant US aggression and its Israeli proxy, the timing, nature, and the scale of Iran's proportionate response will be decided by its armed forces. Throughout history, the resilient and united Iranian nation has withstood deeper wounded and faced more vicious enemies, and this time too. It will show its dignity, strength, and greatness to the world. Over the past 10 days, the Israeli barbaric assault, the international bodies, including the UN Security Council and the International Atomic Energy Agency, have been provided with all the necessary information and warning. Yet, they have proven once again that the so-called 8 decades-long quest to prevent war and aggression is hollow and powerless in practice. Madam President, history will not forget these tragic days. It is profoundly heartbreaking that a peace-loving country, one of the founders of the United Nations with over 5,000 years of culture and civilization, responsible party to the UN Charter and the NPT, and non-nuclear weapon state, has been under armed attack by an illegitimate regime, no by its chief backer, the United States, but possesses thousands of nuclear warheads. The United States, a permanent member of this council, the depositary of the NPT, and the only state that has ever used nuclear weapons, murdering millions in 2 cities, has now once again resorted to illegal force, waged a war against my country under a fabricated and absurd pretext, preventing Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. What a bitter and tragic irony. Madam President, this US and Israeli regime aggression is a clear and flagrant breach of international law. It breaches the preliminary norms of prohibition of aggression and the very fundamental principles enshrined in the UN Charter, namely Article 2.4, which categorically prohibits the threat or use of force against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of any member state. This illegal act also violates the Charter, a statute of the IAEA, relevant resolution of the Agency General Conference, Security Council Resolution 487 and 2231, as well as the NPT itself. Colleagues, while the representative of the United States continues to make baseless accusations against Iran, the international community is well aware of the well-documented and dark record of military intervention, illegal use of force against other sovereign states, and sponsorship of terrorism by the United States in the Middle East and across the world. The facts speak for themselves. All US allegations against Iran are unfounded, with no legal basis and politically motivated. One clear example is the horrific and cowardly assassination of martyr Major General Qasem Soleimani and his companions. He was cowardly and deliberately assassinated while visiting Iraq at the formal request of the Iraqi government. This crime, carried out by the United States forces on direct order of the then President of the United States, who yesterday again claims the responsibility for such a heinous crime. Major General Soleimani remains a hero for our people and the nation in the region for countering terrorist group, in particular Daesh. Madam President, from its illegal invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan to its catastrophic intervention to Libya, the United States had ignored the UN Charter, shattered entire societies, and destabilize the region for decades. The people of these countries continue to pay the price for these reckless policies. Madam President, Israeli attack on June 13 and the US aerial strike on June 21 did not occur in vacuum. They are a direct result of the illegal and politically motivated actions of the United States and its European partners, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany, as well as biased conduct of the IAEA Director General. Undoubtedly, the United States, the UK, and France, 3 permanent members of this council, along with the Israeli regime and the IAEA General Director, will bear full responsibility for the death of innocent civilians in Iran, especially women and children, and for destruction of vital civilian infrastructure. Madam President, Iran was preparing for the next round of diplomatic engagement with the United States on June 15, only for Israel to strike Iran 2 days before those talks could take place. In fact, Israel decided to destroy diplomacy. The so-called offer of diplomacy was nothing more than a deceitful policy to mislead the international community. This week, as our foreign minister held talks with the E3 European Troika and the European Union, the United States decided to destroy the diplomacy. What conclusion can be drawn from this situation? From the perspective of Western countries, Iran must return to the negotiation table. But as Iran's foreign minister mentioned, how can Iran return to something it never left, let alone? Madam President, the pattern is evident. The NPT, a cornerstone of non-proliferation regime, has been manipulated into a political weapon. Instead of granting parties legitimate right to peaceful nuclear energy, it has been exploited as a pretext for aggression and unlawful action that jeopardize the supreme interest of my country. The selective double standards behavior of IAEA board and the Security Council turning a blind eye to Israeli past attack on Iraq's Osirak reactor. It assaults on Iran nuclear sites under IAEA safeguards, and its ongoing aggression is a moral, political, and legal disgrace. This shame will forever tarnish the credibility of these international bodies. With such blatant bias, there is no assurance that the other NPT member will not face similar aggression. Madam President, for more than 2 decades, Israeli, an outlaw nuclear-armed regime that refused to join the NPT despite Security Council Resolution 487, has promoted the deceitful and false narrative that Iran is on the cusp of acquiring a nuclear weapon, while there has not been even one shred of evidence to substantiate such baseless allegation. Iran's consistent diplomatic engagement made in good faith, leading to the JCPOA and its full compliance with the commitment therein with the UN Security Council Resolution 2231, demonstrate the very peaceful nature of its nuclear program. Madam President, Iran is acting within its inherent unlawful right of self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. We will take all measures deemed necessary at our disposal to protect our people, our sovereignty, territorial integrity, national and vital interests, and our peaceful nuclear program in accordance with international law. Once again, I would like to remind this esteemed body of its legal and moral obligation. If this Council and the United Nations built to maintain international peace and security fail to act at this decisive moment, they will forever lose their credibility and relevance. Israel and the United States are the chief culprits for eroding the rule of law, undermining international law, the IAEA statute, and the non-proliferation regime. However, the silence, double standards, and complicity of international organizations and some Western countries, including France and the UK, are equally reprehensible. The UN Security Council should immediately act under Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter to redress such injustice and gross violation by strongly condemning the blatant aggression, violation, and heinous crimes committed against the Islamic Republic of Iran, adopting effective enforcement action against the aggressor, hold the United States and Israeli regime fully accountable, place the Israeli nuclear facilities under agency safeguard. This is a historic test for this Council, for the United Nations as a whole. Every state and every responsible actor must rise to this occasion and condemn without ambiguity. These blatant crimes, failure to do so will lead to the gradual decline of the very aspiration of the non-proliferation regime and normalize a dangerous precedent when might, our rights, right, and where the fundamental principles of the UN Charter are trampled without consequences. Madam President, distinguished colleagues, we stand at the crossroads. Let us be the moment we put an end to impunity, the moment we uphold the principles on which this Council was founded. This Council must act decisively. Silence will be complicity in these crimes. If this Council fails to act and condemn this blatant aggression, the stain of complicity will forever remain on its conscience as it does with Gaza. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I would like to thank the Secretary General, ASG Yancha, Director General Grossi, for your remarks. Madam President, last night, history changed. The United States of America struck Iran's nuclear sites at Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. The United States, the leader of the free world, removed the greatest existential threat facing the free world. Just like our Operation Rising Lion, this was not a war of choice. This action was a necessity. It was a righteous act for the United States, for Israel, for the Middle East, and for the world. So the entire world should say on record today, here and now, thank you. Thank you to the United States for removing the greatest threat to global security. Thank you, President Trump, for acting when so many hesitated. Thank you for protecting the free world with strength and with moral clarity. Now, some come here to denounce the United States and Israel. So let me ask you, where were you? Where were you when Iran raced toward the bomb? Where were you when it enriched uranium far beyond the point of civilian usage? When it buried entire fortress beneath mountain to prepare for our extermination? Where were you when Iran turned negotiation into theater and deceit into strategy? You were silent. You were complicit. You were afraid. You were bystanders. Months ago, I sat before this council and called for a coalition of the courageous. I called for a coalition with the moral clarity and strength to confront the greatest threat our world has seen since the Second World War. Last night, the leader of the free world acted with that courage. The United States acted, not just for itself, but for every nation that values freedom over radicalism. For every nation whose children deserve to grow up without the shadow of a nuclear disaster hanging over their heads. Now, the world must follow suit. Madam President, we have heard many calls for diplomacy today in this chamber. We have heard the Secretary General calls for de-escalation. You cannot ignore that diplomacy was tried over and over. The United States led that effort. Many nations here in this room engaged in diplomacy with determination and good faith. But the regime in Tehran had other plans. It used the negotiating table as camouflage, a delay tactic, a way to buy time while building missiles and enriching uranium. Iran negotiated agreements it never intended to keep. It made commitments it never honored. It answered deadlines with defiance and met oversight with obstruction. The free world gave it every chance. We gave it months, we gave it years, we gave it every possible off-ramp. Iran would not move. So it had to be moved. The regime goal was never peaceful energy. Its goal was death and destruction. Its nuclear program was not a diplomatic puzzle. It was a loaded gun pointed at the heart of the international system and the stability of the world. To those who now fake concern and cry escalation, we say, this is what the last line of defense looks like, when every other line has failed. Make no mistake, the cost of inaction would have been catastrophic. A nuclear Iran would have been a death sentence just as much for you as it would have been for us. Madam President, while Iran fired rockets at synagogues, mosques, schools, and homes, the United States acted with precision, as does Israel. Israel's targets are not cities. They were not civilians. They were not homes or schools. They are ballistic missile launchers and nuclear sites. This is a moral difference between us and them. They seek chaos, we seek order. They build weapons to destroy the world, we build partnerships to protect it. As you all know, we have already gained air superiority across Iranian skies. We have acted with purpose. We have acted with restraint. And we will act with the moral clarity that has always defined our people. Iran's reach extends far beyond our borders. It arms militias in Iraq. It commands terror in Lebanon. It funds Houthis in Yemen. It plots murder in Europe. And it threatens every capital in the West with its growing arsenal of ballistic missiles. You cannot sit this one out. You cannot condemn the firefighters while the arsonist tries to light more fires. You cannot protect peace by appeasing evil. Colleagues, Israel did not seek this moment. But when that moment came, we did not flinch. We know what happens when the world turns a blind eye to threats too terrible to imagine. This time, we acted. And this time, we were not alone. Let the record show, when the world stood at the edge of a nuclear disaster, America stepped forward. When time ran out, America showed courage. And when the moment came to confront the forces of extinction, America led. Now it is time for the rest of the world to guarantee that the threat of a nuclear Iran never returns. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Israel for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Kuwait.
شكرا السيدة الرئيسة.
Thank you, Madam President. Allow me at the outset to wish you and your friendly country to thank you for quickly calling for this meeting, and to thank the Secretary General for being here and for his righteous words at the start of this session. I also thank Mr. Miroslav Janša and Mr. Grossi for their valuable briefings.
بالنيابة عن
and
دول
gentlemen,
مجلس
member of
التعاون
the Security Council,
لدول
on
الخليج
behalf of
العربية
GCC
والتي تضم
countries
كل من
that
دولة
include
الإمارات العربية
the State
المتحدة
of United Arab
ومملكة
Emirates, the
البحرين
Kingdom of
والمملكة
Bahrain, the
العربية
Kingdom of
السعودية
Saudi
ودولة
Arabia,
قطر
the State of
سلطنة
Qatar, the
عمان
Sultanate
وبلاد
of
دولة
Oman, and
الكويت.
my country, Kuwait.
فإننا نؤكد
We
بأن
reiterate
المجموعة
that the
الخليجية
GCC
تتابع ببالغ القلق
follows with
التطورات
grave concern
المتسارعة في
the
المنطقة
accelerating
لا
developments in
سيما
the
تلك
region,
الأخيرة
particularly
التي
the most
شملت
recent
استهدافا
developments that included
لمنشآت
the
نووية
targeting of nuclear
داخل أراضي
facilities
الجمهورية الإسلامية
inside
الإيرانية
Iran,
في تطور
in a
خطير
dangerous
يهدد الأمن
development that
والاستقرار
threatens
الإقليمي
regional
والدولي
and international peace
كما
and
وتحذر
stability.
دول المجلس من تداعيات
GCC
استمرار
countries
هذا
warn
التصعيد
against
الذي
the
قد
repercussions
يقود
of
إلى
the
مزيد من
continuation of this
التوتر
escalation that could lead
ويفاقم
to further
المخاطر
tensions
التي
and
تواجه أمن
exacerbate risks
المنطقة
that face the
وشعوبها
security of the region and its peoples.
وتدعو إلى الوقف
We call
الفوري
for an
للأعمال
immediate
العسكرية
cessation of
وممارسة
military
أقصى درجات
actions
ضبط النفس
and exercise of
وتجنب
maximum
كل ما من
restraint,
شأنه
avoiding
توسيع
anything
دائرة
that could lead to
الصراع
a spillover
مع
of this
التأكيد
conflict,
على
while
أن الحوار
reiterating that
والسبل
dialogue and
الدبلوماسية
diplomatic
هي
means
الطريقة
are
الأمثل
the
لمعالجة
best
الخلافات
means to
والوصول إلى
address
حلول
conflicts
سلمية.
and reach
وفي هذا
peaceful
السياق
solutions. In this
تشدد
context,
دول المجلس على
GCC
أهمية
countries
اطلاع مجلس
reiterate the
الأمن
importance for this council
والمجتمع
and
الدولي
the international community to
بمسؤولياتهم
shoulder
الكاملة
their
نحو وقف
responsibilities
هذه
fully
الانتهاكات
towards
والعمل
stopping these
الجاد على
violations
ضمان
and to
احترام
genuinely
سيادة
work
الدول
on ensuring the
وسلامة
respect of the sovereignty
منشآتها
of states
الحيوية
and the safety
بما
of
في
their
ذلك المنشآت
critical facilities,
النووية
including
الخاضعة
nuclear
لنظام
facilities
الضمانات
that are
الشاملة
under the
التابع للوكالة
IAEA
الدولية للطاقة
safeguards
الذرية.
regime.
كما تعرب دول المجلس عن
GCC
قناعتها
countries
الراسخة
express
بضرورة
their
تغليب
deep
الدبلوماسية
conviction that
والحوار
there needs to
لحل
be
الخلافات
to give priority
ضمن
to diplomacy
مقاربات
and dialogue
شاملة
to settle
تحقق الاستقرار
conflicts
والازدهار
disagreements
والعدالة
within
وتعيد التأكيد
comprehensive
على
approaches
ضرورة
that achieve
مضافعة
stability,
الجهود
prosperity, and justice.
الهادفة
And we
لإيجاد
reiterate the
حلول سياسية
importance of doubling efforts
تكفل
that
إنهاء
aim at
الأزمة
finding
بما
political
يؤدي إلى
solutions
فتح
to put an
صفحة
end to this
جديدة
crisis and
من
open a
الأمن
new
والاستقرار
page
في
of
المنطقة.
security and
وفي
stability
الختام
in the
السيد
region.
الرئيس
In conclusion, Madam
فإن
President,
دول مجلس التعاون تلتزم
countries
التزاما
are
راسخا
firmly
بدعم
committed
كافة
to
الجهود
support
الإقليمية
all
والدولية
regional and
الرامية
international
إلى
efforts
نزع
aiming
فتيل
at
الأزمة
diffusing this
وترسيخ الأمن
crisis and
والاستقرار
consolidating
والحفاظ على
security and
مصالح
stability
الشعوب في
and to
المنطقة
preserve the
والعالم.
interests of peoples in
وشكرا
the region
سيد
and the world.
الرئيس.
Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Kuwait for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Iraq.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
I thank you, Madam President. I thank you for and value your efforts in convening this emergency session. We thank His Excellency the Secretary General for participating in this meeting and acknowledging the gravity and the repercussions of the current situation and his calls for de-escalation. We thank the Assistant Secretary General as well as the Director General of the IAEA. Madam President, the Security Council meets today in an emergency session, and it bears upon its shoulders the task of maintaining international peace and security at a time when our region is witnessing a dangerous escalation that threatens to destabilize the world and the region. Iraq speaks in a moderate voice and expresses its extreme concern over the accelerating and dangerous developments that the region is witnessing, at the forefront of which is the ongoing military escalation and the ensuing military attack against 3 nuclear reactors in Iran. And we believe in Iraq that this attack is a dangerous escalation and a direct threat to regional and international peace and security. It risks increasing the chances of conflict and the chances of the war expanding as other regional and international parties join the fray with no authorization by the Security Council. This raises serious questions on the respect for the global order that is based on international legitimacy. Madam President, the developments that the region and the current conflict have witnessed is a true test of the rules-based international system that is based on international law and the UN Charter. Unilateral actions that bypass the Security Council weaken the prestige of the international organization and keep the door open to military chaos with unpredictable consequences. Moreover, targeting nuclear facilities, regardless of the disagreements over such facilities, is a dangerous precedent that runs counter to diplomatic efforts that aim to resolve the nuclear file through dialogue and international controls, especially the role of the IAEA in this matter. Iraq confirms that targeting declared nuclear facilities is a dangerous precedent in the non-proliferation regime and the comprehensive safeguards regime, as indicated in the Resolution 487 as well as the IAEA Board of Governors. It also runs counter with Article 4 of the NPT Treaty, which guarantees all member states the right to develop and use nuclear energy for peaceful purposes within a framework of transparency and international oversight. Targeting nuclear facilities could lead to catastrophic radiation leakage that would go beyond the borders of the targeted state and would pose a direct threat to the lives of nearby human beings and the environment, including Iraq. We note the dangerous nature of cross-border radiation leakage and how it affects the countries and peoples of the region. This is a serious danger, and we warn of the dire environmental and human consequences of this. We regret to note that this military development has narrowed the timeline and diplomatic horizon for a potential peaceful resolution. Moreover, it did not give negotiations and political attempts to resolve tensions a chance. It also prevented the IAEA from performing its technical role in accordance with its mandate as stipulated by its statute, which is to verify the nature of nuclear activity. Madam President, our region and over the past decades has witnessed repeated situations of tension and instability. Our peoples have suffered from war and conflict that have brought death upon the people and destruction upon the infrastructure and have obstructed development offers. We find ourselves today before a dangerous crossroads that threatens to ignite a comprehensive and all-out regional war, with the ensuing violation of the sovereignty of states through repeated violations of their airspace and territories as neighboring states, with the catastrophic economic impacts of that, as global supply chains are experiencing severe disruptions and the economies of the region are facing major challenges, and as threats continue to endanger maritime passages, which are the lifeline of international trade and the economy of states. Iraq, and based on its geographic location and regional role, is directly impacted by these developments. We have recorded repeated violations of our airspace by the conflicting parties. We consider this a violation of the sovereignty of Iraq and a violation of international law and the United Nations Charter. We renew our firm rejection that Iraq absolutely rejects the use of its territories or airspace to carry out military operations that harm the safety and security of any state in the region, regardless of the party involved or the purposes invoked. In closing, Madam President, Iraq stresses the need to reinstate trust in joint international action. The Security Council must once again be the main forum where crises are handled. We stress the importance of respecting the sovereignty of states whose territories and airspace must not be used in any military confrontation without their consent. Iraq calls for bolstering diplomatic solutions and for activating negotiations and for learning from the lessons of past crises in the region. Iraq calls for the protection of civilians from any military action that affects them directly or indirectly. The peoples of our region are looking to this council and expecting it to shoulder its historic and legal responsibilities at this crucial juncture, so that wisdom and dialogue would prevail, so that we must work together to lay down the foundations of stability and peace in the region, foundations of justice and respect for international law and international humanitarian law. We call on all parties to avoid further escalation and to return to serious and responsible dialogue in order to maintain the stability of the region and the world. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Iraq for his statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
The traditional marketing funnel has collapsed. Today's modern media behaviors are searching, streaming, scrolling, and shopping. Google and YouTube are where all four of those modern media behaviors converge, which means advertisers can get consumers from discovery to action even faster. At its heart,
the use by the United States of America of ground-penetrating munitions. This is consistent with statements from the United States. At this time, no one, including the IAEA, is in a position to assess the underground damage at Fordo. At the Isfahan nuclear site, additional buildings were hit overnight, with the US confirming their use of cruise missiles. Affected buildings include some related to uranium conversion process. Also, at this site, entrances to tunnels used for the storage of enriched material appear to have been hit. At the Natanz enrichment site, the fuel enrichment plant has been hit again, with the US confirming that it used ground-penetrating munitions. Iran has informed the IAEA there has been no increase in off-site radiation levels at the three sites. The situation at all other sites in Iran remains as I described them to you 3 days ago. We continue to monitor the situation and encourage the Iranian regulator to maintain its indispensable contact with the IAEA's Incident and Emergency Center. Madam President, the IAEA has consistently underlined, as stated in General Conference resolutions, that armed attacks on nuclear facilities should never take place and could result in radioactive releases with grave consequences within and beyond the boundaries of the state, which has been attacked. I therefore again call on maximum restraint. Military escalation threatens lives and delays a diplomatic solution for the long-term assurance that Iran does not acquire a nuclear weapon. It also threatens the global non-proliferation regime. As I stated 3 days ago and before, I am ready to travel immediately and to engage with all relevant parties to help ensure the protection of nuclear facilities and the continued peaceful uses of nuclear technology in accordance with the agency's mandate. With your support, the IAEA can deploy nuclear safety and security experts to Iran immediately, in addition to our safeguards inspectors, wherever they are needed. Madam President, there is arguably no more important and universally supported endeavor than ensuring that we use the enormous power of the atom for good rather than destruction. Let us not allow the window to close on diplomacy. Let us not allow the non-proliferation regime to fail. Irrespective of individual positions and views, one thing is certain, and this is the simple truth: we will not be safer if there are more nuclear weapons in more states around the world. The IAEA is ready to do its part to bring this military confrontation to an end. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Grossi for his briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who may wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, I'd like to express my appreciation to Guyana Presidency of the Security Council for promptly convening today's meeting at this increasingly precarious moment. I thank the Secretary General for his powerful statement. I also appreciate IAEA Director General Grossi and ASG Yencha for their informative briefings. In just over a week, this Council has met 3 times, yet regrettably, each session has witnessed a further escalation of tensions. The Republic of Korea reiterates its profound concern over the deteriorating situation in the Middle East and expresses its sincere hope for urgent de-escalation. When we gathered last Friday, we voiced our hope that a renewed opening for diplomacy might emerge. It is lamentable that in a matter of only 2 days, that hope now seems even more distant than before. Despite the deeply concerning developments in recent days, the Republic of Korea remains firmly convinced that no sustainable resolution to this crisis can be achieved through military means alone. Indeed, now more than ever, we implore all parties to recognize that diplomacy is not merely an option, but an urgent necessity. We call on all sides to exercise maximum restraint and to commit in earnest to restoring dialogue and engaging in reinvigorated diplomatic efforts. Madam President, at this perilous moment, it is vital to prevent a further downward spiral. We therefore reiterate our call for full respect for the UN Charter and international law, and the safeguarding of the international non-proliferation regime. Any indiscriminate attacks against civilians or civilian objects are prohibited. This is an absolute principle that must be upheld, especially as the situation grows ever more volatile. The Republic of Korea highly appreciates the IAEA for its unwavering efforts to ensure nuclear safety and security under these extremely challenging circumstances. We also remain mindful of the safeguards implications of the current crisis. All parties need to return to the table so both military actions and nuclear safeguards concerns can come to an end. In conclusion, Madam President, it is imperative to avoid any further military escalation and prevent a spread of the conflict. We strongly hope that a renewed window for diplomacy will open again. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I thank you for convening this emergency meeting of the Security Council. The gravity of the situation in the Middle East demands the Council's immediate attention as it discharges its primary responsibility to maintain international peace and security. I thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his introductory statement. And I also thank Assistant Secretary General Miroslav Janka and Director General Rafael Grossi of the IAEA for their timely and important briefings. Sierra Leone aligns with the Secretary General's call for immediate de-escalation to avert, and I quote, catastrophic consequences for civilians, the region, and the world, end of quote. While guided by our earlier interventions at meetings held on the 13th and 20th June on this situation, the alarming developments compel this Council to act with urgency. We are concerned to note that less than 24 hours ago, the United States of America struck nuclear facilities at Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Earlier that day, the State of Israel launched further strikes on the Isfahan complex. Iran also responded with missile launches at Israel. We take note of Director General Grossi's briefing on the off-site radiation in the nuclear facilities hit by the strikes. The event, however, heightened the risk of radiological disaster and increased civilian suffering. Sierra Leone is deeply concerned by these military strikes, particularly as they target nuclear installations and densely populated areas in Iran and Israel. Even as we recognize the complexities of the regional security environment, these developments call for renewed commitment to the principles of the UN Charter and international law. The use of force is among the most serious matters before this Council. Article 2.4 of the Charter obliges all member states to refrain, and I quote, from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, end of quote. In this instance, we note with concern that the strikes were conducted without Council authorization, nor was there a clear invocation of the right of self-defense under Article 51 in response to or an imminent armed attack. As we approach the 80th anniversary of the Charter, born of a collective resolve to, and I quote, save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, end of quote, we are witnessing actions that undermine its promise. These attacks starkly contrast the spirit of collective security envisioned in San Francisco. We underscore that collective security remains the bedrock of the rules-based international order and calls for strict and consistent adherence to the UN Charter. Madam President, the targeting of nuclear facilities heighten our concerns. International humanitarian law requires particular caution regarding such sites due to the potential for grave humanitarian and environmental harm. The IAEA has repeatedly affirmed that attacks or threats against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes violates the Charter, the IAEA statute, and international law. We therefore stress the critical importance of upholding the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the cornerstone of the global non-proliferation and disarmament architecture. The NPT prevents nuclear weapons proliferation and provides a framework for addressing concerns related to peaceful nuclear energy. Actions outside this framework risk undermining the treaty's authority and effectiveness. We urge all parties to utilize the NPT mechanisms, including through the IAEA, to address legitimate concerns and avoid measures that weaken this vital instrument of international peace and security. Madam President, we have taken note of Iran's recent letter of 21st June 2025, Israel's communication citing self-defense, and a joint letter from France, Germany, and the United Kingdom. These underline the mounting claims and counterclaims, reinforcing this Council's duty to uphold the Charter. In this regard, Sierra Leone therefore advances the following point. First, we call for an immediate comprehensive ceasefire. Continued hostilities risk igniting a wider regional conflict, destabilizing maritime routes, and uncertain fragile energy markets. There is no military solution. We urge all parties to engage in diplomatic talks and resume structured dialogue towards restoring Resolution 2231 and a joint comprehensive plan of action before remaining measures expire on 18th June 2025. The potential broader consequences of an escalating conflict must not be overlooked. Disruption of key shipping lanes could severely affect small and developing economies, particularly those still recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic and grappling with debt distress. Such disruptions risk inflaming our human and common insecurities, economic distress, disaffection among youth, irregular migration, and fragile social cohesion far beyond the region. Second, we demand strict protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure. We have already been briefed by ASG Yencha on the civilian casualties in Iran as well as in Israel since 13th June. Hospitals, power stations, and homes have suffered damage. We call for safe corridors for medical evacuation and humanitarian relief in line with international law. Third, we emphasize that the NPT remains central to global security. We urge Iran to continue full cooperation with the IAEA and resolve outstanding safeguard issues. We equally urge restraint by all states to protect the integrity of the NPT. Fourth and lastly, we support full IAEA verification, transparent use of the procurement channel, and provisional application of the additional protocol as confidence-building measures essential to regional stability. In closing, Madam President, we must recall that immense power brings immense responsibility. States, including those entrusted with great power by the UN Charter, have a duty to act in ways that uphold peace, security, and a rules-based order. Setting aside the Charter's principle risk weakening the safeguards that protect us all and may embolden unilateral actions elsewhere. At this difficult moment, Sierra Leone appeals for de-escalation, restraint, and the pursuit of diplomacy. Let us remember that behind geopolitical decisions are the lives of ordinary people, men, women, and children, who look to this Council to safeguard their peace, security, and dignity. We hope that our actions will honor that trust and the promise of San Francisco. I thank you.
The representative of Sierra Leone for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President, and thank you for convening this meeting. I'd like to start by thanking the Secretary General, ASG Yenka, and DG Grossi for briefing us today. This is a pivotal moment for the region. A further spiral of conflict poses serious risks to regional and international peace and stability. Our foremost priority must now be to support de-escalation. We have long made clear that Iran must not have a nuclear weapon, and that their nuclear program represents a serious threat to international peace and security. The United States took action last night to alleviate that threat. The United Kingdom did not participate in US or Israeli strikes. But military action alone cannot bring a durable solution to concerns about Iran's nuclear program. My Prime Minister has been clear. We urge Iran now to show restraint, and we urge all parties to return to the negotiating table and find a diplomatic solution which stops further escalation and brings this crisis to an end. It is in the interests of all parties to pursue such a deal. This was the joint call made by my Prime Minister with his French and German counterparts earlier today. Together with our E3 partners, the UK has long pursued a diplomatic solution to address Iran's nuclear escalation. On Friday, alongside E3 and EU colleagues, my Foreign Secretary met Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi in Geneva to press directly for a return to diplomacy. My Foreign Minister spoke to Foreign Minister Araghchi again today and stressed the urgency of this, and we continue to engage partners across the region. President, the UK reiterates its full support for the IAEA and Director General Grossi for their critical work, professionalism, and impartiality. The IAEA and the Non-Proliferation Treaty are key pillars of international security. Threats against IAEA staff and the DG are unacceptable. We urge Iran to cooperate fully with the IAEA. Failure to do so will only further fuel escalation. President, now is the time for de-escalation and a return to diplomacy. It is essential Iran chooses this path. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam
Présidente, je
President.
remercie
Madam
tout d'abord
President, I
Monsieur le
first of
Secrétaire
all wish to
général
thank
des
the
Nations
Secretary
Unies
General of the United
pour sa
Nations
déclaration
for his
2 jours après celle qu'il a faite
statement
déjà
2 days
pour nous
following the
alerter sur la
statement
gravité
he
de la
made when he
situation.
warned us about just how
Je
grave
remercie
the
également
situation
Monsieur
was.
le
I wish to
Secrétaire
also
général aux affaires
thank
politiques,
the
Miroslav
Assistant Secretary
Jenka,
General,
ainsi que Monsieur le Directeur
Mr.
général de
Miroslav
l'Agence
Jenča, and
internationale
I
de
thank the
l'énergie
Director
atomique,
General for the
Monsieur Raphaël
International
Grossi, pour
Atomic
leurs
Energy
exposés
Agency, Mr.
qui
Rafael
attestent
Grossi. I thank
de
them all for their
l'extrême
briefings
gravité de
that
la
bear
situation.
witness to the
Madame la
extremely
Présidente,
grave
c'est
nature
avec
of the
préoccupation
situation.
que la
Madam
France a
President,
pris
it is with
connaissance des
concern
frappes
that France
menées
learned
par
of
les
the
États-Unis contre 3 sites
strikes conducted by the
nucléaires en
United
Iran.
States against 3
La
nuclear
France n'a
sites
pris
in
part
Iran.
ni à la
France did not
planification ni à la
participate
conduite
neither
de
in
ces
the
opérations.
planning nor conduct of these
Nous exhortons
operations. We
l'ensemble des
urge
parties
all
à
parties
faire preuve
to
de la plus grande
demonstrate the
retenue
utmost
et
restraint
à prévenir
and
tout
to
risque
prevent
d'escalade.
any and all risks
L'heure
of
doit être
escalation.
à l'arrêt des frappes,
Now is
à
the
la
time for
désescalade
strikes to
et à la
cease, for
négociation.
de-escalation and
Les
for
populations civiles
negotiation.
doivent être
Civilian
épargnées
populations must be
alors que les
spared
frappes
at a
échangées entre
time when
l'Iran et
strikes
Israël
exchanged
ont
between
causé
Iran and
de trop
Israel
nombreuses victimes
have
par
produced
hiver.
too many civilian victims.
Nous appelons en particulier
We
l'Iran
particularly call
à
upon
s'abstenir de
Iran
toute
to
représaille,
refrain from all
à cesser son
reprisals,
escalade
to
nucléaire
cease its
et à
nuclear
opter pour la voie de
escalation
la
and to
diplomatie,
opt for
comme
diplomacy,
nous l'y avons
as
encouragé
we
à
encouraged
Genève
them to
vendredi
do
dernier.
on
C'est aussi le
last
message
Friday in
passé par le
Geneva.
président
That
de la
was also
République,
the
M.
message
Emmanuel
conveyed by
Macron,
the President of the
à son
Republic,
homologue
Emmanuel
iranien,
Macron, to
lors d'un
his Iranian
entretien aujourd'hui.
counterpart during a talk
Il est
today.
impératif de
It
veiller à la
is of
stabilité de la
imperative
région. Le président
importance
de la
to
République
guarantee the
s'est aussi
region's
entretenu
stability.
aujourd'hui
The President of the
avec le
Republic
prince
also
héritier
spoke
d'Arabie
today with the
Saoudite, le
Crown
sultan
Prince of
d'Oman, le président des
Saudi
Émirats
Arabia, the
arabes unis
Sultan of
et
Oman, the
l'émir du
President
Qatar
of
pour leur
UAE, and the Emir of
signifier notre
Qatar
plein
to
engagement en ce
convey
sens.
that we were
Un
fully
élargissement
engaged
du
on this
conflit
matter.
serait
The
porteur de
conflict
risques
broadening in
majeurs pour la
scope would
sécurité
pose a grave
d'Israël,
risk to
pour
Israel's
celle de la
security,
région
for
et
the
pour la
security
paix
of the
et la
region,
sécurité
and for
internationale.
international
C'est le
peace
message
and
commun
security.
aussi
That is
du
the
président de la
common
République
message
avec le Premier ministre
espoused by
britannique et
the
le chancelier
President
allemand
of the Republic and shared
Nous avons pris
with
note des
Britain
déclarations de
and
l'Agence
Germany and their
internationale de l'énergie
leaders. We
atomique
took note of the
selon
statements
lesquelles
made by the
aucune
IAEA,
augmentation des
according
niveaux
to
de
which no
radioactivité n'aurait
increase in
été
levels of
relevée aux abords des
radioactivity
sites frappés.
had been seen
Je
around
réaffirme
the
ici le
sites
plein
struck. I
soutien de la
here
France au
support
directeur
France's
général
full
et
support
au personnel
for
de
the
l'agence
DG
qui font
of the
encore une fois la
IAEA and
preuve dans
its
ces
personnel.
circonstances
Once
difficiles
again, in
de
difficult
leur
circumstances, the
professionnalisme et de
personnel
leur
and the
dévouement.
Director General are
L'Iran
demonstrating their
doit
professionalism
urgemment
and devotion.
reprendre le chemin
Iran
de la
must, as a matter
coopération
of
pleine
urgency,
et entière
return
avec
to the
l'agence.
path of full
Madame la
cooperation with the
Présidente, nous avons
agency.
toujours
Madam
affirmé que
President,
l'Iran
we've
ne
always
devait et ne pourrait
affirmed
jamais
that
détenir
Iran
l'arme
must
nucléaire.
not and
L'obtention
could
par
not
l'Iran de
ever
cette arme marquerait une menace pour la
obtain a
sécurité
nuclear
d'Israël et de
weapon.
la
Iran
région. Elle
acquiring such a
constituerait
weapon
aussi
would
une menace
constitute a
directe
threat for the
aux
security of
intérêts de
Israel and the
sécurité de
region.
la
It would
France
also
et de
pose a
l'Europe
direct threat
et
to the security
compromettrait
interests of France
l'architecture
and Europe
internationale de
and would
non-prolifération.
imperil the international non-proliferation
La position de la
architecture.
France est identique
France's
depuis plus de
position
20
has
ans.
remained unchanged
Il
for more than
n'existe qu'une
20
solution
years. There is
diplomatique
only a
à la
diplomatic
crise
solution
provoquée par
to
le
the
programme nucléaire
crisis
iranien.
provoked by
Cette
the Iranian
conviction
nuclear
a
program.
amené ces
That
derniers jours la
conviction
France
in
avec ses
recent days
partenaires du
prompted
E3
France
à
alongside
prendre
its E3
l'initiative des
partners to
discussions
take
avec
the
l'Iran.
initiative of
Le
discussions
ministre de
with
l'Europe et
Iran.
des
The
Affaires
Minister for
étrangères
Europe and
Jean-Noël
Foreign
Barrot était
Affairs,
à Genève
Jean-Noël
vendredi dernier
Barrot,
pour
was
cette
in
rencontre
Geneva
avec
on
son
Friday
homologue
for that
iranien et ses
meeting with his
homologues du E3 et de
Iranian
l'Union européenne.
counterpart
Dans ce
and his
cadre,
partners
nous
in
avons
E3 and the
redit
European
nos
Union. In
préoccupations
that
vis-à-vis
framework,
du
we
programme
once again
nucléaire
voiced our
iranien
concerns
dont
sparked by
l'escalade
the Iranian
dangereuse a été
nuclear program.
documentée
The
ces dernières
dangerous
années par
escalation of that
l'AIEA
program has been
qui indiquait
documented in
n'être pas
recent
en
years by
mesure de
IAEA.
garantir son
They said they
caractère
were not
pacifique.
able to assure its
Nous avons
exclusively
réaffirmé
peaceful
notre
nature. Minister, we
détermination à
reaffirmed
faire en
our
sorte
resolve to
que
ensure
l'Iran ne se dote
that
jamais
Iran
d'armes nucléaires,
never
conformément à
acquire
ses
a nuclear
obligations
weapon
au titre du traité
in
de
accordance with its
non-prolifération et à
obligations
ses
under the
engagements dans le cadre de
Non-Proliferation
l'accord de
Treaty and
Nous avons fait
the
part de notre volonté de
2015
poursuivre
agreement
les
commitments.
discussions avec
We
l'Iran
have
pour
expressed our
répondre aux
desire to
préoccupations
continue
soulevées par son
discussions with
programme
Iran
nucléaire
to
et pour
allay
traiter plus
concerns
largement
raised by
les problèmes
the Iranian nuclear
sécuritaires
program and
soulevés au
to
plan
address more
régional
broadly
par les actions
the security
déstabilisatrices
problems
du Iran.
posed at a regional
Cette
level by the
conviction demeure
destabilizing
aujourd'hui.
actions of
Seule une
Iran.
solution
This conviction
diplomatique
remains
négociée
today. Only a
peut permettre un
negotiated
règlement
diplomatic
durable de la
solution
question
can
nucléaire
allow for
La
a
France demeure
lasting
prête à
settlement to
contribuer
the nuclear
avec ses partenaires européens
the
à la
Iranian nuclear
recherche
issue.
d'une telle solution.
France remains ready to
Nous devons
contribute alongside
retrouver
its
le
European
chemin de la
partners to
négociation
seek such a
en vue d'un
diplomatic
accord
solution. We
robuste,
must return to negotiations with a view to
durable,
achieving a robust,
indispensable pour
verifiable,
permettre à l'agence
and
de
long-term
confirmer
solution,
que le
vital
programme
in order to
nucléaire
allow the
iranien est
agency
entièrement
to
pacifique,
assure that the
ce qui
Iranian
n'est pas le
nuclear
cas aujourd'hui.
program
C'est
is
la seule
entirely
voie pour
peaceful. That is
permettre
not the case
d'assurer la
today.
stabilité de la
That
région,
is the only
ainsi que
way
la
that we
paix
can
et la
guarantee the
sécurité
stability of the
globale.
region and
Madame la
global peace
Présidente,
and security.
n'oublions pas
Madam
que la
President, let
région
us
est déjà
never
confrontée à
forget that the
Gaza
region
à une
in
guerre
Gaza is
prolongée
already facing
aux
a
conséquences
protracted
humanitaires
war with
dramatiques.
devastating humanitarian
appelons à un
consequences.
cessez-le-feu
We
immédiat,
call for an immediate
à garantir
ceasefire,
l'acheminement sans entrave de l'aide
for
humanitaire
the
dans toute la bande de
unfettered
Gaza
delivery of
et à la
humanitarian
libération
aid
immédiate
throughout the
et
Gaza Strip,
inconditionnelle
and
des
for the
otages.
immediate
La France
unconditional
demeure
release of
déterminée
hostages.
à
France remains
progresser vers la mise en
determined
œuvre
to
d'une
move
solution à
towards
deux
the
États,
implementation of a
seule
two-state
susceptible de
solution,
permettre
the
aux
only
Palestiniens et aux
solution liable to
Israéliens
allow
de
the
vivre en paix et
Palestinians
en
and Israeli
sécurité.
people to
Nous
live in peace
continuons
and
de travailler
security.
en
We
vue
will
d'une
continue
reprise
to work
de la
towards
conférence mandatée
a
par l'Assemblée
resumption of the
générale,
conference mandated
dont
by the
la
General
France
Assembly.
assure la
France will
coprésidence avec l'Arabie
co-chair that conference
Madame la
with Saudi
Présidente,
Arabia.
ce
Madam
Conseil se
President,
réunira
this
de nouveau
Council
dans 2
will meet
jours
once again in
pour
2
examiner la
days
mise en
to
œuvre de la
consider the
résolution
implementation
2231.
of
Cette
Resolution
réunion doit être l'occasion
2231.
pour ce
That
Conseil
meeting
et pour
must
l'Iran
stand as an opportunity
de
for
réaffirmer
this
notre
Council
attachement à la
and for Iran to
diplomatie et
reaffirm
à la
their
logique de
commitment to
négociation qui
diplomacy
avait permis
and the
d'aboutir
spirit of
à l'accord de
negotiation which
2015.
prevailed and allowed the conclusion of the 2015 agreement. I thank you.
I thank the representative of France for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President.
Saludamos y
We
agradecemos al
greet
secretario
and thank
general
the
de las
Secretary
Naciones
General
Unidas,
of the
Su
United
Excelencia
Nations,
Antonio
His Excellency Antonio
por
Guterres,
su presencia y
for
por su
his
importante
presence
intervención.
and for his important statement.
Extendemos nuestro
We extend
agradecimiento
that gratitude
al secretario
to
general adjunto
Assistant
para Europa,
Secretary
Asia
General for
Central y
Europe,
las
Central
Américas,
Asia and the
señor
Americas,
Miroslav
Mr.
Jenka,
Miroslav Yencha,
y al director general
and
del
to the
Organismo
Director
Internacional de
General
Energía
of the
Atómica,
International
señor
Atomic
Rafael
Energy
Grossi,
Agency,
por
Mr.
sus
Rafael
valiosos
Grossi.
aportes.
We thank them
Y
both
damos
for
la
their
bienvenida
invaluable
a las delegaciones de la
contributions.
República
We
Islámica
welcome
de
the
Irán,
delegations
Israel
of the
y
Islamic
Kuwait.
Republic of Iran, Israel and
Observamos
Kuwait.
con
We
preocupación
note with concern
los
the
recientes
recent
sucesos en
events
Irán.
in Iran.
Desde el inicio de los
Since the
acontecimientos,
onset of
la
events,
mayoría de los
the
miembros de
majority
este
of the
Consejo
members of this Council
hemos
have
advertido
warned
la
of
urgente
the
necesidad
urgent need
de
to
desescalar el
de-escalate the
conflicto,
conflict.
así
We've
como también
also
hemos hecho reiterados
repeatedly
llamados a la
appealed
máxima
for utmost
moderación,
restraint to be
al
shown,
diálogo
for
y a las
dialogue
negociaciones
and
para
for
ofrecerle una
negotiations
oportunidad
to
sensata
give
a la
peace
paz.
a real chance.
Debemos insistir.
We must
the main shipping lane, or one of the main shipping lanes, which takes oil through the strait, and it accounts for 20% of the world's oil supply passes through this strait. So whilst some kind of response might necessarily not be a military response in retaliation to these bombs, they could do something like this, which economically would hurt a lot of people, including the US.
Yeah, what do you make of it, Christian? I mean, that the threat to block the Straits of Hormuz has been voted through by the Iranian
Exactly. The Parliament has already voted for
so
it.
It's just going to be decided by the Military Council now.
Yeah, I mean, it is terrifying, and economically, we've already, obviously, the war in Ukraine had an enormous effect on energy prices, and governments around the world were kind of rushing to know how to respond to that, and we had, you know, the whole fuel cap and so on, and that's caused so much controversy under Labour. I mean, this could blow every government in the world's public spending plans to pieces. And it makes a nonsense, an absolute joke of any kind of budget. And it is heartbreaking. I mean, quite apart from the horrific human cost. And let's not forget that many, I think 400 Iranians have already died. We don't know the exact proportion of those who are civilians, but it's quite high. You know, innocent people have already died in this. And we also have to remember, I've been to Iran, I love Iran. 90 million people live in Iran. They did not vote for this government. And, you know, I think most people in the world would think, yes, it'd be great not to have that government, but unfortunately, you can't bomb governments out of office. If so, I think, you know, some of us might be tempted to take some action, not with an actual bomb, towards Donald Trump. If you could just get rid of a government you don't like, that would be great. But that's not the way the world works. And it's a terrifying moment. It's terrifying economically, but obviously it's much more terrifying in military terms, because this could cause terrorist attacks around the world. You know, when those of us who grew up with the IRA know what it's like to not know if you're going to come home that night. And we don't know which way it's going to go. But I do know that if there was one person I would be pleased not to be running the US at the moment, it would be Donald Trump. I can't think of a less sane or reliable person.
I'm glad you qualified your thing about the bomb not being serious. But that is a fear, isn't it? Because he gave us 2 weeks for this to happen, and then it was 2 2 days.
But that's all down to his... he is not predictable.
Which word are you going to use? Mercurial?
Well, it's his unpredictability. And it's almost like... I mean, I read his book a while ago now, The Art of the Deal.
Well, he didn't write it. He didn't read it.
He didn't write it. But, you know, it was put out under his name. And there's this whole bit in there that talks about trying to wrong foot the person you want to do a deal with. And I'm not trivialising what we're seeing tonight, but there's that same mindset, which is you've got 2 weeks, and then a few days later it's like, well, we've bombed you. You know, we've got the upper hand. We're here to actually just make you just go, well, what's he going to do next? Maybe we need to listen to him and get round the negotiating table, which is what he wants. What I find really interesting about this, though, is you've got to remember that when he was campaigning, you got that whole Make America Great Again narrative that was developing and has developed. And part of his campaigning was to say, look, if I become president, I will not get our country involved in any other conflict or wars around the world. Well, he's not doing that at the moment, is he? Yeah, so it's splitting his base a little bit. You've got some people just going, well, this is the right thing to do because Iran is a threat globally. But also, like his advisor, like Steve Bannon, is on the record saying, look, I don't think this was the right thing to do.
But Tucker Carlson as well. On that
yeah,
side of
exactly. But also, Iran was around the negotiating table. I mean, it was Trump in his last term who blew up the negotiations that Obama had set up on
promising
nuclear.
He was going to make them better than never.
Absolutely, and they were again around the table, and then Israel blew it up, and now Trump has completely destroyed that. So to say it's time to start negotiating, it's him who blew this whole thing up, and you don't negotiate when you've just been bullied into it. I mean, that's the other thing. If Trump knew anything about Iran, there is a whole concept of Taarruf. You have to understand the culture you're dealing with, and none of the people in the US government at the moment seem to have any knowledge at all about the Middle East or Iran.
Well, Sir Richard Dalton used the word humiliated earlier to me today.
So
it's exactly not what to do.
So it's really interesting, this, because it's all about pride. And there's this narrative developing tonight from Israel, which is along the lines that maybe the people of Iran can affect some kind of regime change. But that's not going to happen, is it? Well, not only that, but I would wager, from what you've told me and from what I've seen, the Iranian people are more likely to side with the Ayatollah because their country's being attacked.
So I think the worst possible outcome, and quite a likely one of this, and I've heard this reported already, but it would be my instinct, knowing a bit about Iran, is that they will now make an absolutely firm decision that they need a nuclear bomb. And we have I mean, of course, Trump is saying this has been a great success. Actually, there are many reports that the uranium has been taken away. Much of it has been secreted away. Whether or not they currently have the ability to make a bomb or not, I'm sure they will be determined to now.
Yeah, well, they want that extra deterrence now that this has actually happened, that their sites have been bombed. And The Guardian have the same report, but I want to skip over that if we can, move to the Daily Mail, which has sort of brought a domestic angle to all of this, as stated in some of the media rounds this morning by some politicians, Jonathan Reynolds and Priti Patel as well, I think, sort of touched on this as well, that there are now fears of a sort of a terror backlash in the UK.
Well, potentially, and for example, we have an RAF based in Cyprus, don't we, which potentially could be a target as well. So again, there's this line that's developing tonight that the UK, some of the UK's assets, if you like, overseas, or indeed domestically, could become targets, which is, you know, we're sitting here tonight talking about it, and it's a very real threat. And I just don't know what we can do. You just have to hope that our intelligence services are switched on enough to be aware of where those threats might be.
I suppose that's the asymmetric response as well that could potentially be if Iran doesn't have the capacity to sort of hit targets in the region.
Yeah, yeah.
The groups that are here.
Yeah, I mean, and we also don't know what Iran's allies, Russia and China, will do. I mean, I suspect they won't want to do very much, but Russia has the capacity to do all kinds of covert operations and already does in this country. So if it wanted to signal some support for Iran, it might do non-military things that could cause enormous harm.
Now, I wasn't sure we were going to get to this from Page to the Sun, but I do want to because you guys have got a bit of intel on this from me.
Well, you mean really old?
Well, you clued me in as to what's going on here.
Go back a few decades. So, I mean, we collectively gasped earlier when this appeared in the newsroom. Stick it up your bunker, the front page of The Sun. The Sun have got form with this kind of headline. I'm old enough to remember back in 1982, the Falklands War, when the Navy sunk the destroyer, the Belgrano, the Argentinian vessel. They had a big big headline saying, "Gotcha." Bear in mind, this is hundreds of sailors lost their lives. They had the Up Yours Delors headline in 1990 as well, having a go at Jacques Delors. So they've got form for this kind of stuff. I'll let viewers decide tonight whether or not this is appropriate or not.
Yeah, I think this is totally out of step. I mean, obviously, as you say, The Sun has a history of this, and I remember those headlines as well. But I think this is such a serious situation. It's completely the wrong tone to strike. And just to do that for the sake of a pun that probably gave the headline writer a moment of pleasure, it's not
One I didn't quite get as well until I had to Google it.
You're not this target demographic, Kamali. I hate to break it to you.
Stina, Duncan, plenty more from you later. Thanks so much for that for now. Right, let's take a look at the weather.
Breathtaking views with clear skies ahead. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
It's going to be cooler and fresher and more unsettled over the next few days, but increasing humidity is likely to bring some further thunderstorms later in the week. Cloud and patchy rain will clear all but the southeast by sunrise. The emphasis will be on dry weather elsewhere, although showers will persist in the northwest, and there'll be some persistent rain for northern Scotland. Well, overnight temperatures will fall to the low double figures for most, which will feel more comfortable than recent nights, particularly with a brisk breeze. Rain over Scotland will move through the Northern Isles before clearing into the North Sea early in the day. Showers will then continue for central and western Scotland, along with Northern Ireland, but it'll be mostly dry elsewhere. Southern parts of England and Wales will see the best of the sunshine. Temperatures close to the average for the time of year, but it'll still be warm in the southeast. Cloud will increase from the west later in the day, with rain taking over from Western Ireland by the evening.
Breathtaking views with clear skies ahead. Qatar Airways sponsors the weather.
Well, coming up next on Sky News at 11, we'll have the latest as the US has claimed to have obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. Tehran has vowed it will retaliate. President Trump held a phone call with Prime Minister Starmer earlier as the UK continues to call for de-escalation. We'll have the latest next.
I'm Stephen Murphy, and I'm Sky's Ireland correspondent based here in Dublin.
The waters of Ireland and Britain should be home to great white sharks.
If there are great white sharks in this area, there's no reason they wouldn't come here to feed. It's basically a buffet on a beach. This could be not only a record-breaking storm, but potentially the most dangerous storm ever to hit Ireland.
We're rolling.
Welcome to the world.
Our new podcast, starting now. It's very exciting. Every week, we'll be reporting from the world's trouble spots.
We get to hold those in positions of power accountable, and we get to ask the questions that the audience, the listeners, want to know about.
And that's why it is so important that people tune in, come along for the road, come along for the journey. It'll be fun.
This is Sky News at 11 o'clock. Your headlines. Donald Trump hails a spectacular success, which he says has obliterated Iran's nuclear program and warns the country not to strike back.
Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
America strikes using the world's biggest conventional bombs, but tonight Iran's atomic authority says the nuclear sites are being rebuilt. Iran's immediate response, more than 40 missiles fired at Israel as it condemns what it calls blatant aggression by the US.
There is no red line that they have not crossed. And the last one, and the most dangerous one, was happened only last night.
The pressure on Iran's supreme leader to be seen to strike back and the calls in the country for it to target the waterway through which much of the world's oil flows. Tonight, Sir Keir Starmer says he's spoken to Donald Trump. Downing Street says they discuss the need for a lasting settlement. And we'll have a full look at the front pages of tomorrow morning's newspapers in our press preview at 11:30. Donald Trump says tonight that America has taken the bomb right out of Iran's hands as he hailed what he called a spectacular military success. Iran's three most important nuclear sites were targeted in a coordinated assault from air and sea. Satellite images show significant damage at ground level, but the extent of the damage to underground facilities isn't yet clear. Well, Iranian media is reporting that Iran's atomic agency says the sites are quickly being rebuilt and that nuclear activity will continue with greater power. Well, the operation by the Americans was codenamed Operation Midnight Hammer and involved more than 125 aircraft. It marked the moment that America forcefully intervened in the conflict between Israel and Iran. At 2:10 a.m. local time, the US dropped the first bunker-busting bomb onto Fordow, a uranium enrichment plant hidden in a mountainside that's vital to Iran's nuclear ambitions. The US then hit two other sites, Natanz, another enrichment facility, and Isfahan, a research base understood to store much of Iran's highly enriched uranium stock. Well, Isfahan was struck with Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from a US submarine rather than by B-2 stealth bombers. Soon after, Iran launched retaliatory strikes towards Israel. Our US correspondent James Matthews has our first reports tonight on America's attacks.
They attacked in the dead of night. These pictures from Isfahan capture the sight and sound of the US assault on Iranian nuclear sites. It was the biggest decision of Donald Trump's presidency so far and his biggest gamble. They called it Operation Midnight Hammer, as seen in the Situation Room. This was how it looked on Saturday night. This was how it sounded on Sunday morning in a Pentagon briefing.
It was an incredible and overwhelming success. The order we received from our commander-in-chief was focused, it was powerful, and it was clear. We devastated the Iranian nuclear program.
New details revealed a US deception plan that had sent B-2 bombers flying west as decoys, while the B-2s involved flew east towards Iran, with bunker buster bombs primed and ready. As the president made a Saturday night return to the White House, 7 B-2 bombers had Iranian nuclear facilities in their sights. They included Fordow. It's believed to be Iran's main nuclear enrichment site, deep underneath a mountain. MOP bombs, massive ordnance penetrators, were deployed here. Other locations were hit at Natanz and Isfahan. US nuclear submarines fired Tomahawk missiles.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
The president spoke of total obliteration. His top military man revised that downwards, pending full damage assessment.
All three sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction. More than 125 U.S. aircraft participated in this mission, including B-2 stealth bombers, multiple flights of fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens and dozens of air refueling tankers, a guided missile submarine, and a full array of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft.
After the strike, the Americans said this was about peace and ending Iran's ambitions to build a nuclear bomb. Nothing more.
But our view has been very clear that we don't want a regime change. We do not want to protract this or build this out any more than it's already been built out. We want to end their nuclear program, and then we want to talk to the Iranians about a long-term settlement here.
While the Trump administration urged Iran back to the negotiating table, Iran's foreign minister said the door on diplomacy had closed.
The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression.
Following the American attack, Israeli strikes on Iran continued through Sunday, as the UN Security Council met to discuss the situation, and its Secretary General spoke of grave alarm.
The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. The United Nations stands ready to support any and all efforts toward a peaceful resolution. But peace cannot be imposed. It must be chosen.
This is a conflict with many moving parts, moving civilians to fear for the future.
Neither party are telling the truth about whether there has been contamination as a result of the strike. The task is not to allow this region to turn into another Chernobyl. I think the war is going to expand, even though people here in Tehran say it is going to end. I think the government may close the Strait of Hormuz.
Attacking Iran is an intervention by an American president with unpredictable consequences. The US says it's in touch with Tehran, privately and publicly, giving it every opportunity to come to the table for talks and for peace. If this momentous decision has been criticized internationally, it has been domestically too. Many in the MAGA movement, which put Donald Trump in power, are unhappy at his engagement in a foreign conflict. Many in Congress are unhappy that he didn't inform them first. A world that waited for America to strike now waits for Iran to strike back. The United States has spoken of an attack of precision and certainty. Neither applies to what comes next. James Matthews, Sky News, in Washington.
Well, tonight, the president has been posting on his social media site about the attack. Our correspondent, Mark Stone, has the latest.
First, and I think the most significant of these three posts, is a reference to regime change. This is a hint at what next, what America plans to do next. He says it is not politically correct to use the term regime change. But if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? And then he writes, MIGA. Make Iran great again. He's coining a phrase there, an adaptation of MAGA, but a very significant tweet. He seems to be flirting with the idea of perhaps changing the regime. It's kind of an extension of what he said in his statement to the address to the nation last night, where he insisted that what he wanted this past 24 hours to be was one strike, one series of strikes, and a line drawn. Iran then comes to the negotiating table or conforms to what America is demanding that it does, which is quit altogether its nuclear program. It is hard at the moment to see that happening. But the fact that he's now flirting with regime change, that is significant indeed. The second, and linked to what I just said, the second post, he talks about, in another post, about the damage to Iran's nuclear sites is monumental. The hits were hard and they were accurate. Great skill was shown by our military. This is kind of pushing back on a few noises that we've heard over the course of the day from different people, some indeed within his administration, suggesting that maybe these strikes last night were not as monumental as first thought. Donald Trump saying it completely destroyed Iran's nuclear programs. Since then, we've heard J.D. Vance, the vice president, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the top general as well, saying, look, it's going to take a little time to work out how successful these strikes were. And behind the scenes, experts have said to us repeatedly, you can't completely remove Iran's nuclear program just by airstrikes. And then finally, we've had word that the B-2 bombers who carried out this raid have now returned to their base in Missouri. Donald Trump said the great B-2 pilots have just landed safely in Missouri. Thank you for a job well done. These pictures from Missouri, from the Whitman Air Force Base. An extraordinary, I mean, in simple military terms, an absolutely extraordinary mission. They flew for 37 hours non-stop. They were refueled multiple times in the air. A whole load of planes around them as they made that journey across the Atlantic into the Middle East, dropped those bunker busters, and then returned to Missouri.
Mark Stone reporting there. Well, the US Secretary of Defense was clear the strikes had devastated the Iranian nuclear program, but Tehran says its facilities are being rebuilt. Well, the UN nuclear watchdog says it's detected no increase in radiation from the three sites, which could indicate nuclear material had already been removed. Our science and technology editor, Tom Clark, looks at the damage done by the US.
It was a massive display of force and a series of firsts. The largest ever operational deployment of American B-2 bombers, armed for the first time with 14 of these, its most powerful bunker-busting bombs. Operation Midnight Hammer involved 7 B-2 bombers, 125 warplanes in total, as well as warships and submarines that hurled as many as 75 precision weapons at Iran's nuclear facilities in just 25 minutes. The Pentagon saying the first B-2 dropped its massive ordnance penetrator, or MOP, in the early hours of the morning.
As the president stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas.
One was the Natanz uranium enrichment facility, its underground centrifuge halls targeted that Israeli raids couldn't reach last week. But the toughest target was Fordo, believed to be Iran's most sophisticated uranium enrichment plant, 60 miles south of Tehran, built in tunnels shielded by 80 metres of mountain above, beyond the reach of even a 13-ton bunker-buster bomb, but not perhaps 12 of them. In this satellite image from before the attack, you can see Fordo's security perimeter and 3 tunnel entrances. Compare that to after the strike, these grey areas, presumably dust and debris from the attack zone here. Take a closer look. This was the mountainside before the raid, and here you can see 2 distinct strike zones, each hit with at least 3 bombs. Analysts suggest these details may be ventilation shafts, potential weak points chosen so the bombs carried their explosive payload as deep as possible. So was Donald Trump right to claim Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated? Evidence suggests otherwise. Satellite images support Iran's claims that it removed highly enriched uranium and equipment from Fordo before the attack and filled in its tunnel entrances.
Trump's statement that the whole thing has been obliterated implies that, yes, Fordo might have been, but the actual material, certainly the knowledge, and many enrichment machines have been moved, and hence that may be a setback for a few months, but it certainly has not wiped out their capability.
The real impact on Iran's nuclear ambitions won't be known until the dust from this assault has settled. And given the number of bombs America just dropped, that could be some time. Tom Clark, Sky News.
Well, Iran has warned that America's attack will have everlasting consequences. And one of those consequences could be the targeting of the globally important Straits of Hormuz, through which nearly a third of the world's seaborne oil is transported. Well, our international affairs editor Dominic Waghorn reports now on Iran's options.
President Trump has plunged the US into this war with probably the most extreme option he had available. So what happens next, and how likely is this conflict to expand further? Iran is almost certain to retaliate. Not doing so would make it look even weaker. So what could it target? The US has military bases throughout the Middle East: Qatar, Kuwait, Iraq and Saudi Arabia. Killing Americans might be a priority for Iran to try and drive a wedge between Trump and his MAGA supporters back home, who say America is getting drawn into yet another Middle Eastern war, risking US lives. Iran could attack Americans directly with drones and missiles, or use proxies in the Middle East. Hezbollah in Lebanon has been massively degraded by Israel. More likely, Iran would use militias it backs in Iraq, or the Houthis based in Yemen, whose truce with the US appears to be in tatters. All that would invite massive retaliation, of course, from America, so Iran might prefer asymmetrical options. In that case, Britain could also be a target. Could all this lead to terror attacks in the UK? In the region, there are two stretches of water to worry about, both strategically vital. The Houthis could threaten shipping in the Red Sea, while Iran could directly target vessels in the Persian Gulf, as they've done before, harassing ships with smaller boats, firing rockets at them and seizing them. Now, if the Gulf goes up in flames, expect a big hit to the global economy and the price of oil too. The Iranians have threatened to shut off the Strait of Hormuz, this choke point through which a third of the world's seaborne oil passes. All this would send shockwaves through the world's financial markets. The US has massively increased its presence to retaliate to any retaliation, with no less than 3 aircraft carrier battle groups in the region. As things stand, this is almost certain to escalate, but could it also widen and suck other nations into the conflict? Russia and Iran have a strategic partnership agreement, but it doesn't require Moscow to come to Iran's support. Iran is also China's closest ally in the Middle East, but Beijing is also likely to sit this one out, it's thought, and watch from the sidelines. The priority for Iran's leadership is to survive, to fight another day, and redouble efforts eventually to build the bomb. If Israel can't change the regime in Iran, which isn't easy, it'll have to manage the Iranian threat and cut it down to size from time to time. That could mean years more military action and could be hugely costly for both Israel and its American backers. So Iran is in a very tight spot, but the future could be challenging for both Israel and America too.
Now, Iran's immediate response to the US attack was to fire more than 40 missiles into Israel. Sirens blared in major cities and several buildings were hit. Well, tonight, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his country is close to achieving its goals of destroying Iran's nuclear program. Well, Sky's Cordelia Lynch reports now on what impact the strikes will have on Israel.
Glass-filled streets, scattered shrapnel, and the skeletons of homes. The people of Ramat Aviv woke with a shuddering jolt, and buildings decimated by an Iranian missile. Orly is picking up what little of her life she can.
I'm living in the apartment over the other side. The apartment itself is ruined totally.
These are images from inside, the attack wiping out nearly everything she owned.
America has now got involved.
Yeah, I know.
How does that shift your view of this war?
I thought from the beginning that this is a justified war. I still think that. I hope it will make the war a little bit shorter, but other than that, it was a threat to Israel, and it's a threat that should be eliminated. And I hope they will do it fast, because the suffering is very, very hard.
But there were no casualties. A community safely hunkered down in shelters, the new normal in Israel. Animals, not bodies, being pulled from the wreckage.
Are you surprised by the level of destruction?
Oh, yeah. I guess anyone would be surprised. It's not a nice thing to see, but lucky for us, it's only damage, no casualties.
Israel got the support of a superpower, the critical might of America's military. But that doesn't insulate it from further attacks.
When you're looking at number, Israel is doing an incredible job at intercepting the vast majority of those being targeted. But the point here isn't that there's rockets getting through. The point here is that there's rockets being fired at our civilian communities, and I can't emphasize that enough.
Well, here you can see up close homes completely destroyed. This is a residential neighborhood with a lot of apartment blocks, people's belongings here just hanging over the edge. And despite this intense level of destruction, what strikes you here is that so many people support what Israel is doing. They believe Benjamin Netanyahu needed to strike, and they welcome America's intervention. They hope and believe that might bring a quicker conclusion to this conflict.
It's not fear that hangs in the air in this neighbourhood, it's hope, acceptance, and on the political stage, gratitude and platitudes.
Last night, President Donald Trump took a historic resolution, a resolution which can change the entire trajectory of the Middle East to a better future.
This may be a critical chapter, but it's not the epilogue of the story. It's a moving conflict between two well-armed enemies, both political outliers, one that could easily spill across the region, with millions caught in the crossfire. Cordelia Lynch, Sky News, Tel Aviv, Israel.
The Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, told our political editor just days ago that he didn't see an American attack on Iran as imminent. Well, today, after the attack, he urged de-escalation. Tonight, he spoke by phone to President Trump. Well, Beth Rigby reports now on the British response to the strikes.
The Prime Minister was at his country retreat Chequers when the US struck Iran. Dawn breaking on a sleepless night for Sir Keir Starmer, who has for days been pressing Donald Trump to de-escalate. These strikes not what the Prime Minister wanted. Now his task to try to reassure. Lots of people watching you speak this morning will be very worried about the news overnight that the US has carried out 3 strikes on Iran. Does the UK support US strikes against Iran?
Well, we've long had concerns about the Iranian nuclear programme and been very clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The US has now taken action to alleviate that threat. It is important that we now de-escalate the situation, stabilise the region, and get the parties back around the table to negotiate. And I've been speaking with international leaders this morning to that end. So I want to reassure the British public that we're doing everything we can.
Do you agree escalation seems very real? And are you prepared to offer military support, UK military support, if needed?
Well, my focus is on de-escalating the situation. I accept your challenge that there is a risk of escalation. That's a risk to the region. It's a risk beyond the region. And that's why all our focus has been on de-escalating.
The PM treading carefully, offering neither overt support nor criticism of these attacks, as he went from making this public statement to remotely joining an emergency Cobra meeting. Simply too many calls with world leaders to get back to London in time. Back in Downing Street, the Foreign Secretary and Middle East Minister into number 10. This is the first time the US has ever ordered airstrikes on Iran. It wasn't the outcome our Prime Minister was expecting when we spoke at the G7 in Canada, but days ago. It sounds like an American attack could be imminent. Do you know what's going on?
Well, I don't think you should read into that an American attack is imminent.
That prediction proved incorrect, a point I put to the PM today. He's done exactly the opposite of what you said you thought he was going to do. Do you feel foolish, frustrated that he's not listening?
Well, it's clearly a fast-moving situation, and there's been a huge amount of discussions in the days since the G7 ended, and the US has now taken the action to alleviate the threat that Iran's nuclear programme poses.
Other politicians more fulsome in their support for Trump's strikes.
America's actions were absolutely essential.
we have got to the stage, as we've seen actually in the last 9 days or so, where Iran coming to the negotiation table simply was not happening in any constructive way.
The Prime Minister's trying to reassure us today about these unprecedented strikes. He's hitting the phone, scrambling to try and de-escalate what is clearly a very dangerous and unfolding situation. But really, what's more instructive, I think, isn't what the Prime Minister has said, but what he hasn't said today, because the simple reality is that Trump isn't really listening to allies like the UK. That's worrying in itself, but it becomes even more alarming if this situation does escalate and the UK government is forced to take decisions around military intervention without much influence over the president. Everyone here nervously awaiting how Iran might respond. The UK now moving more military assets to the region. This PM deeply opposed to war, but stopping it not in his gift. Beth Rigby, Sky News.
Well, you're watching Sky News, and still to come, we'll have some action from the day's sport, including from Headingley, where the first test between England and India is evenly poised ahead of day 4.
The escalatory cycle continue in a way that it's difficult for either side to back down, and I think there's real danger there.
Well, so is this a traditional military response in your view, Jen, attacking our air bases, for instance, in Baghdad or Bahrain? The Fifth Fleet is based in Bahrain. We've got bases in Syria and Kuwait to worry about. Or is it a cyber attack or, God forbid, a terrorist attack here on American soil?
I think it could plausibly be all of the above. We know that they are active in the United States. We know that they have cyber capabilities, but we also know that, more traditional attacks, particularly against U.S. interests, which they have already threatened, are all in their arsenal. And so I think that it could come in any of those manners. The other thing I think that, is, again, important to remember is that Iran in the past has really exercised some strategic patience in retaliation. And so while we are almost certainly going to see some sort of response in the days ahead, I'm not sure that we're going to see the total response. And so, you could look, I think, certainly months out and predict that there will continue to be implications, even if, things stop here as far as U.S. strikes go.
Okay. All right, Jen, we appreciate it. Jen Gavito, Senior Advisor at the Cohen Group and former Acting Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs during President Biden. Thank you. Coming up, oil futures up 3% as the market weighs the risks of Iran disrupting energy flows in retaliation for this attack. We'll discuss with Bob McNally of Rapidan Energy Group next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
The future runs on batteries. Lithium-ion battery demand is expected to grow over 30% annually through 2030. Supply chains need to keep pace. With its long history in the automotive supply chain and proximity to resources, manufacturers, and end markets, Ohio has emerged as a natural fit for clean, renewable EV battery manufacturing, connecting EV businesses with access to premier sites, timely funding, and world-class talent to lead the future.
I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
I know that battle damage is of great interest. Final battle damage will take some time, but initial battle damage assessments indicate that all 3 sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction.
That was President Trump last night announcing the U.S. military attack on Iran, and General Dan Kane, the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, this morning providing an early assessment of the damage. And back with us now on this special edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from the North Lawn of the White House, is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. So, Tyler, obviously there is still much we don't know about the extent of the damage that the U.S. was able to inflict on Iran's nuclear capabilities. But what else have we learned throughout the course of today?
Yeah, hey, Kaylee. Well, a U.S. official tells us that President Trump has spent today working here at the White House, but that doesn't mean that we haven't heard from the president. In fact, he did comment on what he thinks has been the extent of the damage, calling it monumental. In one of his flurry of posts on Truth Social, he also confirmed for us that those B-2 pilots are now back at their home base in Missouri. And then in a third post, we talked about this at the top of the program, but it is worth reiterating. He did mention the words regime change in a post, although it is unclear under what sort of circumstances the U.S. would really get behind that idea. So those are sort of the threads that we're watching at this hour. But of course, it comes against this important backdrop of how is Iran going to end up retaliating here. And that is something that the White House has said that they are prepared for and they are watching closely, particularly when it comes to U.S. personnel in the region. Now, we should say that our analysts at Bloomberg Intelligence say that there are sort of 3 ways that this could go. One would be a calibrated response by Iran that could even look as if Tehran lets the U.S. know what sort of targets they're going after. The second would be a calibrated response, but no sort of ceasefire. We know that President Trump has previously said that he wouldn't be in favor of a ceasefire, but instead just wants to see what he has called unconditional surrender. But then that third option would be that Iran actually hits back hard. And Joe and Kaylee, there are 3 ways that we are closely watching that this could happen. It could be going after energy infrastructure in the region. It could be going after those U.S. assets that we have been discussing. But the third would be closing or any sort of impairment of shipment through the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, that would be a pretty big development here for what it could mean for global oil shipment to those exports and those supplies going forward.
And something John Bolton indicated earlier this hour would not be terribly successful for Iran if it tried to do it. Tyler, we were just showing while you were talking video of Donald Trump late last night with the defense secretary, the secretary of state behind him in the cross hall of the White House making this announcement. We've not heard from or seen him today. Does he have any public events on the schedule this evening or early tomorrow?
No, as of now, we have not seen him publicly. We're going to have to wait to see what sort of agenda items do get on the president's schedule. We're waiting for a confirmation that he is going to end up at the NATO summit later this week. Of course, that would be very significant, as we know that our European allies have been lobbying this White House so that they can play a role in trying to get Iran to the negotiating table here and come forward when it comes to some sort of deal, even though, as you all know, Joe, last week President Trump said that Iran didn't want to talk to Europe, apparently to deepen the divide that we're starting to see come about. Though we should say that earlier today, President Trump did have a phone call with his UK counterpart, Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Sunday duty at the White House for Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. We thank you, Tyler, for all of your work today. Joining us now with a look at market reaction to the attack, Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick at World Headquarters in New York. Futures are open, Romaine. If you had asked anybody before this evening how Wall Street would react after the U.S. decided to directly attack Iran, I'm guessing the thought would be more severe than this.
I think that was the thought coming in. But remember, we had a taste of this when Israel first struck Iran back late June 12th here in the United States. And I think the playbook that is going to play out tonight and into Monday could potentially be a repeat of that. A big knee-jerk reaction where risk assets get sold off, haven assets get bought, but then a quick rethink here. And that rethink, Joe, is all around this idea of whether this is a regional conflict that will remain regional or something that could broaden out to hit U.S. assets or even something beyond the Middle East. If that were the case, you would probably see more of a severe reaction. We should point out oil prices did move higher by about 4%. They pared back some of those gains, but are still up almost 3% here. here. Brent crude, remember, hasn't actually traded above $80 a barrel since early this year in early January. It did do that early in this session, and that is going to be a key number to watch. And of course, what will dictate whether it sticks at 80 or goes beyond that is really going to be determined by what happens in the Strait of Hormuz. But real quickly, I do want to just draw your attention back to equities for a second, Joe, because there is a contrarian bet out there right now. And the contrarian bet is that right now, if you are able to get confirmation from a credible source that the nuclear threat of Iran was indeed obliterated or at least significantly hampered, that would actually remove one of the biggest risks to Middle East stability in years. And that potentially could be a net positive for stocks. And the case in point is I would just point you to the benchmark index in Israel, the Tel Aviv 35.
Yeah,
that closed today on a 6-day run at a record high.
An excellent point, Romain. And as we consider other asset classes as well, I wonder what we expect to see in U.S. Treasuries, knowing they are seen as a safe haven, but also if there's a concern that potentially higher energy prices could lead to higher inflation risk, that could send bonds in the other direction. So what are we hearing about how all of this factors into fixed income?
Yeah, the Treasury market is really going to be kind of the Jenga game that this market's going to have to wrap its head around, because it's really not just about what's happening in the Middle East. It's obviously what's happening with the fiscal situation here in the U.S. And as you just alluded to, this idea of economic conditions and inflation conditions. Whether the Middle East situation feeds into that, we will see. The numbers you're looking at on your screen right now, keep in mind here, this is an incredibly muted market right now. The full session really doesn't open for another hour and a half here in the U.S. Futures, at least as represented by TYA, and if you type TLT, the main ETF that tracks long-dated bonds in your screen, you'll see that the activity is almost minimal at this point, very low volume and very little price change, but that could change, Kelly, in about an hour and a half's time.
What you just said, Romain, was really fascinating, pointing to stocks in Israel. If we show up tomorrow, we still don't know for sure. Does the market hold its breath until we find out what the actual damage assessment is in Iran?
Well, I spoke to several analysts this afternoon, and two things that they said they're really keeping an eye on. The first is obviously what is Iran's response, if at all, and more importantly, how severe can that response be? But the other thing, too, was to really keep an eye on this idea of trade flows, the ships coming in and out of the Strait of Hormuz, the ships coming around the Red Sea, the ones that are around the Horn of Africa. If you see major disruptions in those areas, that would probably be cause for an alarm. You would first see that play out in the commodity space, and then that would trickle over into FX and then eventually into equities. But short of that, the general consensus seems to be that you might have some softness on Monday here in the cash session, but that could potentially be bought in the same way that we saw stocks get bought after the sell-off on June 13th.
All right, Bloomberg's Romain Bostic in New York for us tonight. Thank you so much. And as Romain mentions the Strait of Hormuz, that's something we heard about from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, during an interview on CBS's Face the Nation earlier today. Take a listen.
The first people that should be angry about it are the Chinese government, because they take a lot of their oil comes through there. So they should be the first ones that are saying if they mine the Straits of Hormuz, the Chinese are going to pay a huge price. And every other country in the world is going to pay a huge price. We will too. It'll have some impact on us. It'll have a lot more impact on the rest of the world. A lot more impact on the rest of the world. It would be a suicidal move on their part.
Joining us now for more is Bob McNally, founder and president of Rapidan Energy Group. He was also a White House energy advisor to President George W. Bush. Bob, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. I don't know what you think the probability is of Iran actually doing what they've threatened to many times before and never have done, choking off the strait entirely. But do they have potentially just as disruptive secondary options available to them when we think about all of the energy infrastructure in this region?
It's great. Yeah, no, thank you. It's great to be with you. I think Iran will be very cautious and careful about attempting to fully disrupt the 18 to 20 million barrels a day of oil, 20% of traded LNG that goes through the Strait of Hormuz. They could do it. They have the military means to do it, but I think the Secretary is right. They'll be reluctant to do that. It would be suicidal and self-harming. As you noted, they have other options. In September of 2019, they did a demonstration attack on the most important energy infrastructure in the world, the Saudi stabilization plant at Abqaiq. And that Sunday, we had the biggest open ever in Asia. We hardly see that right now. So they could also have proxies harass or attack ships here and there without a full-blown attempt to disrupt all of Hormuz traffic. So they have options to flash, if not play, the oil card.
Really interesting, Bob. You were with us a week ago tomorrow
setting the table for what was about to happen here, you talked about these possibilities, and we've seen oil behave pretty well since then. Is this market whistling past the graveyard, or is it in fact pricing in the risk that we're facing in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, Joe. No, I think we see an oil market that, as we discussed, is pretty inured to geopolitical disruptions in oil markets. Over the last few years, we've had several false alarms, the Russian invasion of Ukraine being one, and Israel and Iran's exchanges last year being another. Then oil prices spiked, but there was no disruption, and they sold off. So traders are starting to think, there's nothing here. And so I think, look, we're up $10 a barrel since the war started, now a little more. And so I think there's appropriate amount of risk in the market right now. And as you said, traders are sort of holding their breath, waiting to see if Israel, Iran expand this conflict beyond military and political targets into traded energy. So far, no one's pulled that trigger yet. And if they don't, I can see the price kind of reversing.
Well, so when we consider that, Bob, what kind of spare capacity elsewhere that doesn't have to navigate the Strait of Hormuz or potentially is vulnerable to any kind of Iranian retaliation is there out there for other oil producers who may be able to make up some of the gap at least?
Well, the problem is all of the spare capacity in the world is inside the Strait of Hormuz, mainly in Saudi Arabia, UAE, a little bit Iraq and Kuwait. Now, there are some options to redirect barrels around the Strait of Hormuz, but it's not a lot. There's an east-west pipeline in Saudi Arabia, about a 5 million barrel a day capacity. Now, they're using a little bit of it now, so maybe they can push 3.5 through that. UAE has a new pipeline, Habshan Fujairah, maybe 1 million or so through that. So maybe you could, out of the 14 million barrels a day of just crude, not products, but just crude, maybe 3-4 million barrels a day could be redirected around the Strait of Hormuz. But in terms of spare capacity, the bad news is it's all in the war zone.
Bob, you famously helped George Bush refill the SPR, and as we consider the potential need for the Strategic Petroleum Reserve here, if in fact this became a protracted conflict or we saw a massive interruption in production or supplies, what kind of a situation would we be facing with an SPR that's half empty?
Yeah, I hope there's and I expect there's a lot of, reconsideration of the wisdom. And both parties did this initially of selling down the SPR, as you noted, and then President Biden spilled about half of it for no good reason, really, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So here we are at a little over 400 million barrels. So we have half the capability that we would otherwise. And we're the biggest strategic stock holder in the world after Japan and Germany. So look, I think if we saw an interruption, there would be a coordinated stock release between us and our IEA partners, International Energy Agency partners. But we could maybe do 2 million barrels a day. But again, there's the math problem. We have 14 million barrels a day of just crude, another 6 or so of products. And, that's only going to make a dent. So it's unfortunate. And hopefully if there's a silver lining from all this, Joe, from an energy policy perspective, there will be a bipartisan reconsideration of the wisdom of letting down our guard and our defenses.
And finally, Bob, knowing that you know the Gulf states quite well, they obviously have not reacted positively to the U.S.'s decision-making here. What is their greatest concern right now? What role do you expect that they will play in what happens going forward?
Yeah, the Gulf countries are very concerned that the war will expand to include attacks on key Gulf infrastructure, Abqaiq, Khurais, Ruwais, other big terminals, refineries. They're all there in close proximity to Iranian weapons they still have, and they desperately don't want to see this conflict become a general conflict in the region. And so they're very worried, very concerned, laying low. OPEC Plus is not changing policy. From an energy perspective, I think their message is we're going to stay with what we're doing, we're going to lay low, and hope this blows over.
An important voice for us this evening, Bob McNally, the founder and president of Rapidan Energy Group. Bob, thank you so much for being with us. President Trump's decision to strike Iran, a major reversal from his campaign promise to be a peacemaker, no new wars. Here's the president during his inaugural address in January.
We will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
Let's assemble this evening's political panel. Ashley Davis is with us, Republican strategist, partner at S3 Group, former special assistant to the Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security. Also, Joel Rubin, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for House Affairs at the State Department under President Obama. We've got a great panel, and welcome to both of you. Thank you for being with us here. Ashley, your thought on what we just mentioned. No new wars was the promise. This is what many Trump supporters pointed to as an example of success from the first administration. Did that change today, or can President Trump keep this isolated to one night of strikes?
Well, first of all, good evening to you. I'm on the West Coast, so it's good afternoon to me. But Joel, it's nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a while, and to be back with you. I think, Joe, the main point here is that he felt that the nuclear threat that Iran had was much more important than the kind of America First agenda. And you can see that there are certain members of the MAGA movement, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that said, you know, we still need to stay out of it, obviously. Other allies like Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon. But I think that he'll be able to explain that with Iran, which is a state that harbors and funds the most terrorist organizations in the entire world, then with a nuclear weapon is more serious than America First policy. But I do think that he thinks this is, as many have said yesterday and today, that this is a war on Iran's nuclear weapons, not on Iran. And if it continues to stay just that, I think it will be okay. But if it widens into a broader war, it's yet to be seen.
Yeah, that's a big if, Joel. Do you think the president has political support behind him now, and will that remain if this actually turns into another prolonged conflict in the Middle East?
Well, you know, quite frankly, and it's great to be with you, Ashley, as well. Look, we have a real problem here politically, which is that both parties have large constituencies that do not want any American involvement in military action abroad. Now, I supported the action last night. I think it was the appropriate one at this moment in time. But there needs to be an explanation about what the goals are, what are the limitations, what's the next step for the day after, how are we protecting our forces, how do we deal with, as you're all discussing here, the Straits of Hormuz, other types of potential attacks against our interests. And so that needs to be fleshed out. It can't just be a strike and then move on to the next news cycle. And so in Congress, we're going to see a debate, most likely in the Senate on the floor because of a privileged resolution on the War Powers Act. The House is thinking about it, but I don't think we'll see Speaker Johnson put something on the floor. But that needs to be ventilated, and that will give confidence to the American people that there is a plan and a rationale. If not, the anti-war wings of both parties will continue to raise their voices.
We're going to add another voice to this conversation. In Holly Dagres, senior fellow at the Washington Institute for the Near East Policy Program on Iran and U.S. policy. It's great to have you back with us as we consider what's going on inside Iran, the question about the day after. What is Tehran prepared to do? How long will it take?
Thank you for having me on the program. I think we're all waiting for bated breath, whether inside Iran or outside of Iran, to see how they're going to retaliate against these U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. It's really hard to say right now. I think when we war gamed this over the years, there were numerous things that they were looking at. There was this, the most obvious would be to strike U.S. forces, U.S. bases across the region, to close the Strait of Hormuz, to take dual and foreign citizens hostage, to practice transnational repression, and, of course, to activate its proxies, which have now very much been maimed in the post-October 7th climate. So this is what we're waiting to see happens. But, of course, these calculations can change because this is very new territory for the Islamic Republic, but they're also in a fight for their survival.
Well, and Ashley, as Holly mentions things like hostage taking, when we consider the threat of potentially sleeper cells being activated and terrorism, whether at home here or abroad, if you were still inside the Department of Homeland Security, what would be underway as we speak to try to hedge against that risk?
Yeah, I'm assuming, and for those that remember, I would assume that we are at high alert at the red level back in the days of the color-coded system because of the sleeper cells that are definitely and has been known for many years in our country. I mean, just from the last 4 years alone, and this is not a political statement, just a fact, is that 1,200 Iranians have come into the country that we know of. And so where are those people? Are we able to keep control of it's not just Iran that we have to be watching for, but the other sponsored networks by Iran and the terrorist cells that they have. And so that is the thing that is scary to me the most in regards to our homeland, and there is definitely a high alert in regards to the department right now and obviously the local law enforcement around the country.
You want answers. How long does the Trump administration have before it needs to answer the questions you're asking, or just give a baseline estimate of how much damage was done here?
I think the baseline of the bomb damage assessment needs to be relatively soon. I would assume that we are currently investigating using drone technology and other assets on the ground, and that the Israelis...
Can we tell what happened underneath the mountain, though? I mean, do you have to send people down there to find out?
Well, they can tell about radiation, and so the IAEA has said that no radiation has spilled. That's a good thing, and so they're going to be looking at that. My goodness, if it takes too long, it's going to create more turmoil. But regarding timing, much of it, as Holly points out, depends upon the Iranian reaction. If Iran does not physically react in the near term, I think that we'll see a lot of people moving on. But I just can't see that happening where they are completely passive at this moment. There's too much need, as Holly again points out. They are in a fight for their survival. They also internally have to take care of ensuring that this is not a window of opportunity for the opposition to lean in and say that now the regime is destabilized and we can make a move. So there are a lot of factors here that are out of our American control as well that will be driving this timetable.
Well, and when we consider the future of the regime, obviously multiple administration officials have said a regime change is not the objective here. And yet, Holly, earlier this evening, President Trump takes to Truth Social to say the following, quote, "It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change?" Holly, do you have an answer to his question? Why wouldn't there be?
I mean, from what we're understanding from President Trump's public statements is that he still is open to negotiating, to stopping this war from going on. But at this juncture, it's hard to imagine the Iranians sitting at a table when they were supposed to sit across Steve Witkoff just 3 days before the strikes began. And then, of course, everything's history now. So I think that just to tell them, hey, we've struck your nuclear program and now we expect you to sit down with us, I think that's really hard to believe that the Iranians would be open to right now. What they think they would very much be pushing for is some sort of ceasefire. But on the topic of regime change, I just want to note, we're not just hearing this from U.S. President Donald Trump. We're also hearing this from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He put out a public statement calling on the Iranian people to rise up and change their regime. We also heard that from former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. The name of the operation is Rising Lion. Rising Lion, of course, is a biblical reference officially, but it also is a dog whistle. It's a dog whistle to a life in Iran pre-1979, and the tweets that the IDF has been putting out in Persian includes actual images of a lion and a sun, and that is a very much symbolic of Iranian nationalism. So this whole idea that maybe Trump is just saying something, I think that there's something hidden between this messaging right now. We just don't know because they haven't targeted political leadership thus far.
Ashley Davis, I want to tap your experience as an expert in homeland security as we consider the possibility of an asymmetric attack, questions about the day after. How prepared is the U.S. for a terror attack here at home?
The scariest thing about a terror attack here in the United States is not knowing how they're going to attack you. So are we ready for someone taking over a plane again? Yes. Are we ready for suitcase bombs in the middle of New York? Yes. Are we ready for someone going into a Starbucks in Iowa and blowing themselves up? How do you ever predict that? So I think that there are big things that we have and are better than we were pre-9/11, but there's still a long way to go. We still do not have the capability of interoperability between our law enforcement on a state and local level and our federal forces. We're getting better, but it's 24, 25 years later, and we're still not up to capacity. And as I said at the beginning here, and this is just the unknown, the scariest part of a terrorist attack is the unknown of what they're going to to attack. And also, let's go back to COVID. If we have some sort of biological agent that is dispersed throughout our country, are we ready look at how we dealt with COVID throughout the country and the world. Are we ready to deal with a biological weapon? Not too sure about that.
All right, Ashley Davis, we appreciate it, as well as Joel Rubin and Holly Dagres, all of you. We appreciate your time and insights today on this special edition of Balance of Power. And on a programming note, this conversation will continue tomorrow on Bloomberg Surveillance, where at 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time, they'll have a live interview with Danny Danon, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations.
We'll get back here as well, of course, on Balance of Power, the early edition, and we'll be back here at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, check out the Washington Edition newsletter on the terminal and online. We thank you for joining us. This special edition of Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. We'll see you back here tomorrow on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
There's a sense of urgency that we all must do something.
We shouldn't feel defeated. We can do it. Perpetual planet means protecting nature as if our lives depend on it.
We have to keep hope alive.
How can we use our skills to solve these global problems?
I love for my research to have an impact in the life of people.
It takes a collective effort from all of us to inspire, to educate,
putting all the knowledge together.
Más gente involucrada, más gente. We are not going to stop until we get the job done.
It was just the beginning. Fantastic.
The future runs on batteries. Lithium-ion battery demand is expected to grow over 30% annually through 2030. Supply chains need to keep pace. With its long history in the automotive supply chain and proximity to resources, manufacturers, and end markets, Ohio has emerged as a natural fit for clean, renewable EV battery manufacturing, connecting EV businesses with access to premier sites, timely funding, and world-class talent to lead the future.
Who is the market for? It's for all of us. Because when you invest in ETFs from iShares, the market is yours.
What a hotel.
Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What?
You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago.
Oh, yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
Even your favorite one.
Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago?
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
The average person would rather suffer through team-building exercises than look for insurance. The Zebra searches over 100 insurance companies for you to find savings no one else can. Room for one more? The Zebra. We do the searching, you do the saving.
Kids Choice Awards Slime. Are we ready to have some fun? Hosted by Tyler Slime.
Don't miss the party of the Summer Slime, the Kids Choice Awards. Now streaming on Paramount Plus.
bully of the Middle East must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks would be far greater and a lot easier.
Fears of a wider war in the Middle East after the U.S. military strike on Iran. This is the Asia Trade. I'm Avril Hong in Singapore.
I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts in Sydney. The world now awaiting a response from Tehran after U.S. warplanes used bunker-busting bombs to strike the Iranian regime's key nuclear sites. We're already seeing that oil price jump as trade begins here in Asia. Gold, the dollar higher, U.S. stock futures declining as investors rush to safety. The Strait of Hormuz is now in focus, with Iran's parliament calling for a blockade of the waterway that's crucial to global oil trade. The Trump administration calling that a suicidal move.
The first people that should be angry about it are the Chinese government, because they take a lot of their oil comes through there. So they should be the first ones that are saying if they mine the Straits of Hormuz, the Chinese are going to pay a huge price. And every other country in the world is going to pay a huge price. We will too. It'll have some impact on us. It'll have a lot more impact on the rest of the world. A lot more impact on the rest of the world. It would be a suicidal move on their part.
The U.S. has said the strikes obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, but were not about toppling their regime. Still, President Trump has been using on just that topic in a social media post, asking why there wouldn't be a regime change. We've also heard from Iran's foreign minister, accusing the U.S. of betraying diplomacy.
The world must not forget that it was the United States which, in the midst of a process to forge a diplomatic outcome, betrayed diplomacy by supporting the genocidal Israeli regime's launch of an illegal war of aggression on the Iranian nation.
Let's get straight to the White House now. Our Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall is with us. So Tyler, give us a state of play in terms of what we're at the moment, clearly watching for the next move from Tehran, but also some interesting ponderings from the president when it comes to this prospect of regime change.
Right, so we haven't seen President Trump today, but that doesn't mean that we haven't heard from him in a flurry of posts on Truth Social. You mentioned one of them there, though we should say at the moment it's not totally clear what conditions or circumstances the U.S. would need to see when it comes to getting behind a regime change. But the U.S., by and large, has touted this operation as being successful, in which no U.S. military service members were lost, and Iran didn't fire at U.S. military assets. But one of the big questions that we are still waiting for additional details on include the full extent of the damage at these nuclear sites. We heard from the International Atomic Energy Agency earlier today, which briefed the UN Security Council and said that their inspectors cannot get in at the moment to survey the damage at these sites. The Vice President J.D. Vance did say that the U.S. feels confident that it has set back Iran's timeline when it comes to trying to develop a nuclear weapon and their nuclear ambitions, but he also did signal that Iran still holds on to a stockpile when it comes to enriched uranium. Now, the big thing for the U.S. going forward here is that they want to spur these talks with Iran, with President Trump threatening further action if Iran doesn't come to the negotiating table. But the thing is that we've heard from Iranian officials today, and they have reiterated that they're not going to enter into these talks unless the strikes against them halt first. Now, the U.S. is preparing and anticipating any sort of Iranian retaliation, and we should say that could look like a few different options that are on the table, but our analysts at Bloomberg say that it actually may end up being tempered for a few different reasons. That includes a weak economy, also domestic discontent, but also importantly that we haven't really seen much from Iran's strategic allies beyond rhetorical support, and that of course includes China, which, as you mentioned at the top of the program, is one of the top importers when it comes to Iranian oil.
Tyler, what else are we hearing from Washington? There have been some concerns about whether this move was constitutional. What are we hearing?
Right. So this really has to deal with something known as the War Powers Act of 1973. We're going to hear it come up a lot this week in Washington as congressional lawmakers are really pushing for potential changes, a resolution to that War Powers Act that would have given Congress the ability to authorize these strikes ahead of time. Now, the White House does say that it has complied with the War Powers Act and that they did notify Congress. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said that they did notify the leaders, House Speaker Mike Johnson and John Thune, immediately after the mission was complete. But it is raising questions here about the president's authority, since it really does fall to Congress when it comes to declaring war. But we should say that presidents of both parties in the past have used their authority when it comes to targeted military action.
Particularly since 9/11, right? It does go to the question, does this sort of create further divisions within the GOP at a time when it is pretty fragile for President Trump? What is his sort of support looking like, both within the party but also to his base, you know, a lot of which sort of believed him when he said that there would be no new wars?
Right, it definitely threatens to deepen a rift that we are seeing when it comes to the GOP, considering that President Trump did campaign on getting the U.S. out of foreign entanglements. But importantly, one of his most prominent backers when it came to that idea of more an isolationist approach was actually Vice President J.D. Vance on the campaign trail. That was part of why he was actually chosen for that role. You may recall he's one of the staunchest opponents of additional aid to Ukraine when it comes to that conflict. But we've really seen the Vice President not unsurprisingly, come out and rally behind President Trump and trying to tell the base of supporters that this really, they should have trust in the president when it does come to this issue. He has tried to make that point that he is acting with as much knowledge as he has, and that the White House has said that he has actually always called for the end of Iran's nuclear program. And that's where that messaging, particularly about a potential regime change, would get really interesting, because the White House's defense to the base so far is that this is all about the nuclear program. The other quick thing to watch is who is advising the president on this. We know that in recent days he's heard from some pretty hawkish advisors, including Senator Lindsey Graham, a Republican from South Carolina. Our reporting indicates that they have had multiple calls over the last few days, and perhaps that is where we start to see sort of the tension and the push and pull when it comes to the Republican Party.
Tyler, as you allude to, this is a fast-evolving situation. What would you say is the most important thing to be watching in the next couple of hours on the course of the conflict?
Well, we're definitely watching to see how Iran could potentially retaliate here. And there's a few different ways that this situation could escalate if Iran ends up choosing to really go hard when it comes to their response. One would be hitting energy infrastructure in the region. The other would be targeting U.S. assets or personnel in the region. But the third, of course, as you were talking about before, would be closing the Strait of Hormuz, where we know 20% of global oil flows go through there. Now, Iran's parliament earlier today did vote to close it. That doesn't mean that it's going to happen. That would take a decision from Iran's supreme leader, but that would have really big consequences here, particularly for their strategic allies like China. And it's something where the U.S. would also likely have a response, since this is going to also be a political pressure point for this White House, considering President Trump campaigned so heavily on bringing down the costs, particularly when it comes to energy. Now, we did hear from some U.S. officials pointing out that it wouldn't be economically viable for Iran, considering that they would be impacting their own exports when it comes to this.
The world awaits Iran's response. Tyler, thanks so much. Bloomberg's Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall for us. Let's now bring in Jonathan Panikoff, Director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative at the Atlantic Council. He previously served as Deputy National Intelligence Officer for the Near East at the U.S. National Intelligence Council. Really good to have you with us. First off, it's really difficult to overstate the significance of now having U.S. involvement, but what's your initial assessment about how this is going to shape the conflict?
Thanks for having me. Oh, look, I think it's really going to be dependent on what Iran's response is, just as Tyler alluded to a moment ago. I think there's really two ways to think through this. One is, if the Iranians decide that they are pragmatic and that they are trying to ensure regime survival, which has always been the regime's priority, then there's a chance that Iran is going to look to hit and target U.S. bases in the region, U.S. assets in the region, but do so in a way that limits damage, as well as ensures that there's really no U.S. deaths of service members. There is some precedent for that. So in terms of how Iran responded to Israeli attacks in October of last year, in the base that it hit, but also how Iran responded to Trump's decision to kill Qasem Soleimani, the former Quds Force chief, back in January of 2020. That's the type of action they took. The flip side is that the Iranians say, look, the regime is under threat, we're at risk. They close the Strait of Hormuz, they target U.S. assets and personnel in the region, you have significant deaths, and then we end up into really an escalatory spiral in which the U.S. is compelled to respond.
How far do you think Washington would go? I mean, what is the end game, you think, in that event for the Trump administration?
I think the end game is going to be that the Trump administration, in that event, if the Iranians really go hard in their response, is that they're going to try to go over the top and respond equally as hard, if not harder, to try and convince the Iranians that they can't escalate nearly as much as Washington can, and that's true. The Iranians are already having trouble keeping pace with the Israelis. They're going to find it even more difficult to keep pace with U.S. pressure and U.S. capabilities militarily in the region and frankly beyond if they try to go hard back at the U.S.
What are the options when it comes to the future of Iran's nuclear program? I guess there are options to be able to step down from this. The question is whether diplomacy is still on the table while strikes continue. But also, is there a sense that perhaps it may convince the leadership to hold on even firmer and, play into more of that conviction that they do need nuclear capabilities given what's happened?
Iran isn't a monolith. At the end of the day, the supreme leader has ultimate control and will make the decision. But you're going to have a debate within the Iranian system. You will get folks that are more pragmatic that say, look, we want civilian nuclear power. We need to be able to show something for all of this investment, probably about $500 billion over the course of the program in terms of investment and lost revenue due to sanctions of forging ahead on its nuclear program. But the pragmatists are going to say it's not worth it. We can't simply just rebuild this in a meaningful way. You'll get others that say, no, look, we should be rushing to a bomb using whatever material we have left. And I think that's a real concern. There's already some reporting out there that in the last few days before the strikes at Fordo, the Iranians had unusual truck activity that could indicate, for example, that they were moving some of the highly enriched uranium to other sites. It wouldn't take a lot from the highly enriched uranium they have at 60%, combining it with a few hundred machines and a pretty small footprint at a secretive facility to imagine the Iranians continuing their work and efforts on their nuclear program. So there's going to be a debate within the system.
I wanted to get back to your initial point about how Iran is no monolith, right? There are reformists, pragmatists, perhaps even more hardliners within these factions that have been jostling already, even before this happened. What do you think the risks are if there is a change to leadership? Could we result in a more confrontational representation there?
It certainly could. Look, there's obviously been this question of regime change and whether part of the Israeli calculus is regime change. I think President Trump's tweets this evening on Truth Social are going to add some curiosity to the mix in terms of whether the U.S. is changing its position. But the regime change is a bit of a double-edged sword. I think there's certainly a potential that, what comes next in Iran is not democracy, but IRGC-istan. In other words, you have almost a military junta-like dictatorship with a fig leaf to the current theocratic autocracy. I think that would certainly be potentially hardliner because you'd be having individuals jockeying for power, jockeying for position, and in order to secure them, usually what happens in these types of situations is people become more extreme, not less, to show that they are alone and can convince hardliners and can actually have the forces, the Quds forces, the army, their backing, that they're worthy of it. So I think there is a real challenge here. There is a real risk. There's a large history, obviously, in a lot of Americans' minds because it's quite recent of what happens if you have regime change. And so I think that's going to be a real concern going forward here.
Jonathan, what about in terms of the reaction that we could see from other Gulf states in the days ahead? I mean, they had been, for the most part, recently advocating a bit of rapprochement when it comes to Tehran. Obviously, that seems to be a bit of a distant reality at the moment.
I think most of the Gulf states publicly are going to condemn what you saw in terms of the U.S. attacks, but do so gently. I think privately behind the scenes, the messaging from at least some of them is going to be significantly different. But the reality is they're all going to be quite concerned about the potential for Iranian missiles or rockets raining down on their countries, even if it's U.S. bases in their countries. Navcent, which is headquartered at Manama, is a really good example of this. The Bahrainis certainly are not going to want Iranian missiles targeting U.S. personnel and assets in their country. The second part of this is, look, we're going to see what happens with the Strait of Hormuz. You noted the parliament had voted to close it. That really doesn't mean much. The truth of the matter is you've got a fifth of the world's oil running through the straits, about a quarter of LNG. It will skyrocket prices, and yes, it will be a problem for the Chinese, who are very much reliant on it, but it depends on how long it's for. It could also create pressure in that the Iranians want to do this to try to get the Chinese to serve as their proxy to pressure the U.S. in order to try to get to a resolution much more quickly. I think all of those options are on the table.
Jonathan, before we let you go, is it too soon to write off Iran's proxies?
It's not too soon. They're diminished but not out. I think proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas are unlikely to engage at this point if they haven't already in a meaningful way. But Iran has significant proxies in terms of Iraqi Shia militants, and there are still U.S. forces in Iraq, and they certainly could be part of a reaction, or a response, I should say, by Iran to U.S. strikes that happened from President Trump on Fordo, on Natanz, on Esfahan. And of course, the Houthis remain still out there. I think the Houthis are a little bit diminished. Clearly, their ability to fire missiles has been reined in, and there may be a question of whether they're facing a shortage as well. But the proxies diminished are not by any means destroyed completely right now, and still could be a threat.
Jonathan, really great to have you with us. We appreciate your insights and time. Jonathan Panikov is a director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative at the Atlantic Council. Coming up next on the Asia Trade, we'll be taking a closer look at how these developments across the region are impacting the global economy with the IMF chief, Kristalina Georgieva, plus analysis with a former U.S. ambassador to Iraq and Kuwait and the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Much more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable, it's got to make money.
There's a sense of urgency that we all must do something.
We shouldn't feel defeated.
We can do it.
Perpetual planet means protecting nature as if our lives depend on it.
We have to keep hope alive.
How can we use our skills to solve these global problems?
I love for my research to have an impact in the life of people.
It takes a collective effort from all of us to inspire, to educate.
Putting all the knowledge together.
Más gente involucrada, más gente.
We are not going to stop until we get the job done.
It was just the beginning.
Fantastic.
What I would caution people against is assuming that the current level of tariffs is going to get a lot better. There's a lot of disruption, but this is very much a bilateral sort of trade friction, and that's where I think all the change will be concentrated.
This is a strange world for us, and it is so important to understand what capital is looking forward to and where they're looking to make their next big decisions.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives and laying the foundation for the future. From finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers and the politics that shape global tech markets. I'm Annabelle Drulers in Hong Kong. I'm Sherian in Tokyo. Watch Bloomberg Tech Asia. Premieres June 27th only on Bloomberg Television.
We're watching for the market fallout amid the U.S. involvement in Israel's attack against Iran and looking at some safe haven bids now. The dollar is gaining ground almost all its G10 peers and a bit of a risk off when it comes to U.S. futures. For more on how markets are reacting as they open in Asia, we go across to Bloomberg editor Romain Bostic. Romain, we're seeing somewhat of a muted reaction today. I mean, how much has already been priced in to the markets?
Well, quite a bit. I mean, here in the U.S., keep in mind that stock indexes had been down about 1.5% or so. Remember, a lot of this sort of started when we had those first strikes by Israel on Iran. That was late on June 12th U.S. time. And then when markets opened on June 13th, you saw a big sell-off there. You saw a huge spike in oil. Remember, Brent crude has rallied about 20% just over the past 2.5 weeks or so. So a lot of this was baked into the market. You were just looking at U.S. futures there on your screen, which opened up about an hour and a half ago. You did see a big spike lower, down about 1%, but most of those losses were paired pretty quickly. You saw a similar story when it came to what happened in the commodity space, a big spike higher, about 4% or so on Brent and WTI crude, and that peeled back just a little bit. It's a lot of what ifs out there right now, Avril, and that's really what this market has to contend with. The big question is, what is going to be the response by Iran? On top of that, people want to know, well, what are we going to hear from Europe? What are we going to hear from China? What are we going to hear from Japan? I think when we start to get a little bit more clarity as to what other world leaders have to say about this, what Iran's retaliation could potentially be, and of course, what the U.S. and Israeli response would be to that, I think you might get some more definitive moves in the market.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, the kind of muted moves that we're seeing at the moment, particularly not a lot of gains when it comes to bond havens, right? Is there a possibility that these markets could rally if there is sort of, you know, a confirmation that we have, in fact, seen those nuclear capabilities destroyed, because that the verdict and the evidence is still out on that?
It's still out on that, but two people actually raised this to me. I found it kind of surprising. I spoke with two market strategists here in the U.S. Earlier this afternoon, and they basically said that, look, one of the biggest risks to stability in the Middle East has been Iran, whether it was its nuclear program or its funding of various proxy militias around the region. If those elements have indeed been obliterated or at least significantly tamped down, and there is confirmation of that from a credible source, that removes a major risk. And a case in point, I think, is what you've seen over the last few days in Israel's benchmark index. That's the Tel Aviv 35. It's on a 6-day run. And remember, it trades Sunday through Thursday, and it closed on Sunday at a record high.
Romain, what about the safe haven of choice at this point? Are bonds definitively going to benefit less from such a play
I think right
than
now,
the dollar?
Yeah, well, as far as bonds go, I think this is also a situation where a lot of that was priced into U.S. Treasuries. We should also point out that U.S. Treasuries are having to contend with a lot of other things, such as the fiscal situation and other domestic issues that are going to have a greater impact than the Middle East issues. But FX is going to be the big play here. You are seeing strength in the dollar here. Surprisingly, you're not seeing as much strength as some people thought we would have in the yen or even in the Swiss franc. Maybe ratification that despite all of the talk about the demise of the dollar, it is still viewed as a haven asset, as a benchmark asset, as of course it is the most liquid, and in the eyes of a lot of people, of course, it offers the most stability. So maybe that ends up being a beneficiary. Of course, we should point out the dollar on a year-to-date basis having one of the worst starts to a year in its history.
The very quick pricing of the spiralling conflict has taken place for markets, but I do wonder what sort of catalyst are we looking for that to potentially then feed into the next thing, which is whether the Fed or other central banks change their calculus when it comes to inflation.
It all has to do with inflation and whether we see a sustained spike in oil prices. Remember, they are elevated. We're trading right around $79 a barrel on Brent crude. And remember, we haven't been at these levels since basically early January. So at a time where everyone is worried about the potential for inflation, a sustained increase in those prices. And remember, it's not just oil prices, but natural gas prices as well. Both two commodities, of course, that are heavily dependent on those shipping lanes coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. And a big question right now is to whether Iran will or even has the capability of choking up that strait and preventing the supply of oil and gas from flowing out of the region. If that is the case, most of the strategists here on Wall Street have modeled in estimates of Brent crude above $90, even maybe potentially approaching $100 a barrel. And yes, that would be an inflationary shock, and that would be something that central banks, including the Fed, would have to deal with.
Romain, do the moves in crypto tell us anything about sort of the underlying sentiment that we're seeing here?
Yeah, the moves in crypto were quite interesting. We actually saw a pretty big drop earlier in the session here on Sunday morning in the United States. Ether was the biggest drop, down about 10%. Bitcoin plunged about 6 to 7%. You're seeing the numbers now on your screen. This is the new session. Basically, we did see a little bit of an uptick. Bitcoin back above the 100,000 level, but it adds to this question about whether it really is being traded as a haven asset or whether it still remains a speculative asset. And I think the drop down that we saw early in the session was maybe indicative of the idea that it is still a speculative asset, at least for a lot of those folks who trade it. And when risk was off, as it was earlier in the session, we saw prices down. But now with risk maybe potentially coming back on, you see prices modestly elevated.
Romain, great to have you with us. Our Bloomberg editor and co-anchor of The Close, Romain Bostic, there with a look at those markets as Asia wakes up for their reaction. And Bloomberg subscribers can get more on TLIV Go on the terminal for the latest commentary, analysis from our editors. This is Bloomberg. Let's take a look at some of the other stories that we're following this hour. And British Airways at the moment is in focus as we continue to monitor really some of the geopolitical risks that we're seeing at the moment. Of course, we're watching to see what that next reaction is going to be from Iran after the flurry of US attacks over the weekend. But take a look at what we're watching when it comes to the aviation space. We saw the cancellation from BA of several flights to Dubai, including diverting 2 planes. It also halted some flights to Qatar and Bahrain. Singapore Airlines cancelling 2 flights on Sunday between Singapore and Dubai, warning that other flights may also be affected. Major U.S. cities, including New York, Washington and Los Angeles, are tightening security after Iran warned that it was reserving all options to respond to the U.S. strikes. Police have increased patrols at religious institutions, diplomatic facilities and public spaces. Officials say no credible threats currently exist, but are urging people to be vigilant. Ukraine says Russia is showing no signs of winding down its war in Ukraine. The Ukrainian military's commander-in-chief says Russia still has almost 700,000 troops deployed and another 121,000 in strategic reserves. And President Volodymyr Zelensky has alleged that Kyiv has evidence that Moscow is preparing new military operations on European territory without giving further details, April.
Yeah, the focus still really is on what Iran's response to the U.S. moves over the weekend is going to look like. We're seeing a bit of a risk off, 1/3% down when it comes to U.S. futures. It's interesting, though, a lot of it has seemed to already have been priced into the markets. This is Bloomberg.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, but he persistently missed packages. So he scheduled his deliveries from Amazon Business. Peter Piper picked peppers, but run, rock, rhyme, Humpty Dumpty fell down. Kids are time. Soon, he possessed profound pepper proficiency. And Peter Piper, the pepper picker, positively prospered. Amazon Business, your partner for smart business buying.
When you're in a collision, every sentence starts with I.
I hope everyone is okay.
I was just going through the light.
I had the right of way. I just want my car back the way it was.
Technicians trained by iCar know the latest technologies, which means when you trust an iCar designated shop, your car will look great and be safe to drive again.
Who knew my car would look so good and feel so safe again?
I did.
I did.
I did.
So there's one more sentence that can begin with I.
I count on iCar.
I count on iCar.
I count on iCar.
iCar, Gold Class Collision Repair.
Take a look at what we're watching when it comes to oil prices at the moment. It's interesting. It almost feels like the calm potentially before the next round of volatility, as we have seen some of the tops when it comes to oil potentially looking a little bit more baked in after that US attack on Iran. The spike is sort of ramping up the risk to supplies there, of course, as we saw those 3 main nuclear sites being attacked over the weekend. We saw a rally when it comes to benchmark Brent of just shy of about 6% there, but really it does dramatically raise the expectations of confrontation, potentially the threat to the Strait of Hormuz as well is what we're watching at the moment, given some of the domestic conversation within Iran about a possible blockade. But this is what we're seeing across the region as Asia starts to price in some of those risks. Let's get more on the perspectives when it comes to oil markets amid these ongoing tensions. Joining us now in Sydney is Claudio Galimberti, who's a chief economist at Rystad Energy. Claudio, great to have you with us. And if you take a look at Brent prices, while we are off session highs at the moment, still noticeably higher from the highs of last week. So what does that tell you about the mentality of what we're seeing amongst oil traders right now?
Thank you for inviting us. It tells me that there is a huge geopolitical risk premium which keeps on increasing. So it was just before the U.S. attack about $10 per barrel. And right now there is a risk it can go up as high as $15 per barrel in the course of today. So initial price reaction is still, I would say, muted to some extent. So we see Brent at 78. It was 75 at closure on Friday. So it's about $2-3 higher. It could be much higher depending on what Iran decides to do.
And that obviously has to do with whether or not we see a partial or complete blockade of Hormuz.
Correct.
What risk do you assign to that, and what do you see as the impact? Obviously, it impacts different importers in different ways.
Well, the parliament in Iran just stated that they should go for the blockade of Hormuz. And now this is easier said than done. It's a very large piece of, strait, right? So we need to understand the fact that no one would benefit from it, not even Iran itself, because the export of Iran goes through the Strait of Hormuz. But this is an extreme situation, right? So Iran has been attacked, and the regime might want to retaliate. And retaliation at this point, the Strait of Hormuz is one of the prime targets. So we need to watch very closely. 30% of the oil and water goes through the Strait of Hormuz. So any form of disruption would have a very, very significant
Where do
impact.
oil prices go if we have that worst-case scenario?
It can go anywhere between 80 to 90, even $100 per barrel. It depends on the extent of the disruption. It depends on the duration, right? So from this standpoint, we still believe that a full blocking on the strait would be extremely hard to implement. It requires a lot of military equipment, but it's also you would have pretty much the entire world against it, because no one benefits from choking this, probably one of the most vital strait for the world economy, right? So the country that would be fully against it is China, and China is one of the allies of Iran right now, right? So China and Russia have been on Iran's side, and therefore China for sure wouldn't be for such an occurrence, and that tells me that it's definitely a tail event, but we need to be very much aware that this could happen, and if that happens, then you can have a price flare up that can be extremely high. It can be Brent can go in triple digit. It depends, right, on how much oil gets disrupted. So.
Claudio, since you mentioned China, how much pressure do you think Beijing would be able to exert on Tehran if it decides to choke off the Strait of Hormuz? Again, as you say, this is a very extreme course of action and might not actually materialize. But, what are we actually talking about here when it comes to China and Iran?
So currently China buys everything, all the oil exported by Iran is bought by China. We're talking about 1.4 million barrels per day. Therefore, we may argue that pretty much there is a huge financial dependence of Iran. Iran when it comes to China. So the pressure there is a multiple front. Consider that